Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Power Draining Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Just about everyone could tell you exactly where they were that day. The exact time, what they were doing, how they felt, what the sky looked like from where they were standing. It's the nature of national disaster, something that so radically changes the face of a society and pushes history down a path it will never be able to turn back from. It is impossible to forget. For the little guy, for him and his family, they were far too close to the epicenter for comfort. At the time they had been going on a school picnic before the sky turned black, before all they could feel was raw, primal fear. But if you saw the battle that they did, survived what they did, you'd remember that day better than any other. Remembering bad things that happened to you is your mind's way of protecting itself, trying to keep itself from living through that trauma ever again. And if you're a kid, just a little, innocent child who'd never once seen the uglier sides of life, that staying power doubles and the memories change you. Your nightmares revolve around them, your convictions shape around them, your resolve is tainted by them. They change you. When the memory begins, the first thing he remembers, whoever he recounts the story to, was sitting on the swings alone. Other children were running about and playing, using their quirks, superpowers inherited from birth, to have a rather energetic round of tag. The poor thing, alone on the swings, didn't have a quirk. He was a freak of nature, along with 20% of the population who was born like that. And the others knew. The others wouldn't let him forget. Why does Bakugo always get to be the hero? One child whined, crossing his arms. The short and fiery Katsuki Bakugo, his palms crackling with small explosions, just cackled. Because if any of us is going to become the next All Might. He pointed toward a screen that loomed over the park, some distance away. At that exact moment, it was broadcasting an interview with the man Bakugo had just mentioned. "It's gonna be me." Sighing, the other boy just went quiet, but another one piped up in his place. "Why is he called the symbol of peace, anyways?" Bakugo rolled his eyes. "Are you stupid or something? It's because he's so awesome that criminals are afraid to be bad, even when he's not around." Bakugo flashed a wicked grin, cackling under his breath. "Because of that, we don't have a bunch of stupid villains running around making the world a war zone. He's so strong he doesn't even have to throw a punch to keep evil in its place." Scratching the side of his head, that same boy gulped. "So, what do you think will happen if he dies?" Bakugo looked at him like his brain had just fallen out of his head. Wouldn't more villains show up and make the world scarier? At this, Bakugo just laughed hysterically. "Wow, you're even dumber than you look. Something like that will never happen, stupid. Fate can always be tempted. It finds it very hard to resist temptations like those." In that moment, as far as the child alone on the swings was concerned, Bakugo was absolutely right. All Might really was that powerful, and there was nothing that would ever change that. No villain or other force on Earth would ever be strong enough to kill or even hurt him. But that wasn't what was on his mind. Some distance away, he watched as his mum and dad seemed to be arguing quietly. They were avoiding making a scene, but nonetheless were not able to avoid airing their dirty laundry in public. Not that he knew, he was still too young to know that. To him, they just looked upset, perhaps at each other. His mother's face was quivering, trying not to let tears out, and his father wasn't even looking at her. Not that he could remember his father's face, even now. Looking back, he knew this was the end of their relationship. Everything had changed in so many ways after that day, and that was just one of them. It wasn't the thing that everyone would remember, though. That came now. The world erupted with explosions. A pair of bodies had crashed into each other, then hit the ground near the school so hard they left a crater in the road. Hurricane-force winds sent almost everyone flying as people ran screaming. The boy was thrown off the swing, and as he pulled himself up from the dirt, grabbing at the frame of the swing to steady himself, the bodies pulled themselves from the ground and started throwing punches at each other. This was no sloppy spur-of-the-moment brawl. This was something else, a rapid and calculated exchange of blows. Their fists struck each other with such ferocity and so regularly that the wind force created from the impacts shook the buildings around them, smashed the glass in windows. Civilians and children fled the scene as quickly as they could, leaving the little kid behind. Grasping onto the swing even tighter, the little guy's eyes went wide. All Might? The symbol of peace didn't hear him, and why would he? He was far too busy fighting for his life. A decisive strike sent the villain flying right past the kid, crashing through a building in a blast of rebar and fire, and All Might followed in a blur. From what the kid could see, the villain was dazed and All Might had his senses completely in hand. Taking advantage of this, All Might grabbed his enemy and started using him as a battering ram against the ruined building around them. Tossing him around like a rag doll, he threw the villain through girders and walls, as if trying to hit him with everything he could find. What terrified the boy in that moment was how oblivious All Might was to the devastation that he himself was causing. So focused was the symbol of peace on the fight before him that the office building they had crashed into toppled to the ground, rubble flying around them in a rain of devastation. All Might never lost track like this against villains. He was fighting like a wounded animal trapped in a corner, ferocious and scared and hell-bent on the outcome. Hurling his fist into his opponent's mask, he saw the translucent metal dent and crack. His attention flickered for a second and his punishment was a heavy smack to the head, from his enemy smashing a rock into his skull, blood flowing from the wound above his eye. In retaliation, All Might ripped a whole emergency stairwell from the rubble and slammed it into his enemy's head from above, crushing him down like one might crush rocks with a sledgehammer. As the dust settled, it appeared he'd driven his opponent into the earth as though he were an oversized nail. For a few moments, all seemed quiet. Ripping his way upwards, freeing himself from the earth, the villain uppercut All Might's chin. Sending him flying through some nearby wreckage, he saw his chance. Flying forward, fingers ready to deliver a lethal jab, he summoned one of his many quirks. Moving his hand forward, his fingers stabbed straight into All Might's ribs. Reflexively, the hero recoiled from the injury, grabbing the wrist of his enemy. Spinning around mid-air, he smashed the masked villain through the wreckage below them. Preparing to strike his opponent with another earth-shattering blow, All Might suddenly felt a searing pain. As his muscles contracted from the pain, his hand clutched at his left ribs. Something was wrong. This injury wasn't a simple puncture. He crashed into the wreckage above his nemesis. All Might, shakily, rose to his knees. Pulling his shirt up, he saw his very flesh rotting away. Spewing blood from his lips, he suddenly realized what had happened. So you stole another dash. All Might was interrupted by a fist carving its way through the debris beneath him. As he was punched clean under the jaw, he somersaulted back into the street. His injured ribs kept him off balance, and he crumpled to the ground in a heap of muscle. The villain leapt into the road after him some 30 feet away, part of his mask obliterated by All Might's onslaught. Through the cracks in the mask, one glowing red eye shone with terrifying intensity. Blood, steaming on the metal, flowed from his wounded face. All Might saw the end result of his last victory against this man. His eyelid and the skin around his eye was gone, torn asunder by the punch that ended their last bout. As the hero's eyes widened and his smile vanished, he realized the reason behind this blind fury. His archenemy had decided the intensity of their rivalry had gone beyond. I told you, All Might. This is the end. No matter what, at least one of them was dying today. Groaning from the pain, All Might rose to his feet. He hated to admit it, but that looked to be the way this fight was headed. He could feel the effects of the newest quirk inside his body. His organs were rotting as he faced the personification of evil. And I told you, you will be stopped. Because I am here. Not this time. I will kill you today. You may try, his voice was weak, but if that's the case, he returned to his combat stance, ready to strike back or defend himself, then I'm afraid I can't hold back. Good, and his nemesis fell into his own combat stance. Let this be our final battle, All Might. Put everything you have into it because his eye narrowed, his bloodlust was unmistakable, will enjoy your demise. All Might's smile returned. And how many times have I heard that before? In the blink of an eye they were striking at each other again. Flying about in the air, devastating what remained of the buildings around them. They tore their knuckles into each other's flesh. Blasts of wind pressure, raging outward from them in all directions, sent rubble flying further into the city. Buildings were leveled. Entire city blocks were reduced to shambling husks. It was like 3 tornadoes had hit this part of the sprawling metropolis simultaneously. From the frame of the swing, huddled to the ground and covering his head with the arm not clinging on for dear life to the swing frame, the child saw everything. Quivering, quaking, he just wanted this to end. All Might had to just win already. He had to beat the bad guy and make everything safe again. Unfortunately, it was beginning to become clear that All Might was losing. Taking a deep breath, he formulated a desperate plan. This either ended in his victory or the entire world would suffer the consequences of his defeat. Landing on the ground, he stared right up at his enemy. He was soaring down like a homing missile, hand ready to jab at his already injured side. All Might merely smiled. He knew he was going to go for that. Forcing all of his power several times over into his right arm, his left hanging there like a broken wing, he braced himself. His enemy struck true, driving his hand clean through All Might's ribs. Blood spattered across the ground, pouring down All Might's side, as his organs and flesh rotted like rancid meat in the sun. The internal damage had been more than fatal. A sickeningly gleeful smile spread across the ruined face of the villain. He'd won. Or had he? Shattering those dreams in an instant, All Might retaliated as never before. United, he choked, blood spouting from his mouth, states of, his voice raised in volume, smash. Shouting at the volume of an erupting volcano, he swung his fist into the air, bringing it down straight onto his nemesis's head. Unleashing the entirety of his Quirks' collective power, he blew a crater into the ground beneath them so deep that the sewer pipes beneath burst into an explosion of water amidst the fire. The force of the punch sent the air rocketing away and ignited it. Flames engulfed the area around them in a bubble. Then, as the laws of physics slowly realized what had happened, the air rebounded, collapsing back in on itself. A second shockwave was created. Emanating outwards, like the force of an atomic bomb, the remaining rubble was erased from the ruined city around them. The boy leapt to his feet, daring to step forward when the wind finally subsided. All Might, he screamed. As the dust settled, the child saw All Might lying inert upon the rubble. Charging forward, the little guy starting shaking his motionless form. Even as he desperately tried to wake him, screaming his name and begging him to wake up, reality had slowly started to sink in. The body he was touching was growing colder by the second. All Might was dead. A hand grabbed the child's shoulder, spinning the crying boy around. Eyes wide with terror, the boy saw a single, bloodied, glowing red eye staring into his. The villain was alive. And he was touching him. He was going to die. The child opened his mouth to scream, only for the villain to jam his hand inside. Blood poured into the child's mouth, and he started screaming through his nose. That is, until the villain pinched his nose shut and waited. The kid couldn't breathe. He couldn't breathe. The villain's body was trembling, the light in his eyes flickering. He was weak, possibly dying, but that didn't change the fact he couldn't breathe. His hands clawed at the villain's, trying to make him let go, but he never did. Stutter. The villain's voice was faint, barely even audible over the wheezing of his own breath. Drink. And I let go. Never in his life would the little one forget the vile, slimy feeling of the fluid oozing down his gullet. The flavor, the horrid need to retch that followed, but he did as he was told. Even with so little of his face visible, the villain smiled as he collapsed. While the child gasped, his body heaving as he was finally able to breathe again, he wheezed out one word. Name. The child, despite his trembling knees, despite his overwhelming fear, answered. I, Izuku Midoriya. Still smiling despite his pain, the villain nodded. You have a quirk. Feeling like the smallest creature on earth, he shook his head. No. Then, in an almost friendly way, the villain chuckled. World now. As he gently spoke, Izuku felt his fear fading, watching the light fade from his eye. Use your power well. Then his eye closed, and he went as still as All Might. He was dead too. Completely unsure what he'd meant, Izuku just stared at the lifeless body, completely at a loss for words. Then, on instinct, he started wandering away from the scene. Somewhere far away, he heard his mother screaming out his name, then his wandering turned to sprinting. His father was nowhere to be found, and would later be counted among the dead, but he had his mom. Amidst the spiraling chaos the world was about to become, in the years that followed, she'd be among the few good things she had. Sadly, she would claim the same about him, for the boy who questioned Bakugo was right. Without All Might, his powerful presence keeping villains scared, the world would soon see just how many people were willing to turn to crime to get what they so desired, and just how far heroes could fall. The world was headed into darkness now. But in that moment, crouched over the body of his fallen idol and choking back the bile that was coming from the taste of the villain's blood, 8-year-old Izuku Midoriya had no idea of the part he would play in the future of this world as it lay in darkness. In the future, they would remember this day. They would call it Incident Zero. It's not going to happen, I'm afraid. Words that struck like hammers through glass, smashing his world to smithereens. When the doctor said he'd never be a hero, not without a quirk. All he could do was sit there and stare straight ahead. Days, weeks went right on by and he didn't say anything to anyone. He just remembered finding that clip, that one clip of All Might, the first clip. The rest was already a teary blur. All he remembered was asking his mother if he had a chance of ever being like All Might. All she could do was hold and weep, apologizing over and over. The day that followed All Might's death, he couldn't do much more than sit there and stare again. Cameras, teary-eyed reporters with lines on their faces from fear, so many voices all at once. All for the boy who was there. Right there. Questions he couldn't answer, anxieties he couldn't soothe, fears he couldn't assuage. All the while his mother sobbed, inconsolable at the disappearance of his father. Little Izuku just felt numb. Like his whole body had been motionless for far too long, circulation no longer flowing. Eventually, they just wandered home. Lines of houses, all with bright paint that hadn't chipped. Lush green trees, bushes and grass trimmed and hedged. Windows were clean and clear, cars polished and repaired. Roads were smooth and dark, the lines painted bright and fresh. So idyllic a place to go home to, and be miserable, so bold a contrast to the war zone in which he had been trapped. Phone calls came in the days that followed, one by one. The insincerity of the sympathy from some of his mother's friends made him choke back tears, almost as much as the call from his father's parents where they screamed their frustration and sadness to high heaven, blaming her for letting Daddy die. Izuku just hugged her, squeezing her tight. "It's okay, Mama. If All Might couldn't stop it, how could anyone?" The first reasonable or sensible thing anyone had said to her in almost a week, and it was from her own baby. Her response wasn't much more than picking him up and squeezing until both their arms hurt. Eventually, when she'd fallen asleep, Izuku let his numb and empty mind decide what he did next. A long walk with no destination in mind. Little feet in little red shoes carried him along streets filled with mourners holding candlelit vigils. Children were crying at the death of the world's greatest hero and idol to all. Parents were holding each other as they stared fearfully at the odd future ahead. Maybe he wasn't so different, but they were trying to make themselves feel better. He wasn't. It wasn't easy to decide if that was a good or a bad thing, so he didn't try. Mental energy was in short supply right now, better to save it for things that really mattered. Hours passed, and his body wasn't in a place where it could tell how tired it was anymore. It was only after it got dark that he went home and curled up on the couch next to his mother. When morning came, he got up on his own, dressed and had cereal, then walked to school. Just like every other day now, he couldn't really hear what was being said by almost anyone. This time, grief was a barrier too, not just being their outsider. Considering it was their first day back since All Might's death, the teacher just decided to ease them back into the swing of things. However, when their break time came, things did not stay so relaxed. Two sets of little arms grabbed Izuku and started dragging him, and before he knew it he was behind the shed and staring down Bakugo. Quivering shoulders, bared teeth and piercingly furious red eyes that burned holes into Izuku's face. Kaken looked demonic. His voice wasn't any different. It was your fault. Izuku blinked. H-huh. Bakugo snarled. It was because of you. Tears pushed themselves out of his eyes, little explosions popping in his palms. You're the reason All Might died. His jaw dropped, eyes fluttering and going wide as his heart cracked. That's not Dash. Shut up. Bakugo's fist flew like an arrow, hitting his face almost as hard. If he didn't have to protect you, then he would have won and been fine. Shut up and take your punishment, you stupid, worthless Deku. With every punch and blast of Bakugo's quirk, a cold desperation pooled in Izuku's chest. Pain in his ribs, face and jaw, the other two boys gripping his arms so hard he'd almost certainly have bruises. Stars flashed in front of his eyes, blood dripping from his lips and nose. Bakugo only hit him harder, used his quirk more and more. Izuku's clothes were burned, his flesh singed and charred and his hair smoldered. Electricity moved through his body like ice through his veins, wondering if Bakugo was going to kill him. The harder he hit, the louder the explosions, the more that seemed to be likely. Struggling to get away, finding it to be a useless gesture, desperation began to claw at Izuku's brain, black and red began to fill his eyes. He had to do something, had to fight back. But how could he? He didn't have a quirk or the strength to do that. Why don't I have a quirk? Why is life? Bakugo pulled his fist back again, roaring like a lion as he went for the killing blow. Die. So unfair. Then maybe you should make it more fair? A flash of black, a shockwave pulsing outward, and all four boys went flying in different directions. Izuku was left lying on his back, Bakugo's stooges groaning as they rolled weakly on the ground. Red sparks flickered between Izuku and the other two boys, but not between him and Bakugo, before winking out of existence. Groggily, with the worst headache of his life, Izuku forced himself to sit up. Sitting up as well, Bakugo blinked. What just happened? One boy sniffled, his eyes shining with water pooling in them. I don't. Then he started sobbing into his palms. When the other boy did too, Bakugo snarled at them. What the hell? Why are you babies crying? Neither of them could answer, far too busy being overcome with emotion. Not one to waste an opportunity, Izuku took this as his moment to flee for his life. Bakugo was screaming for him to come back, raving, but Izuku was done listening to him. Red sneakers skidded and scuffed along the ground as he ran, no concept of time in his mind. Heartbeat hammering away, cold sweat on his skin, he fled without thinking about the destination. Eventually, chest heaving as he leaned against a wall to stay upright, he finally felt calm enough to stop. A fist clenched. No, that made no sense. All Might hadn't even known he was there, neither had the villain. Izuku wasn't the reason their hero was dead, he couldn't be. All the same, palms to his eyes, he started sobbing. He just stood there against the wall and crying, for the longest time. Then, as he slowly quieted, he still heard someone sobbing uncontrollably. Sniffling, Izuku looked up and tried to find the source of that voice. Wiping at his nose and eyes, Izuku cautiously wandered over across the street to a crouched person. The person he could hear was just another boy with shaggy ice blue hair and the rattiest hoodie, jeans and sneakers he'd ever seen anyone wear. When he looked up, with his bloodshot and glassy eyes, he saw a mole just under the right corner of his lips. He couldn't be much older than Izuku, just a couple of years at most. Who are you? Izuku said, kneeling beside him. Reddish-brown eyes stared into Izuku's green ones, searching for something like a frightened cat. Not seeing anything alarming, the other boy murmured as he relaxed. He wiped at his face with a hand stained by old, dry blood. The lack of visible injuries on his skin somewhat telling. Tenko. He spoke with a small voice, pitiful enough that Izuku couldn't help but feel sorry for him. My name is Tenko. Smiling, the green-haired boy offered him a hand. I'm Izuku. Cautiously, a hand reached out and grasped his, and Izuku thought it strange that the other boy was making sure to leave his pinky far away from Izuku's skin. Nice to meet you. After shaking his hand, Izuku shuffled around and sat next to him. So, why are you crying? Looking the other boy over again, he saw no small amount of dust covering his clothes. Blood stained the fabric in his skin in a few places, and there were bruises just beneath his collar. Did someone hurt you too? Thinking about this for a moment, Tenko nodded. Yeah. His hands balled up, tightly, so much so his knuckles went white. Not knowing what else to say, Izuku went with his feelings. Can I help? Tenko shook his head. It doesn't matter anymore. Standing up, sniffling and wiping at his face some more to clear the tears, he sighed. That questline is cut. Can't be completed without the NPCs anymore. Izuku stood up too, not quite getting what Tenko was talking about. Are you sure? Yeah. Tenko looked Izuku up and down. What about you? Who messed you up? Laughing nervously, Izuku mumbled. My friend Kaken. His name is really Katsuki Baku Dash. No, he's not. Izuku blinked. Huh. Tenko was glaring off to the side. If someone hurts you that badly? He pointed at the various cuts, bruises and burns on Izuku's skin and clothes. They're not your friend. They're a villain. A Jirake, an enemy worth only farming XP from. Scratching the back of his head, Izuku gave a lopsided frown. What's XP? The brunette sighed. Just, he's not your friend, okay? Friends don't hurt each other without saying sorry. Feeling his heart sink, hugging himself and staring at the floor, his next words weren't even really a squeak. He wanted to argue, really he did. He wanted to fight tooth and nail for Kaken given how they'd grown up together, how close his mother was with Kaken's parents. But with a horrible sinking realization, he knew he couldn't deny the truth in Tenko's blunt words. Oh. Reaching forward with a closed fist, Tenko offered a small smile. But I'll be your friend. Immediately, Izuku's face warmed, and he felt the happiness inside him rise. Really? He paused as Tenko nodded, still smiling. Even though I'm quirkless. With a shrug, Tenko replied. Just less chance of you using a dumb quirk to hurt people with. Trust me. You're kind of lucky. Looking at Tenko's fist just waiting there, Izuku reached out and did the one thing that made sense. He made his own fist and tapped his knuckles against those of the other boy. Yeah, maybe I am lucky. He smiled at the other boy, the one who had shown him more kindness in moments than Kaken had in years. But not because of that. Snickering, Tenko put his hands in his pockets. Lame. Taken aback, Izuku's face flickered with shock, confusion and then indignity. Nah. Now Tenko was laughing. Yeah, a little. As Izuku pouted, his grin became sincere. Thanks for cheering me up. Now it was the green-eyed boy's turn to smile. You too, Tenko. Seeing that the sun was setting, Izuku decided he'd better get going home. They said their goodbyes and went in different directions. Izuku would go home to a sobbing mother, worried sick about him leaving school like that, and would go to bed feeling terribly guilty. But he had made a friend. At school, the next day, Izuku would be met with an apologetic teacher and two very depressed students who didn't so much as nod all day. Bakugo's friends were very torn about something, but no one could make them say. When lunch break came, they just sat there, watching the other children play with their quirks in stone-cold silence. All the yelling, screaming and goading in the world from Bakugo wouldn't make them move. They just stared with eyes full of cold, mindless envy at their classmates while Izuku sat at a table and drew in his notebook. He didn't know why their eyes widened when they looked at him, or why No, Bakugo's eyes wouldn't meet his. You don't know what you did, do you? He had no idea why he'd asked himself that, but he didn't know that much was true. When school ended for the day, Izuku would wander home and find the biggest surprise of the day. Tenko was waiting for him on the front steps, talking to his mother. It was the happiest he'd seen her in a month. Welcome home, little Izu. She bounced to her feet and picked him up, hugging him close. Laughing up a storm, Izuku hugged her back. Thanks, Mom. Petting his little head and kissing his cheek, she plopped him back down on his own 2 feet. When were you going to tell me you made a friend? Bashfully, Izuku scratched the back of his head. Well, we just met yesterday. Tenko explained. I was all sad and junk, but he cheered me up. Inko turned and gave her boy a smile, eyes twinkling with pride. Well, of course he did. Izuku blushed, but still turned to look at Tenko. How did you find out where we lived? He giggled. You stalker. Tenko's eye twitched. DMN brat. I asked one of your classmates how to get here. I had some games I wanted to show off to you. Inko ushered them inside. Well then, who am I to get in the way of you playing? Come on, you two, dinner will be ready soon before you play, and I think. Tenko. The brunette nodded. You can put that bag down in the living room. It looks quite heavy. Grabbing the strap on his shoulder, the older boy adjusted his backpack. Yeah, it's all my games as well as my gaming console. Oh crap. At the touch of all 5 fingers, the strap turned to dust and the backpack dropped. Only by leaping forward, his palms outstretched and snagging under the falling bag, did Izuku save the precious cargo. His stomach hit the ground and the wind was immediately knocked out of him, stars in his eyes as his wounds from yesterday ached. Izuku! Inko leapt to his side. Are you hurt? She pulled him up and dusted him off, checking him over for any sign of further injury. Embarrassed, Izuku shook his head. I'm okay, Mum. Really? Making sure not to touch it with all his fingers this time, Tenko picked up the backpack with a timid, sullen expression. Sorry. Izuku shook his head. Don't worry about it. Grinning, he gave a thumbs up. Is everything okay? Unzipping the back, he looked everything over. Yeah, looks fine. Zipping it back up, he shyly nodded. Thanks for the save. Can't exploit and clone this stuff if it breaks. Both Midoriyas blinked. What? Feeling self-conscious, Tenko slung the bag over his shoulder. Nothing, never mind. With that they went inside, and Izuku noticed how Tenko was doing his best not to touch anything with all of his fingers. So, your quirk turns stuff to dust when you touch with all your fingers at once. Sighing, putting the backpack down, Tenko nodded. Yeah, it's awful. I have no other way to control it either. After some thought, a light bulb might as well have gone off over Izuku's head. I've got it. Running to the closet, he rummaged around until he found some simple, fabric mesh gloves. Running and grabbing some scissors from his room, he cut off all but the middle 2 fingers. Then he turned them inside out, and put some electrical tape around the inside of the remaining fingertips and set them right again. Here. He offered the gloves to Tenko, smiling brightly. Try them. Skeptically, Tenko reached out and accepted them, carefully putting them on. When he made a fist and nothing happened, his face lit up with the biggest smile his face could make. You're a genius. He jumped forward and hugged Izuku, both of them laughing up a storm. When dinner came, they all sat around the table and ate katsudon together, chatting about various things that held no real meaning. Laughter, food and pleasant company helped all 3 forget the world outside. Afterwards, the boys helped her clean up and then set up to play the games Tenko brought over while Inko read a book, occasionally looking up and asking them about what they were playing. It was just some old role-playing game back from when Inko was a little girl, one of the few cooperative games in the collection that Tenko had somehow packed into his bag. For a moment or two, Tenko looked like he wanted to play one of the fighting games, squaring off against Izuku one-on-one, but decided otherwise. Nothing ruins a friendship like a good competition, so the old saying goes. When the sun finally started setting, Tenko packed up his games and went home, giving them both a hug goodbye before he left. Both of the Midoriyas could clearly see the change in his personality. Whereas the older boy had slouched when he first arrived at their home and hung back from everything with some uncertainty, he seemed to almost have a spring in his step. Almost. Patting her son's shoulder, Inko gave him an affectionate squeeze. I think giving him those gloves was a wonderful idea, little Izu. Why is that? Inko pulled him back into the house, locking up for the night. Did you see how happy he was? Izuku nodded and she giggled. Well, I think you made a lifelong friend today. He almost exploded with excitement. You think so? Shrugging, smiling coyly, Inko did her best not to answer too directly. Maybe. We'll just have to wait and see, won't we? Humming happily, Izuku nodded. Guess so. His teeth brushed and his face washed, Izuku kissed his mother goodnight and headed up to bed. His room was still full of All Might figurines and posters, special edition action figures lining every available shelf space, but the den of a young boy's dreams had become something far more forlorn, a shrine to an age that once was. He wouldn't dare get rid of them, even with the memories they gave him. As he drew the covers up around him and drifted off, he blinked away one tear, but not one of sadness. This was one of hope. A lifelong friend. Maybe his mother would be right. Wouldn't that be nice? Makoto Kobayashi here with your morning news. Local police and hero agencies in Nabu have advised that people continue to remain inside after dark. While this group of criminals has yet to target anyone other than heroes, it is still a possibility that civilians could be caught in the crossfire. Just last week, the hero Yoroi Masha was left with life-threatening injuries and hanging out of a 10th-story window. It is unlikely he'll ever walk again, or perhaps even speak. More on the crime report later tonight. Izuku paused very briefly when he heard that news. Yoroi Masha was a household name across Japan, and had been consistently one of the top 10 pro heroes for the last 30 years. He was a veteran with practically unmatched combat prowess, a paragon of virtue and honor, and a masterful tactician from years of experience fighting villains. And yet, in the crazy world as it was, someone had been able to best him. Whoever Yoroi Masha had fought, they were supremely strong. The pro heroes could be shaken, after all. It had been a few years since the day in which the world came crashing down around Izuku Midoriya. The funeral of All Might had been and gone, a public outpouring of grief centered on a snaking procession through the streets of Mizudafu. The world had seen Endeavor's head bowed as he spoke about taking on the mantle of Japan's #1, and the tear in his eye as he spoke of the sweeping changes which would need to come to society in the wake of All Might's death. Izuku, shedding his own tears, had been more focused on the old man at the head of the cortege, so small and so utterly crushed by the death of All Might. The name Gran Torino had not meant anything to Izuku before that day, but this man, All Might's teacher and a retired hero, had appeared utterly broken and yet so completely alone while surrounded by the finest pro heroes in the nation. As hollow as he may have felt on the inside watching the proceedings, Izuku could feel the man's despair even through the grainy sepia of the television screen. Before disappearing, Sorahiko Torino had been cornered by one of the more persistent media outlets, one of the less mainstream news stations who had less qualms about bothering a man during his mourning, and asked his thoughts. The impromptu speech that subsequently followed went around the world, and while the hero Gran Torino had disappeared completely from public life following this, his words of anguish were seismic in their impact. Toshinori Yagi was a blessing to us all. He might have been a pain in the butt to teach, and he was terrible at keeping in touch with his old teacher, but he was a true symbol of what our world could be. Hope, justice, peace, virtue, and above all else kindness. He wasn't just a symbol of peace, he was a light holding back the darkness. I fear for what we have in store for us now. Not for the villains who will crawl out of their holes and pester us. I'm sure even I can take you on. No, I fear for the mantle of the symbol of peace, for the heroes who follow All Might. There are heroes among us who make me ashamed of the name hero, who are not fit to hold a candle to Toshinori or follow his legacy. They are not strong enough to protect us from what is to come. It turned out that the incendiary and pained words of Gran Torino had been a true prophecy. Within a month of All Might's funeral, Ketsubusu Academy was attacked and bombed, resulting in serious injuries for the pro hero and teacher Ms. Joke. As other schools ramped up their security, villains who had been content waging petty wars with each other turned their sights elsewhere, and malicious creatures content to slip under the police's radar and not draw the attention of them or All Might felt emboldened. The old guard, the Yakuza, the drag dealers and the traffickers, all reared their heads to test where the wind was blowing, and they liked it. That had been within the first month after All Might. Now, a couple of years on, things were only going to get worse as more and more of the downtrodden and dastardly fancied their chances at glory in the new age. Taking a sip from his juice, Izuku kept on scribbling notes into his notebook while the radio played the news. He was still listening in case anything came up about Yoroi Masha that piqued his curiosity. Deep down, he wondered if this was the same villain who had attacked Airjet a few months ago, or the gang who had tried to take on Mirko only to be beaten back savagely by a very set-off rabbit hero. However, with everything going on in the world, he found that he was numb to new news and wasn't getting shocked by it anymore. There were times he would tunnel vision himself away and focus himself intensely on the real world, to keep away from the crushing reality that the world was snowballing out of control. This was one of those times. Shaking his head, Izuku focused on the here and now. He watched his classmates, as he never tired of seeing how their quirks functioned and carefully estimating their limitations. This was all part of his continued hero analysis for the future, drafting up battle tactics, ways to counter their abilities or even complement them should cooperation become necessary. His notebooks were overflowing, and his eye for quirks was growing even more refined. There are so many useful quirks around, after all. Imagine what could be done if you had them. He still had no clue why those thoughts came into his head sometimes, or why he referred to himself as you sometimes. It happened more and more as he grew up, but he was trying to knock himself out of that habit. It wasn't good to be envious. Looking at his classmates anew, he could practically hear Tenko speaking in his ear, even when he wasn't there. Remember, good party composition is either balanced or highly specialized. But all that's worthless without a good tactician making the battle plans for the troops to follow. Over a few months, Izuku had gotten used to Tenko being around more and more, weird video game vocabulary and all. He still had questions about the older boy, because he would freeze up and go into a depression any time that Izuku and Inko tried to pry about his home life. He wasn't going to pry though, Tenko would tell him in time, if he wanted to. And anyway, it was just so good to see him so happy the rest of the time. Almost every night after his school, his new best friend would come home, dragging in board games and his heavy games console to share with Izuku. The world might have been going to hell in a handcart, but he was happier than he had ever been with any of his previous friends, and it seemed Tenko felt the same. The night that his mother told Tenko she was tired of him dragging a heavy bag to and from their house, and so was buying their own games console, the brunette's eyes had shone like fireworks. So here he was at break time, drafting up mock battles with his classmates' quirks by pitting them against each other, and seeing how many different scenarios he could create. He could imagine so many outcomes, shifting his classmates around to face different opponents, creating different challenges for them to overcome, shifting who was fighting on the front line with who was organizing evacuations in support. The possibilities were truly endless. He just wished that he had someone else to share this with, to challenge his conclusions. Another mind to test his tactics against. There's nobody like that at this school. Cheek against his palm, he pouted at the playing students. Bakugo was trying to play with his quirkless friends, the same ones from 3 years ago, but they were about as lifeless as ever. Something Izuku could sympathize with. He knew all too well that quirklessness wasn't an easy diagnosis to live with. Still, it wasn't impossible. Having just one friend was an immeasurable help, and Izuku had more or less made that friend by accident in Tenko. It wasn't impossible. Or was thinking that sort of thing dismissive, now that he didn't have it so rough? Frowning at himself, Izuku sighed and closed his notebook, looking over to see that fierce red eyes were glaring daggers at him all of a sudden. Break time was about half over, and Bakugo looked angrier than he had ever seen him. Ever since the incident where Bakugo and his friends had tried to beat Izuku up, the day after the death of All Might, Bakugo had kept his distance from Izuku with gusto. The two friends, now sullen and cowering, flinched every time Izuku has tried to approach them to talk. Katsuki no longer bothered talking to Izuku, or engaging him at all whenever they were around. His mother and Mitsuki had noted it too, but prying from Inko, and yelling from Mitsuki, hadn't budged Katsuki one bit. He glared and glowered and huffed, and made it clear that every fiber of his being despised Izuku with a passion, but he never said why. Apparently today, after nearly 3 years, he had made up his mind that he wanted to say something. Maybe now, Izuku thought, he might understand why the boy he formerly admired as Kaken growing up might actually give him a chance to say what was on his mind. But as the spiky-haired blonde strode towards him and got nearer, Izuku saw the all-too-familiar look of the bully with fists balled and teeth gritted, and realized more accurately what was going on. Bakugo was about to fight him. Once by the green-haired boy's side, his hand clasped roughly down on his shoulder. Move! Knowing it would be worse if he didn't, Izuku gulped and complied as Bakugo practically threw him, pushing him along until they were both out of sight under a tree. Taking a deep breath, Izuku gripped his fists. Long time no see, Bakugo. What did I do this time? Rage flashed across Bakugo's features, his eyes bulging with his anger. You know why I'm here. You've not spoken to me for years, Bakugo. I don't know what you're talking about. Bakugo pointed at his two former friends, sullenly sat beside each other in the shade as others played around them. Tell me what you effing did to them. Blinking, Izuku took a step back. He wanted to talk about them? What was there to say? Me? What do you mean what I did to them? With a growl, Bakugo clenched his fists. You know exactly what I mean. Rather than explain, he just launched himself at Izuku. Stop playing dumb and own up to it. Izuku reeled as an explosion ignited into his shoulder and jostled him, before a follow-up punch wrapped in the ignition of Bakugo's quirk met his jaw, rattling his brain inside his skull. He felt a tooth give and staggered, flailing his hand up in front of him to catch a forceful elbow. Kaken, please dash. Don't you dare call me that. You hurt them, You took their power. What? Their power. I didn't do any dash. Another fist struck him, this time dangerously close to his temple, and a flash of orange from an explosion made him flinch with how close to his eye it was. You hurt them, you monster. Tasting blood, seeing stars, Izuku almost toppled right over. I don't even dash. Admit it, you Deku. Punch after punch, explosion after explosion, and Izuku could probably kiss another outfit goodbye. That's not my dash. An explosion right next to his ear made him scream, falling to the ground and writhing in pain as he clutched at his ear. This wasn't fair. He didn't do anything to them. He's a bully. He's hurting you. Hurt him back. I said. Bakugo was gritting his teeth so hard he'd practically forced them out of alignment. Admit it, do you? Opening his eyes, feeling the world come back into focus even as his ear rang out in a high-pitched shrill, Izuku started to stand up. This wasn't going to be like before. He wasn't going to be Bakugo's punching bag. Not for something he didn't do. Stand up to him. Punish him. That's. Bakugo charged at him, roaring savagely. Not. Izuku turned and glared at him, his own eyes burning with anger. My. He jumped up, his palms outstretched and shouted in defiance of the schoolyard bully. Name. Before Izuku's palms even touched Bakugo's body, before the living warhead could even set off his quirk, something neither of them were expecting to happen happened. A burst of force blasted itself from Izuku's palms, an airborne shock wave sending both him and the raging bully flying. Bakugo's eyes widened as he flew before he hit the trunk of a tree dead onto his shoulder with a crunch and a sickening scream. Izuku, meanwhile, was launched backwards and skidded to a halt just before the fence of the schoolyard. Looking down, his eyes widened at something entirely new. His arms were scarred with burn marks and blood from Bakugo's attacks, but his arm tingled with something else, raw and untamed energy that made his hairs stand on end. Dancing across his skin and weaving around his fingers, red and black sparks crackled with a smell like ozone, before dying down like the last embers of a fire and leaving him back to normal with his scarred arms aching in pain from the assault. He had powers? He had. A quirk? And why did it feel familiar? But now we're in business. As Izuku picked himself up off the ground, Bakugo clutched his bleeding shoulder, and Izuku's eyes widened as he could clearly see his bully's arm hanging limp, dislocated by the impact with the tree. Despite the tears in his eyes from the pain, he was biting down any scream of pain using his sheer anger, instead manifesting it as a snarl of a wounded alpha male. What the hell did you do, Deku? Something long overdue. Teachers arrived not long after the incident between him and Bakugo, alerted by the furious shouting of the walking time bomb when he popped his own shoulder back in. Dragging the both of them off for a medical examination and for an interrogation at the hands of the callous headmaster, Izuku was reprimanded and Bakugo was coddled while the nurse checked to ensure there was no lasting damage to Bakugo's shoulder or the ability to use his quirk. All the while, the school faculty ignored the wounds on Izuku. Bakugo was their star for the future and for Yudai after all, the hero they wanted to take credit for. Izuku wasn't their concern at all. Pathetic self-preservation from all involved. Hands stuffed into his pockets, Izuku quietly sulked as he wandered home. He kicked a stray can, hearing it rattle and clatter against loose stones on the asphalt surface as he plodded along. What had once been a proud neighborhood, idyllic and maintained by people who took pride in their homes, had fallen to the wayside in the previous couple of years. Graffiti was in abundance running along street-side walls, name tags mixing with anti-hero, anti-police and anti-government messages. At one intersection, a group of people dressed in rather rebellious-looking attire who had gathered on one street corner gave him the occasional odd look as he muttered to himself about how unfair the situation was. He just kept his head down as he walked, ignoring them. It was safer that way as he walked through the rough neighborhood they called home. It really had been trashed recently, shop fronts were damaged, glass had been shattered, with windows boarded up in some instances following break-ins and looted. Doors had been smashed in on properties, and Izuku shook his head in sadness as he saw people, shop owners and assistants, working to replace the locks or the entire door. At one point crossing an alley, Izuku saw a man in a trench coat and a weird face mask open a leather bag to let a couple of older teens peruse his wares. He tried not to gulp as he saw plastic bags with whitish powder, blue capsules which looked like bullets, and some other things he didn't really recognize. Drag sales like that were all too common, and something he would really rather avoid being anywhere near. If he were stronger, or a hero, he would have stood up to the masked man and said something. Instead, he kept walking, making a mental note of the alley name in the hope that he remembered it to be able to call the police later, to get them or a hero to investigate. It's a wonder the police can even keep up. They couldn't. But they were trying. Grumbling and sighing to himself, he completely failed to notice when Tenko had joined him, walking by his side in that classic slouch that he had gotten used to. Another fight with the JRK? Izuku nodded, and Tenko sighed. Need to vent about it? Izuku shrugged, unsure how much to say. Kept calling me Deku again. Tenko rolled his eyes. How original. Not like he's been trying that since you were tiny. Right? Izuku fumed, his outburst drawing some attention from passers-by, before he took a deep breath to calm himself. You'd think he'd come up with something new by now. Tenko raised an eyebrow. Did calling you that make you fight back? Somewhat self-consciously, Izuku nodded, and his friend sighed. Crap. He's just gonna do it more now. Groaning, Izuku pushed his palms against his face. Really? How do you even know that? Face flinching with sadness, Tenko drew his hood up over his head, chapped lips pursed in something resembling anger. Did I just do? It's always the way with those character types. Not quite sure what he'd just seen there, Izuku fished about for something else to say, and in his mind red and black sparks flickered. Did I have a quirk? In an instant, Tenko's gloved hands flew to Izuku's shoulders, stopping him in his tracks as he grinned wildly at him and shook him. Since when? He was so overjoyed the poor green-eyed boy almost forgot to say anything back. I don't know. He blurted out. It just happened. This is amazing. What can you do? How did it come out? Are you more of a brawler or support type? Aye. Izuku's shoulders sagged. It came out during my fight with Bakugo. It happened so fast, I don't know how to describe it or how to really activate it. I'm kinda at a loss with it. Rubbing at his chin, Tenko thought about this. Okay, let's go to your house. I have a plan. Makoto Kobayashi again, for the evening report. Following the armed assault on the shopping mall in Kiyoshi Ward by an unknown gang, we spoke to the pro-hero Ryukyu who attended the scene and apprehended some of the criminals. She had this to say following the flight of a few gang members lucky enough to escape her clutches. It was horrible to see what they had done before we had gotten there. I'm thankful to Edgeshot and Death Arms, and to the Kiyoshi Ward police, for the assistance in taking down the majority of these thugs, and I can only apologize to the families of those we were too late to save. We cannot let these people run free. But I'm so tired now. It feels like the world got a lot heavier these last 2 years, and we are facing more than we've ever dealt with before. Not sure how well she's holding up there, folks. Like many pro-heroes, Ryukyu has been running herself ragged to catch up with the drastic increase in the crime rate across Japan these past few years. I get the sense that we may be seeing a temporary hiatus from the Dragoon hero soon, to save her from burnout. God knows she deserves it. Send her prayers and well wishes, folks. To her and all our heroes, still fighting the good fight no matter the cost, thank you. Inko wiped the sweat from her brow, frowning at the radio as the news played. What a world she was raising her son into, and what tragedy had befallen Japan since that fateful day when Izuku was right there at the fall of All Might. Would it ever end? Dinner was almost ready, but the boys were still outside playing. Setting everything aside, she went to the sliding door at the back of the house and went to call them from her garden. That was when she saw what they were doing. Tenko was standing behind Izuku with a notebook, one of Izuku's beloved hero analysis workbooks, while Izuku, her baby boy, was standing there with his palms outstretched, fixing his gaze at loose cans and empty bottles which Tenko had lined up on the fence. Izuku was making faces, concentrating, trying to make something happen. Tenko, it seemed, was there to help. So, what did you do when it happened? Her son fidgeted where he stood, flexing his fingers about as his arms remained outstretched. I don't know. I got all mad and lashed out, my muscles just kind of did stuff. Leaning against the doorframe in silence, Inko watched intently as the boys carried on. Well, do you remember what it felt like? Giving this some thought, Izuku nodded, then turned toward Tenko. Punch me in the face. What? Both he and Inko yelped, taking involuntary steps toward him. Blushing, shrinking into his own shoulders a bit, Izuku mumbled. Well, that's what Bakugo did before it happened. Somewhat lost, Tenko looked to the only adult in the scenario, his eyes pleading for an answer. With sigh, Inko stepped outside and sat down on the patio. Izu dear, Tenko. What are you two trying to do? Tenko mumbled, but she still heard him. Trying to get his quirk to activate. Inko was up to her son and lifting him into the air in less than a second. You have a quirk? The smile on her face was impossibly wide, and she laughed with joy as she spun around, hugging him tight. My little baby. You must be so happy. As they continued to spin, Izuku felt his brain losing track of the planet. Dizzy. Dizzy. Blushing, clearing her throat, Inko set him back down. He wobbled so badly Tenko had to catch him. With a vigorous shake of his head, Izuku regained his balance. Yeah, I have a quirk, Mama. It came out today. Izu, I'm so happy for you. Inko paused and frowned. But why are you asking Tenko to hit you to bring it out? You see, it kinda came out today because of that. Because I was only able to activate it after Bakugo attacked me at school. With an expression of forced neutrality, Inko drew in a long breath. She had long suspected that Mitsuki's boy had it out for her son, and long suspected that her sweet-hearted young man had been forgiving the unforgivable from the explosion user for some time. This was the final domino in the chain. And what did your teachers have to say about his behavior? Hands to his pockets, Izuku grumbled. Nothing. I was the one who got in trouble for fighting back. A shaky, menacing, joyless smile perched itself on Inko's lips and she stood up with chilling slowness. The domino had tipped over. Children, Mother will be right back. Then she went inside and dialed the number for the school, before hanging up rapidly and dialing Mitsuki instead. This was not going to stand in the least, not if she had anything to say about it. The school would come after. Hell hath no fury like a mother on a warpath. With his mother's furious departure, Izuku turned back to Tenko. Will you do it? Scratching at his neck, squirming in place a little, Tenko's face twisted with anxiety. I dunno. Why would I hit you? I like you, you're my friend, you helped me out with my quirk and the gloves. Sticking out his tongue, Izuku crossed his arms. Dragon Quest is a dumb game. While Tenko growled and stamped his foot, he did not hit him. Hey. No, it's not. Izuku frowned. Thought that would work. Of course not. I like you more than that game, you idiot. Puffing up his cheeks, Izuku stomped his foot. Who's the idiot if you won't even punch me once? No. Why won't you help me? That's not help. I just want to show you. Then show me. Tenko suddenly grinned, and it was alarmingly wide. Deku. He went there. This one is bold. Izuku flinched as he turned to his friend. What did you say? You heard me. Or are you just gonna stand around doing nothing? Deku. Summoning his anger in a blur of motion and a scream at the use of that name, Izuku turned his palms on the cans and bottles. Rewarded for his efforts, his arms once again crackled with crimson and black electricity as a burst of rippling air lanced from his palm. A bottle shattered, the fence shook, and Tenko flinched. The fence continued to wobble afterwards, as Izuku panted for breath to calm himself down. He took a long moment to just inhale, before releasing the air again with deliberate slowness, watching the sparks jump across his skin and relishing in their tingle. That works too. Thank you, Tenko. That was so cool. The other boy breathed with a smile, laughing giddily, nervously. Did ya figure out how it worked? Nodding slowly, Izuku turned his palms back toward the cans and bottles. I think so. Focusing, his eyes narrowed, the red sparking of light coiled around his arms and the shock waves blasted forward through the air, sending cans flying along with just as many of their glass brethren. In the place of his green-haired friend, Tenko furiously scribbled down his observations into the notebook. Looks kinda like you can focus it? Izuku nodded, staring at his palm. Hard to say. It was kind of a burst earlier. Like a shock wave or... Tenko smirked. An explosion? Rolling his eyes and sighing, Izuku put a hand over his face. Yeah. Snickering, the brunette scribbled down some more notes. Don't tell Bakugo he inspired your quirk. I'm not sure if he'd get angry or if his ego would inflate. Despite himself, Izuku chuckled a little, and with a smile loosed off another blast which further shook the fence. Thanks, Tenko. I guess I've figured it out now. He looked at his palms and one spark which was running up and down each finger on his right hand. Focus hard enough and I can push the air from my palms to make an explosion of air? Maybe. Whatever it is, at least it's not determined by anger now. Tenko paused writing. That's fine, we get the air side of your quirk, but what's with the red lightning? Do we know? With a puzzled expression, Izuku looked at his arms, seeing the last sparks die down. Not really. I guess it shows up whenever I activate my quirk. Not having any better idea, Tenko wrote that down, putting question marks at the end of everything. It's as good a guess as any for now. Then he grinned. Looks like that doctor who said it wasn't gonna happen was full of it. Izuku's mind flashed back to the second worst day of his life, and he nodded resolutely. I'll train with everything I've got from now to get stronger. I can do it. I can be a hero. Tenko's smile vanished when he saw Izuku's face. Not like that you can't. Wow, you are really bleeding. Raising an eyebrow, Izuku looked himself over for any sign of injury. Where? Then he tasted the blood. Blinking, he raised a finger to his lips and felt it dripping down his face. A nosebleed? Tenko nodded. Could be your quirk's drawback. Not exactly great, but it could be worse. Chewing on his lips, he put his eyes to the notes and started thinking it all over. Looks fairly cut and dry, but I don't know the first thing about physics or quirks. Not nearly enough points in my intelligence score to be a wizard, like you. Wizard? Flattery will get you everywhere. Izuku smiled. So, what class are you? Shrugging, Tenko gave an offhand answer. Probably just a rogue. Not burly enough for a fighter, not enough charisma to bard, cleric, or be a sorcerer. My constitution definitely isn't high enough to be a barbarian. Holding up a finger, he almost looked bored. Only one option left, really. Not that my dexterity is really all that great either. When he noticed Izuku giggling, he raised an eyebrow at him. What? Smiling wide, Izuku just spoke plainly. You're such a geek. Tenko blew a raspberry at him. Takes one to know one, quirk nerd. As timing would have it, before the insults could get more childish, that was that. Boys. Inko returned with a glass-like smile. Dinner is ready in the dining room for you both. Go ahead and start without me. Mom? Are you okay? Izuku had never seen her like this. Of course, dear. I've just had a lovely chat with Auntie Mitsuki. Inko stopped herself from shaking a little. I've got to go and have a phone call with her and the school now, dear. I might be a while, so I'll reheat my food when I'm done, okay? Tenko's eyes widened, looking over Inko and the rage which clearly pulsed through her body at the outcome of what had happened. Remind me to never get in your mom's bad books, Izuku. Why, you'll never be in those, Tenko, I promise. Izuku nervously looked at his mother. Are you mad at me, Mom? For what happened to Bakugo today? Mad? At you? Her face softened ever so slightly. Not in a million years, Izuku. They hurt you, and pretended to be blind to it, for so long. I couldn't be mad at you for trying to protect yourself and stand up for yourself. I'm so proud of you for getting to this point, and I'll support you getting stronger with your quirk no matter where it takes us. No matter how scary this world is. I love you, Mom. And I love you too, she replied, kissing his forehead and ruffling his messy hair, ignoring the groan from her embarrassed son and the chuckle from the teasing Tenko. Now let me go and fix this, okay? He nodded and urged Tenko to follow him inside, as his mother began to dial the school in the living room. I guess this is gonna make school a bit difficult, huh? Whatever happens, you've got your mom and me, Tenko said, holding out a fist to bump fists with him as they sat down to Katsudon. Izuku smiled when he saw that his mother had made his favorite to try to keep his spirits up. That's a strong party, no matter what the boss fights throw at you. Thank you. Izuku returned the fist bump and smiled gently at his best friend. I'm lucky to have you both. Nothing more needed to be said between the two best friends, as they sat down and began eating. The tune of Inko letting loose a dam of motherly concern and rage over the phone couldn't dent Izuku's happiness. The torment he had suffered at the hands of Bakugo and so many more finally stood a chance of being dealt with. He had made a best friend who he was sure would last a lifetime. And most of all, he finally had a quirk, a chance of making his dreams reality. He finally stood a chance of becoming a hero. Things were looking up. And so it begins, Izuku Midoriya. The best is yet to come. She ran. Himiko Toga, at age 12, had suffered more than she ever wanted to. She was only 8 when her parents had screamed at her about her quirk, called her a demon and a freak for the gift that they had given her, and had beaten her as if to try to get it out. She had run away that day, only a few blocks, before being terrified by the sounds of a battle between hero and villain happening right around the corner, when she ran back to the safety of home, and found herself looking at a house which looked like it had been hit by a bomb. What remained of her world fell apart. The death of her parents in the rubble of battle, on the day the world had dubbed Incident Zero, had left her without a home. She was just another piece of collateral damage from the death of All Might, a piece nobody wanted or knew what to do with. She had been thrown towards an orphanage with little care or empathy from anyone involved, and when the orphanage learned of her quirk, their horrified reactions turned her experience as an orphan into the experience of a prisoner as well. Now, finally, she had been helped to break free by an unfortunate accident which happened to Sakura, another girl who had been left without a home following Incident Zero. An accident using scissors and a quick sleight of hand from Himiko had found her with enough juice to take a face and get out of that hellhole. All should have been fine, and indeed was, until she got to an unsafe neighborhood and heard a pro-hero in a white mask yell her name. She had been hunted down, and she was terrified. She didn't want to go back. So she ran. Please, please, please don't be behind me, she said out loud to herself, panting between words as she was out of breath. Wildly whipping her head around, she couldn't see the guy with his mask anywhere behind her, and inwardly prayed she had lost him, that somehow the trash and debris piled up in this neighborhood had obscured her frantic changes of direction. They'd pulled in a pro-hero to track her down and take her back. She was screwed. She reached up to her face and felt the familiar sticky feeling of the latest face melting away, her time limit running out at the worst moment. Purple hair was starting to shed itself and run with the fake flesh of the other orphan girl as she ran away. No, 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 not now. She ducked into an alleyway as she ran and crouched behind a dumpster, watching the rest of the gray gunk sluice off of her like a mudslide. Rubbing her eyes in disgust as she got some of the grime out of them, She ripped the backpack she had been carrying off and quickly pulled a black t-shirt and denim shorts on over some underwear, cursing the need for her to strip naked before using her quirk and how exposed it left her after use. She gathered herself, chucking the backpack into a pile of trash before smoothing down the creased t-shirt with one hand, running her other hand through her knotted blonde hair in a vain attempt to get it to lie flat over her ears. The thought of going out as herself in public, especially with a pro around, scared her shitless. Her tongue ran over her front teeth, flicking against her sharpened canines as a nervous reaction. She straightened up, looking around the alleyway, before her yellow cat-like eyes widened at the sight ahead of her. A dead end? Oh, come on. She would have to go back the way she came. Back where the pro hero. Well. She stiffened at the sound of the dry male voice behind her, punctuated by the tap-tap of wood on concrete. She hadn't lost him, after all. Her pursuer was a lanky, skinny man with a shock of ginger hair poking out from on top of his white mask. A bizarre beige sports uniform seemed to be his hero costume, along with a weird green gauntlet on one of his hands, but Himiko was drawn mostly to the baseball bat he was wielding and occasionally tapping against the floor as he walked towards her. She'd seen him on the news before wielding that bat against villains. He was the pro hero, Slugger. Tap tap. Please no, she whimpered, nearly sinking to her knees in defeat. He ignored her. I thought this would be more difficult, going on how they described you. They said you were sneaky and clever. But here you are in a dead end, with no weapons, nowhere else to run, and not even another face to hide behind. Himiko could have sworn he was leering at her under the mask. I get to see the real Himiko Toga, and I'm not impressed. Don't make me go back, sir. She tried, but her voice was coming out weak and small no matter what. They hurt me there, don't make me go back dash. Oh, you're not going back. He scraped the bat against the floor twice to punctuate his sentence. Not after you attacked another little girl to get out. She gasped. I never touched anyone. Sakura, she cut herself in the week, I just dash. His voice was mocking, the tone of an adult who enjoyed the superiority he was having over a child. Oh sure, you tick off of other people's blood, and she just conveniently happened to have an accident to give you some. Sure. I believe ya, kid. I'm telling the truth. And I'm telling you I don't care. Tap tap. You're going to the police, and then you're going to be dealt with, like the little freak you are. Her mouth fell open. He didn't sound like a hero now, there was prejudice and hate and venom in that tone. Hudash. She wasn't ready for the smack from the pro's signature bat, a clean strike into her stomach which took the wind out of her and knocked her back into the dumpster, collapsing in a crumpled heels amongst the trash. You disgust me, you know. She almost threw up from the hit. What did I do? What did I do? Slugger mocked her in a high-pitched tone, before resting his bat on her shoulder as if he was about to tee off a golf swing into her head. They told me about your quirk, little girl. You drain other people's blood to make it work, and you seem to love it. She couldn't help it. It was how she was wired, she enjoyed the taste of it when she used her quirk. She couldn't control liking that. I see can't help how I was born, Mr. Dash. He bumped the bat against her cheek. Can't help it? So I suppose your parents are to blame, are they? Newsflash, they died on Incident Zero, Missy. The fact you turned out as such an awful creature ain't on them. Please. Her tears were welling up before they were cut short with a jab by the bat into her stomach again. Act dash. You are dirty. Another smack with the bat. Broken. Another. Your quirk is a freak of nature, a villain's quirk. Another smack, this time so hard that she could have sworn she heard a rib crack. You don't belong and you never will. Please. Please stop. Stop? You attacked me first, remember? I'm only getting what I'm due here, dash. I didn't touch you, dash. Says who? The masked hero gestured to the whole alleyway and the piled up bags of trash, and barked a laugh. Who are they gonna believe, you little freak? A pro hero with years of service? Or a crazy little girl with fangs who ran away after drinking her friend's blood? Why? The pain across her chest was throbbing, but it was nowhere near the bitter upset she was feeling at that time. Why are you doing this? Didn't you listen? Slugger swung his bat over his shoulder and crouched down to her level. You were doomed from the start, little girl. A freak like you will never belong in society, not while you hold on to this disgusting quirk. So I'm gonna take you to people who will get rid of it, you got it? Quirk therapy is a wonderful thing dash. Her yellow eyes widened in fright. I don't want to go to dash. Geez, you could be more grateful. I'm doing this to help you out, kid. Think of this as an act of charity on my part, okay? Charity? You're beating me up and you want to get people to torture me dash. Torture? I'm helping to treat your illness, you ungrateful little psycho. Her response earned another hit from the bat, this time into the shoulder, and she nearly howled with the pain. If I let you go, that sick mind and those sick habits will hurt more and more people. I'm taking ya to people who are gonna cure ya. I don't want to be cured. She yelled, yellow eyes flaring in anger despite all her pain. I just want to do my thing and live, love and be me, mister. So leave me alone. Oh little darling, I didn't say you got a choice. Slugger stood up and leveled the bat at her like a sword so that the end was pointed into her face. Now are you gonna come quietly, or am I gonna have to beat you silent before I take you in? So this is what it means to be a hero these days. She flinched just as much as the pro-hero standing in front of her. Neither of them had heard the new arrival who now blocked the exit. Help me dash. Slugger turned, in a combat stance. Can't you see I'm a little Jesus? What the F are you? The newcomer had been deadly silent on arrival, a red scarf around his neck and a tattered white mask fluttering gently with a cool breeze that seemed to stir in the alleyway. How he had arrived in absolute silence was beyond Himiko. He was wearing heavy-duty metal boots and plates of armor on top of a black combat suit, which should have been loud as anything. Between the hunched back, spiked black hair, bandages across his arms and the fact that the guy had no freaking nose whatsoever, he looked fierce. Badass even. He focused his red eyes on Slugger, still clutching the bat. You're the pro-hero Slugger, aren't you? The hero's grip tightened slightly. That's me, pal. Who the hell are you? His question was ignored. What are you doing to her? This little freak tried attacking me dash. The red eyes narrowed. Himiko realized he was holding a knife now. I saw that she didn't. Don't try that lie with me, hero. Slugger grimaced at him, as if something had dawned on him. Hey, I know you. We were looking for you in Tokyo, back along. You're that vigilante who dropped off the grid all that time ago, right? What was your name? Stetson? Stalwart? Stendhal? The ragged man straightened up just for a second. The idea of Stendhal died a long time ago. You can call me Stain. Heh, whatever, man. Slugger gestured with his bat, and nearly hit her in the face again. You don't know a DMN thing about this girl, so back out of here and let a pro handle this. The newcomer, Stain, didn't move a muscle. I know what I saw and what I heard from you. I'm going nowhere. He turned to look at Himiko, sharp red eyes meeting her bright yellow in a gaze which somehow didn't send a shiver up her spine. Despite his appearance and the intense glare, she didn't feel threatened. What's your name, kid? She gulped. Himiko Toga, Sir Dash. And what is your quirk? The one he despises so much. She hesitated as the bat wavered in front of her face, but when it didn't move she swallowed and carried on meekly. I can transform into other people. I need their B-blood to do so, and depending how much I drink, I can stay transformed for longer. She had braced for the inevitable, the disgust, the horror that was usually directed her way. Instead, the skeletal face of Stain softened before her very eyes for a second, to her complete shock. For the first time in her life, a stranger didn't see her quirk as something to be feared, and there was no hint of pity in his gaze like there had been from the people who had tried to change her. He couldn't be impressed? What a gift! Her eyes widened at that statement. Yeah. A small price to pay from those closest to you, and you could become them. Stain looked down at the knife in his hand and ran a finger over it delicately. You could be a great hero with the ability to disguise like that. You could be an actress, or a spy, or even an undercover cop. Your potential is frightening, Himiko. The F is wrong with you? The pro-hero in the alleyway clearly didn't agree with his analysis. Maybe freaks attract freaks because how the shit are you telling me she could be something great? She hurts people with her quirk. The sooner she's put down, the better for society. She watched with wide eyes as Stain turned to face Slugger, and she herself gasped at the fury that had suddenly appeared in the eyes of the former vigilante. No, it wasn't just in the eyes. That wouldn't do what was in front of her justice to describe it like that. The man's whole aura had turned violent and apoplectic with sheer, unbridled rage. How dare you? Huh? Slugger took a step back, holding his bat in front of him as if to ward off the ragged man. Hey man, back down now, I'm warning you dash. I heard everything you said to her. I saw what you did. Stain took another step forward, lurching, and Himiko saw for the first time that the man had a katana on his back. You call yourself a hero? No, I won't let you hurt her like that and get away with it. Slugger gulped, seeming to regain some fighting spirit from somewhere despite the malevolent aura coming off of the man in front of him. Tough talk, a-hole, but you really think you can take a pro on your own? I'll take you in and give both of you freaks to the police. Himiko was surprised to see Stain smirk, and a long tongue come out of his mouth to lick his lips as if delighted. Oh really? Who said I was alone? What Ash? Spinner! As the man roared, there was a blur of motion from the wall to the left of the pro-hero, and Himiko realized that another person clad in a blue hoodie had somehow been clinging to the wall vertically, hanging off of it and defying gravity. In a blur of green, this latest new arrival dropped onto Slugger and swiped down with a clawed hand, grabbing the bat and throwing it away to the other end of the alleyway. Slugger screamed as something punched into his right shoulder for a moment, before smacking the newcomer away with a palm strike into the trash bags in the alleyway. When the now-named Spinner straightened up and dusted himself off, Himiko was struck by one detail about her second hero. Not that he looked reptilian, although the green scales and clawed hands were something she had never seen before. Nor was she shocked by his purple hair, which stood upright about his head like he had suffered an electric shock, or the massive sword which he was carrying on his back just like Stain. The thing that actually struck Himiko, more than anything, was that he didn't look that much older than her. He was still a teenager, and yet he'd attacked a pro-hero for going after her. Spinner nodded to Stain reverently as he walked to stand beside the older man. People like this guy don't deserve to be heroes. Stain nodded. I agree. Did you get it? The older kid opened up his scaly right palm and revealed what he had punched into Slugger, a short knife with a serrated blade. He has this coming. Slugger reached up to his bleeding shoulder with a snarl, and Himiko was glad she couldn't see his face under his white mask. What did you do, Demon Dash? In an instant, Himiko was shocked to see an abnormally long tongue lap against the blade of the knife, as Stain tasted the blood on the knife. Almost immediately, Slugger's limbs wobbled like jelly and his legs completely collapsed underneath him, all of the strength gone from his body. Gah! So many emotions went through her head as she watched the hero fall unceremoniously into the trash. Horror that the situation had escalated like this, gratitude that these two had come to help her, hope that this may mean she didn't need to go back, but most of all wonder at Stain's power. He had used blood as part of his quirk to help her. He was like her. He would understand. You yesterday. Slugger screamed from on the floor like a wounded animal. Is this your quirk? The hell did you do to me? Only what you deserve, Stain said, tossing the knife back to Spinner, who wiped it on a rag and secreted it back into his hoodie's pocket. Total paralysis. You won't be hurting her anymore. How dare you? Slugger's anger appeared to be mounting. You dare attack a hero on duty, you pair of villains. Villains? This? Stain turned to the stricken pro with a snarl. The only villain I see is the one who beat a defenseless child up in an alleyway and threatened to torture her quirk out of her. And you think we're the bad guys? You're supposed to be a vigilante, Slugger sneered. You're supposed to help people, not attack pro-heroes. I don't see a pro-hero in front of me. I see a fake who bullies those weaker, someone unworthy of the title. Are you Dash? Stain suddenly drew his katana from his back and leveled it at Slugger in much the same way as Slugger had pointed his bat at Himiko. She saw how effective it was at silencing the hero. I tried to become a hero once. I saw how many did it for the wrong reasons, and it disgusted me. All those people in it for money or fame, who would never sacrifice anything of theirs no matter the cost, who would never do what needed to be done. I tried to tell the world what needed to be done. I became a vigilante and did whatever I could to hunt down and stop the worst of the worst. The heroes saw a vigilante and cried foul because I was doing what they should have done, because I wasn't seeking reward or glory, because of the monsters we let become heroes. He stroked Slugger's cheek with the worn blade, gently. All Might was worthy. He was noble and pure and self-sacrificing, and we should have built a world around ideals like his. But you all failed him. When he needed your help most, you were nowhere to be found, and he gave his life to save us all from evil incarnate. A shadow fell across his face. You're not worthy of following him. Your prejudices make you weak and you defile the idea of heroics. You embody that flawed system we cannot escape from, where anything is excusable and where it's perfectly acceptable to trample on those less fortunate. Look at the ruin of our sham-filled society after All Might died, and tell me you have brought on a better world. You have failed us all, and you will pay the price. Hey now. Slugger's voice wasn't the vicious taunt of a predator like it had been with Himiko earlier. This was the wobbling tone of a scared little man, paralyzed and unable to act, robbed of power. We can talk about this dash. And now you seek to save your own skin, rather than apologize. Stain lowered the katana to touch the tip over Slugger's heart, as Spinner shook his head in pity. No, that was disgust Himiko could see. Society needs to be corrected, so that people can live in peace and happiness free of hatred and abuse. If nobody will stand against the fake heroes, then I will purge them one by one, until they all are gone with the villains too. You monologue like a V-villain man dash. Villain? Vigilante? Does the title matter in a world like this anymore? Stain shook his head at the fallen pro. All I know is that this is our mission. If you are a hero, then I am a hero killer. As Slugger's eyes widened, Himiko realized what was coming and didn't look away. She didn't want to. As Stain pushed the katana forward through the hero's heart, Slugger crumpled, the light fading from his eyes as his head slumped forward. It was the first time Himiko had seen anyone die in the flesh, and the part of her which wasn't screaming about how much trouble they would be in if someone found them was drowned out by the part that felt relieved. She wasn't bitterly gloating at the death of her assailant, but it felt just. It felt right. Stain left his katana buried to the hilt for a good 20 seconds, staring at the mask of the hero as if searching for an answer, before withdrawing it and wiping it on a rag offered to him by Spinner. One step closer. Himiko propped herself up against the side of the dumpster, her back aching, and despite everything flashed a toothy smile to both Stain and his young follower. I owe you both. The younger one, Spinner, acknowledged her with his own smile. Least we could do. We've been watching him for a while, but the way he treated you? We couldn't stand by and watch. Stain now turned to her, and crouched down to her level, keeping his back to the corpse he had just created. For a moment, Himiko couldn't read his gaze, and tried not to lose herself staring into those deep red eyes, or to unnerve her savior by focusing too much on his complete lack of a nose. Then, after what seemed like an age, the fire in those eyes softened. He was concerned. I'm sorry. What for? We didn't step in immediately because we didn't know what your situation was. I listened for too long because he accused you of being a villain, and you got hurt. He rubbed a calloused hand over her bruised shoulder. I apologize. She winced. It's okay, mister. Did. She paused. Did you mean what you said before you killed him? About fixing society. About standing against abuse. Cleaning out the bad guys. His gaze became hardened, resolute. Without question. Can I get in on that? Spinner seemed to jump in shock at that. You're serious? She nodded, and with everything she had she knew that she wanted it. She had nothing to go back to and nobody looking out for her, but his words had struck a chord in her like nothing ever had before. I've seen the worst in people for too long, and I don't like it. I don't like not being able to live like me. I don't like that people write me off or want to fix me, that all my quirk does is disgust them. She took a deep breath and looked down at her feet. Please, Mr. Staney, Mr. Spinner. Shuichi. She turned to look at the lizard man. Huh. He nodded, clenching a clawed fist. Shuichi Iguchi. That's my name. Mr. Spinner just makes me sound old. She giggled, briefly cursing in her head how it hurt her rib cage. You're older than me, mister. Yeah, but I'm still young too. I'm the big brother type, not your dad. He jerked a thumb at Stain with a smirk. That's his job. You are not calling me father. Stain shook his head, turning away, but the corner of his mouth twitched ever so slightly. Just because I took you in and trained you. He took you in? Himiko gasped in realization. You're a runaway too? Heya. Shuichi ran a hand through his hair. The world wasn't kind to mutant types even before Incident Zero. All Might dies, and society treats us like monsters even more. That's awful. Yeah. He pointed to Stain. This guy found me at my lowest and gave me something to believe in, and a roof to call my home. Never looked back since. Then you have to take me in too. She reached out and tugged on that long red scarf, pleading, making her yellow eyes as wide as possible. Please, Mr. Staney. For a moment the hunched man didn't look at her, before he sighed and turned to her. If you come with us, this will be common. We do things which are awful because they have to be done, for a better society. If that's what it takes, then I'm in, she shouted, jumping to her feet with a fist bump before realizing with the beating she'd taken just how bad an idea that was. Ow. Stain rolled his eyes good-naturedly, before stashing his knife away and picking her up in his arms like she weighed nothing. Himiko was surprised how gentle he was being. I admire your enthusiasm, but save your strength. We'll heal you up first before we start your training. Something burst in her heart, and she felt tears coming to her eyes for the first time in a long time, tears of happiness. You're taking me? The ragged man nodded, the corners of his mouth turning up ever so slightly. You can come with us. We wouldn't leave you out without a home anyway, but I like your spirit, young Himiko. And I meant what I said about your quirk, by the way. Stain shifted his arms slightly to move his arm further away from her ribs. I'll tell you more about mine when you're rested. You'll find we're quite similar after all. She tried and failed miserably to wipe her tears while being carried. Thank you so much. It's the right thing to do. Stain nodded at her before turning to Spinner. We might want to get the car here, rather than walk her down the street. Less attention and less pain. Yes, sir. Spinner saluted, before digging a set of car keys out of a hoodie pocket and running off to the road at the end of the alleyway. We'll get you rested up in no time. He looked back down at her in his arms, and Himiko felt safe for the first time in a long time. Even as the world threw its worst at you, you seized a chance to try to change it for the better with both hands. Hell yeah. Someone's got to try, right? I agree. His gaze softened. I'll feed you, give you somewhere to stay, and keep you safe. I'll train you, help you make the most of your quirk, teach you how to look after yourself. With just the one rule. My name is Kaizome Akaguro. Kaizome, Stain, or Sir are acceptable going forward. He smirked at her, suddenly, and caught her off guard. Mr. Staney gets you double training. Dad gets you triple. She chuckled as Spinner rolled up at the end of the alleyway in a beaten-up old family saloon that looked like it was about to fall off its axles at any given moment. I might end up on double training a lot then, sir. His grin widened, and it would have looked sinister in any other context. We'll see about that. As Spinner came around to the side of the car and opened the door for her and Stain, Himiko watched with wonder as Stain lowered her gently into the back seat of the car, taking care to run the seatbelt over her gently and not press down on the shoulder Slugger had hit earlier. Entirely by accident, it seemed she had found someone who would accept her for what she was, someone who would help her grow in the face of that, who would support her and look after her because they genuinely wanted to, not because they had been told they had to. The world had suddenly, in the space of 5 minutes, gotten a lot less frightening and a lot safer for Himiko Toga, and whatever happened going forward in the crazy, chaotic world. She didn't have to run anymore. Morning, folks. Makoto Kobayashi here with your morning news. At a ceremony marking a year since the death of the pro-hero slugger in Mizudafu, at the hands of the dangerous villain and hero killer Stain, the #1 hero Endeavor surprised us all with a speech in which he promised a radical shake-up to the hero community of Japan. Stain's identity remains unknown to date, and the dangerous criminal has since claimed the lives of 4 other pro-heroes. Unverified reports also link him to a mysterious fire which burned down a Mizudafu orphanage and killed a number of staff members on the very same day as Slugger's murder dash. Teach, that's not his style. Izuku looked up from the drawing he was scribbling in his notebook at Tenko, who appeared to be irritated at the radio news. What do you mean? Tenko kicked a foot as if irritated, and it reminded Izuku of the Mirko press conferences he had seen, where the rabbit hero tapped her foot whenever she got fired up about a question. He's a hero killer, isn't he? Going after a bunch of orphans isn't something he'd do. Izuku shushed him. I'm trying to hear the rest of this, Tenko dash. Tenko kept quiet as the rest of the news carried on. He'd seen what Izuku could get like about heroes, after all. Since the first appearance of Stain, a number of prominent vigilantes and copycat villains have risen up within our society, and heroes are dealing with increased pressure and an almost daily uptake in civil unrest and villain attacks. Questions have come over the fitness of Japan's pro-heroes to cope with this societal disturbance, and how prepared they are for the next supervillains to emerge. Endeavor had this to say. The world has changed since All Might died, but that doesn't give people a right to take the law into their own hands. Nor does it mean that villains should be empowered to act as they please without recourse. It is clear that our system is running to catch up, and the time to act is now. I will soon be bringing news to you all on how the pro-heroes of this country will be better funded to take back control of society from those who revel in chaos. To the vigilantes, I say your day will come, and you would do well to quit before we really come for you. And to the villains, just watch me. There you have it, folks. Endeavor with a fierce warning, and I can't help but fear for what comes next. For heroes and for our society. Here's Toji with the weather. Izuku turned off the radio as the ever-so-chipper weatherman began to chatter away about a depressingly rainy day, and closed the notebook. The news was never good these days, and it was why he threw himself into his training so wholeheartedly. You're getting rather good too. Ever since he and Tenko had discovered his new quirk, Tenko had insisted that he found a way to train. Izuku didn't want to cause any trouble, and he knew full well that quirk usage in public was illegal, and he felt really unsure that sneaking into an abandoned warehouse was wrong. Tenko, however, had warmed his heart the moment that he revealed he had read all of Izuku's hero analysis notebooks cover to cover, and with a few comments about Izuku badly lacking in XP, and needing to upgrade your skill tree branches, within a few months Tenko had made a plan. It turns out that Tenko's plan had been everything he'd ever wanted and more. Let's face it, Tenko had said as he dragged Izuku along by the hood of his All Might hoodie, all these kids who think they're so special have years more training on you. They may have given you crap, but you can show them how quick you can level up, how OP you can be, how unbreakable your combos are. You can be a hero, just like in your books, Izuku. His reasoning struck a chord with the mild-mannered boy, and for the first time in his life he had found someone who believed in his dream fully. He had thrown himself into training his quirk the moment after he stopped crying, and after an embarrassed Tenko pried Izuku's arms off of him from the longest thank you hug ever. The quirk testing in the back garden had been one thing, but Tenko had outdone himself with their new secret base. The abandoned warehouse in Mizudafu was slightly off the beaten path, about halfway between the school and Izuku's home. Once it had been a store for hero merchandise, and indeed hero figurines and body pillows and old toys could still be found in boxes. Izuku had screamed when he found a limited edition edge-shot figure buried in a corner. Now, it was the idea playground for 2 teenage boys who had all kinds of ideas and a whole lot of catching up to do training-wise. There were high roofs, piles of rubble, wide open spaces, and all kinds of shop dummies to make into villains. Their imaginations were the limit, and they ran wild. Izuku had slowly grown more used to channeling the air blasts he could produce from his fledgling quirk over time, after nearly a year and a half visiting the warehouse. Tenko had helped him improvise beyond the immediate blasts he could summon, and Izuku found that he could channel the air in different ways. A concentrated beam here, a wide rippling arc in an area of effect attack there, a delayed reaction blast over there. In turn, Izuku noticed that Tenko was starting to come out of his shell with his own quirk, using it more around Izuku and practicing destroying rubble, taking on larger pieces of concrete, cutting off his quirk to eat only the glass out of a window and leave the frame intact. They grew with each other. The only arguments the two boys had were about names. Izuku had insisted on calling his quirk Air Force, as an all-might tribute, much to Tenko's chagrin when he proudly tried to call it Air Cannon, and Tenko was reluctant to budge from the slightly creepy name of Decay he had given his own quirk. Tenko also tried instantly naming moves which Izuku came up with, using obscure references from old shows and games and movies which Izuku had never watched. Atmospheric Rift and Liable Tempest were just two of the bizarre names which barely even fitted the moves Izuku had created, and Izuku had no clue where they'd come from. Emerald Cyclone worked. It fits with the hair. Inko had screamed blue hell at both of them the first time that they came back home, caked in dirt and with a scratch below Tenko's left eye from a piece of glass which had shattered under an Izuku air blast, but she had slowly learned to let things go a little bit. It helped break the ice when she got a visit from a Mizudafu police officer who kindly dropped by and told Inko she should be proud of her conscientious young man. Apparently he had marched Tenko straight to the police station when they arrived at the abandoned warehouse, and had put himself in front of two police officers politely requesting permission to use the space to train. Only Izuku would think to do that, or worry about not doing it, but as it turned out the police hadn't cared one bit what they were doing. With a flea in his ear from his mother to carry a mobile phone with him at all times, and not to stay out after dusk in a creepy old warehouse, Inko gave the two boys the space to bond and grow and train themselves. They had each other's backs, after all. They would be fine. Izuku looked up as he stashed the notebook away in his backpack, and met his friend's gaze. A chunk of plaster the size of Izuku's head turned to dust in his friend's palms. Sorry, Tenko. I just wanted to hear what they had to say about Endeavor. He is number one after all. He's no all might, Tenko replied, taking a deep breath and crouching to the floor as he slowly slipped on one of his fingerless gloves. He was happier to show his quirk around Izuku these days, but Izuku noticed that he never overdid it. I think my quirk is destructive, but have you seen what he does? Izuku sighed, zipping up the backpack. They had these debates all too often these days, rising in frequency since Tenko began to use his quirk more. Endeavor isn't perfect, but he works hard. He's taken down nearly as many villains as All Might ever did now. All Might never burned civilians alive to do it, Tenko muttered, blue locks falling over his gaunt face and throwing a shadow over his eyes. It's not right. Hey, Tenko. Izuku paused, then reached out and put his hand on his friend's shoulder, to try to comfort him. He'd never seen him in such a mood before. You all right? It just makes me sick. Heroes are supposed to be the good guys, but Endeavor acts like a final boss the whole time he's out in public. Tenko's eyes narrowed. He's not the only one. Did you see that rookie make her debut a couple of weeks ago? The huge chick with the massive A-. Mount Lady? Izuku said, biting back the urge to shoot a withering look in Tenko's direction at the disrespectful comments coming out of his mouth. I'm sure that building collapse wasn't her fault. You see, Tenko interrupted, gesturing with a gloved hand. Government-sponsored instruments of violence, everywhere you look, and we just excuse it like we're brainless NPCs. We let them beat the crap out of people and destroy our stuff. Just because they're heroes, because they're pros, because we just want them to fix our problems. Bakugo would fit right in. Izuku flinched a little at the mention of his former friend's name. Auntie Mitsuki was a time bomb at the best of times, but when his mother phoned up full of anger like she had never seen before, Katsuki had been broadsided by his mother's rage completely. The school had apologized finally when both Inko and Mitsuki demanded that something should be done, and the meeting that followed, with Izuku sat beside a seething and twitching Katsuki, was an experience he'd rather not repeat anytime soon. He had ended up in a new class, and Bakugo had counseling as well as a mark on his pristine record. Since that day, despite all the visits from Bakugo's parents to his mother, he hadn't seen Katsuki at all. Good riddance to bad rubbish. He clenched a fist. He will make it. He's strong and determined, And he won't stop until he becomes number one. I'm sure of it. If he becomes a hero, we're all getting farmed, Tenko said ruefully, shaking his head and grabbing his new backpack with a gloved hand. Come on, enough quirk practice for one day. Your mom's getting takeout tonight and I could eat a house. Izuku chuckled at his friend, who seemed to have a little more of his snark back. Fine. Let's go. As the two walked side by side, comfortable that they had their best friend beside them, Tenko clicked his teeth. You know, teacher made us watch that video in class yesterday, the one that got uploaded the other week. The stain one. Huh. Yeah, the manifesto one. You seen it? Izuku looked shocked. The rise of stain was something which had punctuated the changes in Japanese society after All Might's death, a nasty bloody comma in the paragraph on hero culture. Slugger was one of the first heroes to be attacked and killed, and his emergence had led to a video going viral. A bystander had captured a monologue from Stain in which he tore apart heroes who worked for profit, who held openly quirkist views, who trampled on those less fortunate to get to the top. Japanese society, in the wake of devastation, took those views and ran with them. Discontent towards heroes soared, copycat villains tried to surface, and a spike in vigilantism had already occurred. The Hero Public Safety Commission announced a bounty on Stain and tried to designate vigilantes as villains, but public opinion hadn't immediately followed. Stain's words still rang true for many. Why would they do that? He asked Tenko. They wanted us to start debating and stuff. Talking about what he says about heroes, who is good and who is bad, who gets to decide. Tenko kicked a bottle that had been dropped outside the warehouse entrance as they both walked out. I caught a lot of heat from my class. W.I. Izuku put the dots together. You agreed with him? Tenko shrugged. A little. Don't you? Izuku froze on the spot. Me. You don't have to worry about me judging you for your answer. Tenko stuffed his hands into his hoodie pockets and continued walking as Izuku jumped to keep up. Best friend, remember? I'm not gonna run away if you say you agree with something he said. Izuku hung his head. Wish for a better world. Kinda the same as he does. A world like we had with All Might? Tenko asked. I think we all want that dash. No, not like that. Izuku looked up now as he walked, and he felt resolve in what he was saying. All Might was amazing, but he was so much on his own. We lost him and the whole world fell apart. We can't go back to that. Tenko's eyes widened a little as the pair of them stepped around a couple arguing in the street. I never thought you'd say that, fanboy. I'm not a fa dash. I've seen your room, you big nerd. Don't even try and argue. Tenko scratched the back of his head, chuckling. Just surprised me you'd say it, that's all. I thought you'd miss him just as much as us. I do. Izuku blinked for a second and in his mind's eye saw red for blood and the fallen body of his idol on that fateful day, but he shook his head quickly. We can't rely on one person being like him though. We need a world of people like him. Stain hates villains. I can't call him a true villain because he wants to stop criminals too, but what he does to people he deems unworthy. Izuku shook his head. If the heroes we have aren't good enough, if they're greedy and selfish and prejudiced, then we need a new generation without those flaws. We can fix hero society by teaching proper heroes, but Stain doesn't achieve anything by killing people except hurting families and dividing people more. The ends don't justify the means? Tenko's back straightened a little. I get that. I just think that society is glitched at the moment and needs more than a reboot. Some bits need deleting. You don't mean dash. Nah, murdering pros just isn't the way. Tenko looked distant for a second, but shook his head. But if they don't change because of people like him, then I'm not so sure I'd want to become a hero. I'd rather take my chances joining the Crawler and the other vigilantes out there and save people my way. Why you'd break the law to do that? If I can help people, no question. Tenko met Izuku with an appraising look. You couldn't. I just don't think I could. The law is the law, right? Tenko sighed, deadpanning. You're just too honest, aren't you, Izuku? I'm sorry. Izuku's eyes widened in panic as he took in their surroundings properly for the first time since leaving the warehouse. Wait, Tenko dash. His friend paused. Ah crap. They were so used to the rundown world by now that walking past derelict buildings and empty shop units was their norm. Criminals and villains were becoming much more common now, people who just took what they wanted, and neighborhoods suffered as the police struggled. What had once been proud and clean and idyllic was sliding relentlessly toward squalor with every passing day. Normally he and Tenko would keep to the main road which would walk straight on home. Clearly when the two of them had stepped around the arguing couple into a neck of an alleyway, they had walked down the alley and carried on that way, straying far from the safe beaten track that they'd promised Inko they would keep to. Now they'd ended up in the wrong part of town, and yep, sure as anything, here came the vultures sensing the mistake. The parasites who had crawled out from under rocks into the world after Incident Zero, and were starting to get more and more eager to do as they pleased. The Yakuza, foul creatures, should have died off a long time ago. Izuku had no clue how they had survived the Quirk proliferation, or how they had operated through history despite being relegated to cannon fodder by the emergence of powerful supervillain groups. Now though, local groups were cropping up everywhere, and a few bigger names were rising to prominence. The Ishikoakai, the Shai Hasaikai, groups who relished Incident Zero for removing the threat of all might from their world. It wasn't uncommon in poorer neighborhoods or rougher cities, streets where the police were reluctant to go, to find Yakuza going door to door to collect their rent, protection money from those most afraid of them. Extortion by any other name would be just as sweet. And Izuku and Tenko had just the luck to come across a couple of them following their wrong turn. A hulk of a man with the head of a great white shark and wearing what looked like a Kevlar vest smiled down at him with row after row of jagged fangs. Hey there, little kids. You lost. Tensing up, eyeing the surrounding area, Izuku did his best to keep his expression neutral. No. His face was stoic, but his voice could have been better. Why was he so damn squeaky? Behind him, a tall and muscly woman with black spiky hair shaved at the sides slid off of the dumpster on which she was sad, picking at her fingernails. No? But you're walking right through our turf. That just can't be right, because you haven't paid the toll for using our alley. Her arms flexed, and the blue tattoos on her biceps flashed iridescent for a second. Not paying the fees when they're due? A lanky blonde man emerged from behind Sharkhead, and in Izuku's head he knew the guy was the ringleader of the little posse from the way he was holding himself, from the smart dress which signaled him out as a potential lieutenant. That was bad news on a Quirk power front, if a brute like the shark guy would answer to him. Big wide eyes looked Izuku up and down, and the guy ran a bony hand through his manky hair. Now that would be a crime, wouldn't it? Izuku felt sweat on his forehead, sliding down his face. Isn't this Yakuza territory? Sharkhead snorted, and the final member of the trio, the skinny blonde, cackled as if possessed. Who the hell do you think we are, kid? Dumb question, the tattooed woman said, shaking her head in exasperation. Kids these days got no sense. Now Izuku gulped. Right, sorry. Don't school kids get a free pass? He chuckled, smiling nervously. The shark's grin became even more sadistic. Hey Setsuno, the boy thinks he can negotiate. Ain't that cute? The leader, now identified as Setsuno, sneered. We don't like people who want to weasel out of paying. That's double the money from you and your freaky friend, kid. Izuku's eyes darted about the area. No sign of the police, no sign of any heroes. He was alone here. I don't have any money. That's cool, said the tattooed one. We'll just take your stuff then. Betcha those text and notebooks will come in real handy for next year's students. Setsuno's hand reached out with those long fingers, and in an instant Izuku's backpack was ripped from his shoulder and was hanging by the strap in his hand. The brief wonder Izuku felt at the quirk, and the instant ability to steal what was in front of him, was replaced by the sheer upset that the Yakuza had his stuff in front of him. The backpack was old, and the pencils in it easily replaced, but Setsuno had his hero analysis notebooks, numbers 11, and they were his pride and joy. Hey, my notebook stash. The tattooed woman stepped in front of her leader and cracked her knuckles threateningly. You want to go, you little runt? You can run now and leave that bag behind, Or you can stay here and I'll beat you till your mother doesn't recognize your face. What's it gonna be? As Izuku tensed, his brain screaming at his body not to flee and to hold his ground to get his notebooks back, all of them heard someone clapping. Very slow, ominous clapping. All of them, Izuku included, turned and saw Tenko clapping very sarcastically, looking incredibly unimpressed with what he was seeing. So, this is the Yakuza way, huh? Hiding in alleys and trying to take lunch money off kids by outnumbering them. His look of displeasure remained, even as he started taking off his gloves. Bullies are pathetic. Haha. The shark's laugh was rich and deep with bass. So the creep does talk. He's bold. T10. Izuku's eyes widened as Tenko took off his other glove. We can't. Our quirks dash. They used their quirks and took your books, Zu. Neither boy used their full name around the Yakuza thugs. They knew better than that. But Izuku was stunned as his friend stood and stared down the two hulking lackeys of the smartly dressed Setsuno. We're not letting that happen. But still dash. We're in an alley, facing a mini-boss, and the heroes and police aren't gonna get here in time. If you don't want to use your quirk, we lose your inventory and we get party wiped. If we take them on, then we get your stuff back and teach this goons a lesson. Tenko clenched a fist and nodded to Izuku. I've got your back. You want to do this? We'd be like vigilantes dash. Nah, vigilantes don't have a death wish. Setsuno stared at the two boys and giggled. As if you think you have a chance. You're writing me off already? Tenko rotated a shoulder with a crack, as if limbering up for a punch. Your first mistake. The blood flowing in Izuku's veins went cold at the sound of the tattooed woman's barked laugh, as she pulled a metal crowbar from the back of her pants and pointed it at Tenko. Precious. What's a toothpick like you gonna do to us? Tenko just smiled darkly. Just watch me. The shark laughed even louder than his friend, as he too produced a crowbar from somewhere. What? Gonna kill me? If I did, they'd never find the body. Making as soft a motion as he could, Izuku tried to get Tenko to calm down. Can we all just take a step back and dash? No, said the tattooed one, turning around to face the brunette, the tattoos on her arms now emitting piercing blue light. He thinks he's a man. She snorted and Tenko smirked. Let's see if he's really all that. It was completely instinctual, but as she rushed forward with a scream and raised the crowbar over her head to hit Tenko, Izuku threw his arms forward and felt the crackle of red and black lightning spring up in an instant. In any other circumstance, the movement would have been too telegraphed and it would not have worked, but surprise was on his side. The Yakuza was met with a blast of solid air to the ribcage and dropped the crowbar as she was launched backwards, slamming into the dumpster on which she had been sat. There wasn't even a cry as her head smacked into the side of the metal box, and she slumped unconscious at the feet of Setsuno. Izuku was torn for a second as to how to respond, and the only reason he was able to make his next move without being overwhelmed by Setsuno was because the Yakuza ringleader seemed completely stunned that his comrade had been overwhelmed in an instant. As Sharkhead charged at Tenko past Izuku, he made up his mind and dived for the crowbar on the floor, snatching it up and brandishing it in front of him like a sword at Setsuno. Ha! Unfortunately, Izuku had forgotten his opponent's quirk in the heat of the moment, and with a wiggle of his fingers the crowbar flew from Izuku's grasp into the hands of Setsuno. You little sheet, did you think you'd be able to use that against me? Give it back. Izuku shouted, arms sparking up. This is what you get for hurting Isamu. Setsuno's arm drew back with the crowbar like a javelin, and Izuku twisted to see his target. Tenko had batted the Sharkman away with a kick and the guy was clawing at his vest, the crowbar he had been holding disintegrating in his hands, but Tenko had left himself wide open. He was going to hurt Tenko. Stop him. Hurt him. Raf. With a cry, both of Izuku's arms pulsed with red and black lightning, and a shockwave went off across the whole alleyway. While Tenko was used to shockwaves from Izuku's quirk practice and simply cartwheeled out of the way, Setsuno and Sharkhead were launched backwards, and the crowbar clattered out of Setsuno's hands onto the floor of the alley, landing between Izuku and the Yakuza. Setsuno snarled, as Izuku snatched up the crowbar again. You annoying beasties. He reached out. And the crowbar stayed put. What the? The Yakuza flayed out his hands again, but the metal rod stayed immovable in Izuku's hands. Eyes widening in complete horror, he flailed and tried to do the same to the backpack which Sharkhead had picked up, and then swiveled to flick his hand at the unconscious Isamu, but nothing came to him. "Nu! Ugh!" Sharkhead had pulled himself upright, before looking down and realized the vest he had been wearing had been completely destroyed by Tenko. "Geez, what are you two?" Tenko raised both hands and flexed his fingers like the writhing legs of a dying spider, and slowly reached for the mammoth of a man, as the mutant type went pale and backed off. "We'll have our stuff now, please." Izuku, nose dripping blood and swaying slightly from the blast, grabbed his bag from the floor and moved back from Sharkhead. "Thank you. Mine. But my Quirk." Sharkhead looked down at his leader, hunched on the floor. "Setsuno, you okay, dude?" "But my." Setsuno's head whipped up to stare at Izuku with eyes bulging, and a look of pure anguish on his face. "What did you do?" The Yakuza tipped his head back and wailed, the broken cry of a man suffering a mental break, a man who had just been tipped over the edge. "No dash." Sharkhead panicked, slinging an arm underneath his broken leader and lifting him over his shoulder as he still wailed. "This." The shark spun on his heels and ran for the hills with Setsuno secured on his shoulder, leaving his unconscious comrade Isamu behind against the dumpster. Clearly there was no loyalty among thieves. Tenko chuckled darkly to himself as the big thug's footsteps were punctuated by the wails of his stricken boss, putting his gloves back on. Pathetic. When he looked at Izuku, his bravado shifted aside and was immediately replaced with wide eyes. He knelt by his side in a flash, inspecting the bleeding nose closely. "You all right?" "Why yeah." Izuku forced a smile, shouldering his backpack. "Just pushed myself too hard with that shockwave, that's all." "Hey, you did good though." Tenko grabbed under his arm, pulling him up. "Come on. Let's get you home." "Thanks." Izuku took a handkerchief which Tenko offered him to cover his bleeding nose. He paused and looked his older friend up and down with concern. "For a second, I thought you were gonna hurt those guys." The brunette shrugged. No one would have missed em if they'd been dusted." Then he ruffled Izuku's hair. "But you were there, so I couldn't do that." "Tenko." Izuku wasn't in the mood for him joking about that. "Nah, I would have stopped. I only touched the guy's shirt to scare him into backing off." Tenko looked at him seriously. "Just wanted to do something to back you up, that's all." Izuku smiled, satisfied now. "Thanks, Tenko. Thanks for standing up for me." Tenko grinned now, pounding his own fist with a chest, and Izuku was reminded of Mirko and All Might at their cockiest. What are friends for? It wasn't too much farther to retrace their steps back to safety, and then get to the Midoriya home in the old neighborhood, and Izuku shook his head at what had happened in such a short time. The roads were cracked with faded paint, trees swayed in the wind with broken branches and no leaves, hedges remained overgrown and wild with no care from their owners. The house had chipped paint and more battered cars out the front, and the doors and windows looked like they had bigger locks and catches. More than a few of them had, "For sale," signs out front. Frowning at the one sitting by his own mailbox, Izuku trudged up to the front door. He barely got inside and his mother, waiting to hug him and welcome him and Tenko home, deflated almost immediately. "Izu." She ran up to him, inspecting his face. "What happened?" Both boys sighed and droned out the same word. "Idiots happened." Without another word, Inko pulled them both into a tight embrace. "I'm glad you both made it back." Tenko squirmed out of her hug in embarrassment and grabbed Izuku's bag, slouching into a chair in the living room. "Did we miss that press conference for Endeavor? About the changes to the hero system?" "No, he's on later now. Apparently he got caught up dealing with a bus hijacking in Hosu." Inko smiled brightly at the two boys. "Enough time for you to clean up, Izu, and for us to eat before it. You wouldn't want to miss an announcement about heroes now, would you, my little fanboy?" Izuku groaned at his mother's affectionate teasing as Tenko snickered, digging through Izuku's backpack to find the new game he had bought before. "Training. Mom. I'm sorry, Izu, I couldn't resist." She let go of the hug and squeezed his shoulder. Now go sort yourself out. We can eat once you're in better shape. Izuku took that as his cue to slink off to the bathroom to mop up his face, as his mother followed Tenko into the living room. Running cold water off into the sink to splash his face with, he noticed that a stray piece of debris or something must have struck his face following the shockwave. There was a little nick, about the size of a fingernail, on his left cheek, which looked like a little upwards pen slide on his face. Not exactly the most impressive battle wound, but it would definitely leave a scar. Need help, sweetie? Inko asked, shouting up the stairs already. Ever the worrier. Izuku shook his head. It's nothing I haven't dealt with already. He shook the water off of his hands where he had been rubbing his face, pulled the plug to release the water stained with murky red and brown streaks from the blood he had washed off his face, and reached out for a towel only to find they didn't have any. Mom? She had appeared at the door, holding the phone she was going to use to call for takeout in one hand and a fresh white towel in the other. Way ahead of you, Izu. Sorry I forgot to put one out earlier. Thanks, Mom. He turned to walk towards her in the doorway and lifted his arm. Huh. Izuku looked down, and his eyes widened at the sight of his left hand, clutching the towel his mother had been holding. He hadn't been anywhere near enough to grab hold of it and take it from her, and yet here he was, feeling fresh cotton between his fingertips. What the? Izuku? His mother took a step back uncertainly. What did you just do? He ignored her question, as a heavy and horrible realization suddenly hit him, and he turned with his right arm lifted, outstretched towards the pot in which he and his mother left their toothbrushes overnight. Just like he had seen her do when she pulled it towards her, he flexed his fingers, and nothing budged. Surely not. It wasn't like her quirk. It hadn't manifested like her where he could pull things from around the house to him. This was different, and he suddenly got an idea why. He turned to his mother, right hand outstretched, and felt the sudden weight as his mother's mobile phone landed in his palm, ripped from her grasp across the room. She gasped. What? Is this your quirk? No, it wasn't his quirk. With a horrible sinking feeling in his stomach, as he put the dots together, the image of a wailing blonde Yakuza thug filled his head, as he realized he had just taken those items from his mother's possession. He had used the Yakuza's quirk. Setsuno had screamed that he couldn't do it anymore. He hadn't been able to take the crowbar back off of Izuku after the shockwave. He had taken the Yakuza's quirk. Oh no. Oh yes indeed. He needed to show his friend. Tenko. The long-haired boy sat cross-legged on the floor as he fiddled with a controller and tried to put new batteries in it, looked up at him as he pounded down the stairs 2 at the time and burst into the living room, holding a towel in his left hand and the house phone in his right. Izuku? You all right? Frantic and panicking, having left his mother upstairs in the bathroom and sprinted downstairs, Izuku shook his head maniacally. My quirk dash. Hey, take it easy, breathe. Tenko interrupted, dropping the batteries and turning to face his friend. What's happened? Show not tell. Izuku's head was pounding as much as his heart, but he figured that the best response was to demonstrate exactly what was causing him to panic. He dropped the towel on the floor and stretched out his left hand towards his best friend, pulling. With an ominous thunk, confirming every little bit of panic he was currently feeling, the game's controller Tenko had been holding flew out of his grasp and landed into his outstretched palm. It wasn't just a fluke, after all, he really could steal from people's possession. Tenko looked him straight in the eye and blinked. Not how I expected your skill tree to grow, but nice trick. Tenko, come on. Izuku whined, pleading with his friend to see the issue. My quirk is Air Force, right? Yeah, it is. So. Tenko floundered for a second. You've worked out how to pull air now, not just push it? No. When we were in that alleyway, what did the guy do with my bag? He took it. Light dawned on Tenko, far slower than Izuku had hoped. Oh. Tenko, it's his quirk. Izuku said, shaking slightly as he said it due to the weight of the ramifications of what he was saying. It took it. Izuku. He started, and so did Tenko, not realizing that Inko had followed him down and was leaning in the doorway of their living room. I didn't mean to dash. Izuku, breathe honey. She folded her arms and looked at the pair of them, but it was clear she wasn't being stern at all. Her gaze was soft and concerned. Tenko, I think I may need you to explain what happened today, so I know what's happened. Tenko looked up at Izuku, who took a deep breath and nodded to him that it was okay. He knew after showing his mother that power in the bathroom he couldn't hide from the truth of what happened. Okay, so, as Tenko took his mother through what had happened on their walk home from the warehouse, and what had happened in the alleyway with the Yakuza, he slowly felt the fog of panic clearing from his mind. He felt his mother guide him to sit down on the sofa, felt her rub his back as he got his breathing and shaking under control, and became more conscious of the weight of the controller which he had snatched from Tenko to prove a point. His mom would know what to do. As Tenko finished the summary, Inko shook her head in disbelief. I'm just glad you two boys are okay. They sounded like pretty big fish dash. One was a shark, Tenko snickered, before wilting under the sharp gaze he had been shot from Inko for interrupting her concerned speech. Sorry. And the fact you're still here with your bag and in one piece? It makes me glad. Izuku felt his mother ruffle his messy hair, and heard her sigh. So the leader, Setsuno, he could take things people were holding? Why yeah. They were talking quirks now. This was Izuku's bread and butter. It didn't work when there were things on the floor, but he could take something off my back, out of my hand, and he tried to take stuff from one of his friends out of her pockets. Think. It has to be on someone's person. So, Inko looked thoughtful, and looked at the radio she had on a table in the corner of a room. If you try to pick up the radio over there. Izuku obliged, stretching out a hand towards the radio and squeezing his fingers, only for nothing to budge. Nothing. But if you try and take these. Tenko held out a gloved palm with the batteries he had been trying to put into the controller, and when they flew to be caught by Izuku he nodded. Figures. It's exactly the same. Izuku was aware how small his voice sounded, and he swallowed. I don't think it's exactly the same. I think it is his quirk. Tenko paused and then nodded again, slower this time. He couldn't use his quirk after he got hit by the lightning from yours. And so, as well as Air Force. You have his quirk now. Izuku shuddered as his friend put two and two together the same way he had. My quirk? I don't think it's Air Force. I think I can take other people's quirks. There was a pregnant pause as the weight of this statement sunk in with everyone in the living room, before after what seemed like an age to Izuku, Tenko whistled through his teeth. Neat. Izuku's eyes widened. No, not neat. That's an awful power. All these people with amazing gifts, and I could just take them away dash. Wouldn't be such a bad thing with some of these villains, Tenko interrupted, eyebrows raised. You could save lives taking their powers dash. And where do I stop with that if I start? Izuku's voice was raised and shaky, and he felt his mother place her hand over his to try and calm him down. What gives me the right to be judge, jury and executioner over what people were given at birth? I'd be a thief. I'd be a villain. People would come for me and make me use my power to dash. Are you going to take quirks? Tenko's blunt question caught him off guard. W. I didn't mean to take that guy's quirk and yet dash. Yet you think it's a villain's quirk, because of what it could do. Tenko stood up to move himself onto the sofa. If the only way to save a life was to take a quirk from someone else, would you? Izuku clenched the hand not being held by his mother into a fist. I try to find another way. There has to be another way. Tenko smirked. Good answer, you wanna be hero. And that just shows who you are as much as anything, you got it. What do you mean? Don't sweat it too much over what could happen with that side of your quirk. Focus on what you're going to do with the powers you have. Izuku's mind was knocked off balance from its current state of panic by how simple Tenko's words were. Do you think my quirk is a villain's quirk? Well, no. You could do so much as a rescue hero by destroying debris and dash. Whoa, easy on the mutter storm, Zoo. Tenko put his hand on his shoulder and shook his long hair back to meet Izuku's trembling gaze. My quirk is dangerous and it can cause real harm. But you don't see it like that because you focus on what I can do with it, not the worst that could happen. Alright. Izuku took a moment to compose himself. So what are you saying? That I should focus on what I can do with my quirk that isn't that side of it. Exactly that. Tenko's grip on his shoulder tightened. You've taken a quirk, but it doesn't mean you have to take more if you don't want to. Think of that power as a hidden ability, one you don't whip out until you come against a boss battle and your HP is in the red. And that means dash. That means you can continue to invest points in your Air Force quirk. That's what you train with to become a hero, just as you have been. Tenko smiled. You'll be pretty DMN cool with that quirk too. I think Tenko has the right idea. As he began to well up at Tenko's praise, Inko, who had been quiet up until then, piped up, and Izuku turned to his mother. Why you do? She paused for a second, clearly mulling it over. You're my little boy who has wanted to be a hero his whole life, and you're going to be a great hero. I just know it, Izuku. Your quirk might not be what you thought, but if anyone thinks you're not going to be an amazing hero, then they don't know your heart at all. Mom. He choked up at her words. But that Yakuza's quirk dash. You never meant to take it, and it was a complete accident. You were scared when you used it, which shows just how pure your heart is. You're the furthest thing from a villain there has been, Izu. Why you mean that? What kind of mother would I be if I didn't? She squeezed his hand tightly. But what's important is your choice and how you want to do this. Do you want to keep it quiet, or for people to know what you can do with your quirk? The gravity of this decision was not lost on Izuku. If his power came out in front of the wrong person, and he willfully embraced his power and took another quirk, he could paint a target on his back and be labeled a quirk thief, a frightening concept which only belonged in the myths and legends of Japan's past. If he hid it, he would lie to the world as to his power, which could backfire even more spectacularly if he was found out to have hidden such a dangerous power. Why not make the most of it and right a few wrongs? Izuku paused at the thought, which sounded all too tempting for just a second, and in a brief moment fate held its breath as a pure heart wavered. That just wasn't him, no. The power to take quirks from those who abuse them would be a power that was too much for him to handle alone. What right did he have, a young boy with no experience of the world, to take what someone was born with? How could he ensure that he always made the right decision whether or not to take a quirk? How did he make sure that he wasn't targeted by the wrong people, in positions of authority or in villainous groups, to use that power to harm? He couldn't. Temptation would not win. I can't show that power to the world. There's so much wrong with the world, so much we need to fix, so many villains who want to hurt people. But that's not me. He gulped and blinked a tear away. I want to save people. I want to put a smile on people's faces by helping them, not hurting others. I don't want to steal quirks. I see. Inko looked thoughtful. Then I think I have a way for you to not have to hide that second quirk you've acquired, and for us to keep the taking side of your quirk out of sight. You do. Absolutely. Inko reached out with her free hand suddenly, and Izuku's eyes widened as she activated her own quirk, pulling the TV remote to her. It looks a lot like mine, doesn't it? Huh. Inko nodded. Think about it. We haven't yet registered your quirk, so when we fill out the form, we can refer to it in a way that includes this new power as part of your abilities. Maybe we refer to it as something like aerokinesis? Tenko said, clicking his fingers as if inspired. Yes. Inko smiled warmly at his friend, and she looked thankful. Kinesis quirks run in our family, Izu. Think about your auntie and what quirk it led to for your cousin Dash. You have a cousin? Tenko looked surprised. You've never mentioned her before, Dash. Izuku chuckled despite himself. His auntie had a very similar telekinesis quirk to his mother, and had married a man with a regeneration quirk. The result had been his cousin Setsuna, and a quirk which let her cut her body into bits and chuck them at you without lasting damage. She was exactly the same age as him, but brash and provocative and confident in all the ways he hadn't been growing up, and he hadn't experienced her relentless teasing in quite some time. He imagined Tenko's reaction to her party trick of beheading herself, and secretly couldn't wait. Yeah, Setsuna. She's a bit of a handful. I bet you 1,000 yen she makes you scream when you first meet her. Tenko folded his arms and scoffed, unimpressed. You're on easy money. Inko rolled her eyes at the two boys' behavior. Her mother and I have quirks which revolve around telekinesis. It might be that it's just another facet of your quirk that looks similar to mine, and in that case I'm sure Setsuno wouldn't mind meeting up more to help you get to grips with this new side of your quirk. And my quirk? Izuku hated how small his voice was again, but he was in awe of his mom and his friend for trying to find a way to make this work for him. You'd really help me keep it quiet? Inko paused and looked at her son. You can still call your power Air Force, Izu, I know you're proud of that name. But maybe there's a way for us to make sure that the rest of the world doesn't need to think anything else, if you don't want it to. If that's how you view it, then I'll do whatever I can to help you. With or without it though, you're going to do one thing, Izuku, Tenko said, deadly serious. You're going to be an amazing hero. Such simple words were wrecking ball to the floodgates in Izuku's heart, and the tears came thick and fast. Launching himself at Tenko and burying himself in his friend's chest, Izuku cried tears of utter gratitude for the people he had in his life and just how much support they gave him. Through the waterworks, he didn't see Tenko awkwardly reach around with his arms to return the hug and pat him on the back. He didn't see the warm smile and the thank you mouthed by his mother to his best friend. He just knew he was safe with them, whatever his quirk threw at him next, whatever this crazy world had to offer. Or so he thought. They had wiped Izuku up and gotten some food, ready to sit down in front of the TV and watch Endeavor address the nation on changes to the hero system. Nothing could have prepared them though. The press conference had been every worst nightmare Izuku could have ever imagined. Endeavor had arrived, late after dealing with the hijacking in Hosu, and had been joined by 2 other people at the conference. The president of the Hero Public Safety Commission herself, stern-faced and spoiling for a fight with the reporters, stood at the center with Endeavor on her right, and a lanky man with spiky hair and a long chin and nose on her left. For a moment, Izuku had struggled to work out who he was, before Tenko identified him as the CEO of Detnerat, Rikiya Yatsubashi. Apparently they were one of the biggest support item manufacturers in the nation, and one of the wealthiest companies in a society where profitable businesses seemed otherwise few and far between. Quite what he was doing at a HPSC press conference had been unclear until Endeavor opened his mouth, and at that point everything went downhill for Izuku. The laws were relaxed and unraveled before the eyes of Izuku, Tenko and Inko, sat in their living room paling as wave upon wave of change rolled over them and the rest of society as they knew it. Laws punishing heroes for collateral damage in the cause of villain takedowns? Repealed. Laws outlawing the use of deadly force on villains? Gone. Laws punishing vigilante activity with years in prison and permitting heroes to use whatever means necessary to take them down? Heralded as a triumphant moment in the fight to restore order. The HPSC lost the public safety from its name, and that was enough to show Izuku what they wanted to do going forward. Rescue agencies were all being brought into the Hero Commission's fold, and one agency set up within the commission under whose banner all rescue heroes would operate across the nation. Some heroes without specific combat experience would be having their licenses revoked, while others would find themselves being drafted into the commission to work exclusively on contract for the commission at their beck and call for deployment. The promise that the Hero Commission would be setting up a dedicated anti-vigilante task force to take bounties on known vigilantes seemed almost tame in comparison to the rest of what was being put before them. Endeavor had announced, with fire in his eyes as if gleeful, the end of hero agencies as Japan currently knew it. It was clear, so he said, that too many agencies were being allowed to exist. The standard of heroism had slipped so that the system was filled with heroes not strong enough to operate on their own, not strong enough to face villains and vigilantes and civil unrest. The police and the heroes were too weak in his eyes to keep up with those at the top. The clenched fist at that point made it clear that Endeavor was referring to himself. As for those at the top, therein lay another horror story. Hero agencies were private organizations anyway, answering to the commission and to the law, but the commission rolled back the framework and let them do as they please. Endeavor announced a month for all agencies wishing to survive to seek sponsors from the private sector, who would bankroll them and decide whether to allocate funds for damage repair, for support items, for victim compensation. In this new world, these new agencies would be free to decide their targets and their codes of ethics, and agencies would be able to bid for contracts to do exclusive work on behalf of certain police forces, to watch over certain districts or cities on their own terms. Tenko had initially watched with wide eyes at the announcement that the number of pro-heroes would be culled, snickering that maybe the low-level mobs might be taken care of. But even as nihilistic as his older friend could be about heroes, it was clear he was shaken by this news, given how he was furiously muttering about how agencies would turn a blind eye to certain crimes to pursue glory and headlines, how money would rule everything, how shady businesses could keep corrupt heroes in their pocket by dangling the carrot of additional funding. Izuku, ever the optimist, found his worldview completely shaken. How could the world have fallen so far since the death of All Might that the Hero Commission could think that this was play? How much damage would be caused because the Hero Commission had changed the law and rejected any responsibility to make good what had been broken? Society was in dire need of repair since Incident Zero, with job losses and destruction and fear gripping the world in the absence of its symbol of peace. The world needed to heal, and it needed heroes to give people hope, to put a smile on their face. Instead, people would be left to fend for themselves even more, and fear replaced any hope. Then they mentioned the schools. Our mission extends beyond the heroes of today. The commission president looked down the camera with a gaze as cold and unyielding as a glacier, and for a second Izuku felt as if his whole soul was being laid bare before the screen. Our society is weaker than it has ever been, and drastic action needs to be taken to save the present and secure the future. Education is the key. The schools of our nation have not been focused enough. Quantity over quality, inclusiveness of different quirk types, widening our curriculum too far, all of this has led to a systemic failure in our hero system. Now, in our time of need, as we do what we have to do, there is a chance we can correct this path. We can use our system to breed strength, for the good of all heroes and the good of all society, as it should have been. For the greater good, we act now. The things they had done had been catastrophic. The president of the commission detailed how school funding had been slashed for heroic students across the nation, how schools would have to reduce their intake, how they would now mandate that only those who score a significant score on a combat exam would gain entry to their hero schools. Pillar by pillar of the old system was emphatically attacked and demolished on live television, for all the world to see, and there was nothing they could do to stop it. Class sizes reduced to 10, with more places going to those who had impressed an existing pro-hero and earned a recommendation. Rescue training reduced in its frequency, in favor of increased diversity of combat lessons and new styles of self-defense and capture being taught. Instant right of first refusal for the Hero Commission on 50% of the graduates from each school each year, to be recruited directly as agents of the Commission and deployed how they see fit. The right for private agencies to recruit students out of the schools if they saw something they liked, take responsibility for their education, give them provisional licenses as members of that agency. It was overwhelming anyway, but when they announced that they were forcing the end of UA's program of classes for support corps students, management students, and general studies, and the same for other schools, Izuku fell off his chair. On the screen, the furious anger and squawks of indignation from the media in attendance at the conference were palpable. In response, the businessman, Yatsubashi, had stroked his bony chin and held up a long finger, and immediately silenced the furor from the gathered reporters. It was clear the status and sway that money could give you. The shark-like grin came out at that point, the proud salesman pitch. A new support student school of its own, Quat Academy, sponsored by Detnerat and aimed exclusively at bringing the brightest brains for the future of support item manufacturing under one educational roof. Complete market control. A clever move. That's insane, Tenko had muttered, shoulders hunched as he leaned forward. What about support corps students who wanted to put points into their crafting skills? Or all those general education students who just wanted to go to a good school? Izuku couldn't have agreed more with him. Before he had somehow woke up his quirk and discovered that Air Force was at his fingertips to be called on whenever needed, he had thought that general studies would be his back door into heroics. To see that be demolished right before his eyes on live TV was a tragedy, and he felt for each and every student at UA and the other schools whose dreams were being crushed before him. Endeavor had concluded the press conference with a warning that sent a shiver up his spine. These changes are for the good of all. Since we lost All Might, we have watched as criminals feel bolder, and scum think they can take the law into their own hands. Enough is enough. You brought this on yourselves. Sometimes it was hard to remember who the heroes were. That's horrible, Inko said mournfully, as the TV cut to a brief advert break. Those poor support students and those poor teachers. All their work for their students only for the heroes to do this to them. It's shit, Tenko said, and Izuku noted that his mother was just too appalled to pull Tenko up on his language. It's all shit. They'd punish vigilante action with violence when people are just trying to help others, and they won't give a crap about collateral damage. This. Izuku couldn't believe what he had seen. This isn't what All Might worked for. His legacy as symbol of peace, this tears it all down. Who voted for this? Who thought this was a good idea? Tenko asked to nobody in particular, clenching a fist. I can't see them stand for it, Izuku replied, shaking his head, praying they wouldn't accept it. Surely they couldn't? This is too far. The TV cut back in at that point after the advert break, suddenly, earlier than expected. This is Makoto Kobayashi, back with your evening news after that incendiary press conference from Endeavor. The Hero Commission massively overhauled the entire system in a few strokes, creating a central hero army under the Commission's control, scrapping huge numbers of agencies and letting private companies rule the roost for those remaining. Will this lead to improved standards? As the Commission tries to tighten its grip, or will justice and decency be shunted aside as agencies work to the whims of whoever pays their bills? The implications of these changes are unpleasant. God only knows what will happen now. To provide more breaking news, we have received reports of rioting in Esuha City, as the pro-hero Fat Gum issues a statement denouncing the moves to privatize chunks of the hero industry, and similar statements coming from the number 5 hero Edgeshot, as well as upcoming Muzutafu newbie Kamui Woods. There's been reports of a huge iceberg emerging near the Todoroki residence, fires raging in Hosu, and looting in Kyushu. This is not going down well. Izuku was about to say something before the news anchor interrupted. This just in, a statement has been issued in the last minute by UA High itself and Principal Nizu. Bored. Best I read this one rather than try and summarize. To quote, UA High has opposed the changes to the hero system at every consultation stage with the Hero Commission. UA cannot in good conscience accept that its best students will be acquired to be deployed as national foot soldiers, will not accept that its heritage of educating fine support manufacturers should be trampled on in the name of law and order, and will not support an organization which devalues rescue training as if saving lives is an afterthought to the work of a hero. With immediate effect, UA wishes to announce its registration as an independent hero agency under the heading of the Pro-Hero Nizu, invoking his privileges as a registered pro-hero to privatize his agency in accordance with the new laws of this nation. He what? Tenko yelled, before Izuku threw a rubber at his head to get him to keep quiet. The news continued. Will be funded by staff members and donations from the public, and will recruit students as it sees fit under the new apprentice hero scheme across all disciplines to become well-rounded future heroes. Our class sizes may be reduced, but we hope to ensure that rescue heroes and support candidates alike can continue to thrive at our hero academia, while having a hand in the development of our future pros to ensure a bright and prosperous future, with justice and freedom for all. I don't know what to say, other than I'm staying right here. I won't be quiet about what I see and what happens next, and I think I speak for all of us when I say this. I miss All Might. We're going to take a quick pause while I get my head around this news, and play some music as an intermission. They say it heals the soul after all, and we can hope it does here. This is a debut single that went to #1 last week, and it seems only right that a beautiful voice sings a sad song at this moment in our history. We'll be back after this. Kyokajiro with Each Goal. The news cut off to the sound of a singer Izuku and Tenko hadn't heard before, and as beautiful as her voice was, they were as numb to her as Inko was. It had been clear for quite some time that society had been creeping closer and closer to chaos, to the edge of the cliff. With the news that night, both from Endeavor changing the system and the reaction from UA and others, it seemed the world had decided that chaos and division were the only recourse. A world without All Might was a dangerous world indeed. Izuku's hand crept over to find his mother's and hold onto it, and he felt Tenko's gloved hand give his knee a squeeze. There was nothing either of them could say or do to make the situation any better than that. Outside of those four walls, the world raged and threw itself to the wolves, and all they could be certain of was that they had each other. They would need each other in the years to come. All things considered, I think that went rather well, don't you? Rikiya Yatsubashi strode through the expansive glass doors of the Detnerat Company headquarters with a beaming grin on his face, as if he owned the place. He did, of course, but the chairman was especially enthused by events that went on even as his security guards tightened their grip on the batons on their waists and stared out of the glass front to the street outside and the crowd now surrounding the car he had just exited. As far as he was concerned, tonight had been a glorious evening. His trusted employee Miyashita clearly disagreed. The marketing executive was wide-faced and bobbing up and down as he looked outside at a gaggle of protesters with signs who had set up outside of their office, unhappy at the inflammatory press conferences and changes to hero society they had just witnessed. "You kinda painted a target on our backs there, sir." Rikiya waved a hand, unconcerned. Like all great changes, there will be a very vocal minority unhappy that they don't get exactly what they want out of it. They'll come around. And think of the potential for us as a company out of this. Expanding into hero support items now too? Miyashita asked, shooting a little sly smile at his boss. Or are we going to be one of those lovely private benefactors and run our own agency now? Can I put a bid in for Mirko? Rikiya laughed. Oh Miyashita, aim your sights higher. We are Detnerat. I've already arranged a meeting with Endeavor next week. The rodent-faced man gasped. You're serious? Our profile will go through the roof. That's the plan. He clapped an arm around Miyashita's shoulder fraternally, gesturing in front of him as if the rest of the world lay at their feet. We don't stop until Detnerat has the #1 hero to rely on, and all those advertising opportunities. Add in the new support school we're sponsoring and the hero items we'll be making, and we won't just have a business, we'll have an empire to last for years to come. Miyashita cheered. Excellent work, sir. And if you want to start with those meetings, may I suggest you take the gentleman upstairs as the first of many? Rikiya's face shifted slightly, and he clenched onto Miyashita's shoulder. I have a few calls I need to make after earlier. Why don't you clear my schedule? The rat man didn't flinch if he was nervous. He said you'd say that. The gentleman from Feel Good Inc. was rather insistent. He believes he would have been one of your calls, anyway. That certainly made things better. He could take that meeting after all. You know what, I will meet him now, Miyashita. Give us an hour. Yes, sir. As he strode to the elevator and held his thumb on the pad to travel up to his private office, Rikiya rolled his shoulder and cracked his knuckles, letting the smile drop from his face while the doors closed. That was enough pretense for one day. They had lapped it up. So many of them. All of those meetings with the Hero Commission and the top pro heroes, and they ate up the idea that things should be stricter than they already were. It was stifling before All Might died, but now they seemed to have decided that the only thing to do would be to hurt people more, to rob more of their freedoms. Outcasts be damned, they wanted an iron fist to rule with, and they would not stop until they crushed those they were most afraid of. Fine. So be it. They would only play into his hands that way. His legacy had been one that was decided for him by one man before him. Years upon years of violent and bloody struggle, and one fateful text which had shaped his development growing up. He knew what needed to change, he could see the fatal flaws at the heart of this choking society, and he would be the one to act on it. To finish what had been started by a man he could only dream of living up to. To his father. They wanted to be the oppressors? Really? Then he would be the liberator. Rikiya Yatsubashi entered the elevator, and as the doors opened to the office of the Detnerat CO, the Grand Commander of the Meta Liberation Army exited it. Redestro groaned, allowing so much of his frustration to come out in one feral noise. How insufferable! Remind me never to spend too long sat in a room with Endeavor in future. The visitor looked up, the long fringe of lanky black hair obscuring his eyes from view, and sniggered. To think he is All Might's successor? What a failure for hero society. Redestro laughed, and brought his thumb to his forehead, lifting his finger in an L shape towards the visitor. A pleasure to see you, skeptic, my brother. Tomoyasu Chikazoku, head of design of Feel Good Inc., grinned at the use of his code name and met Redestro's gesture with his own L, with the hand not clutching a briefcase. Redestro, sir. Thank you for having me. Come, sit, Redestro said, gesturing towards a seat in front of an expensive mahogany desk and sliding into the chair behind it. How did you find the press conference? That's actually what I came to talk to you about, Skeptic said, sliding his lanky frame into the seat and smoothing down his black turtleneck. I watched it with a few others. Some people I imagine who are on my list of important people to call, no doubt. Possibly. It's because of that I came here directly, rather than wait to speak to you over the phone. Some things are better reported in person. The P. pause betrayed his nervousness to Redestro, who noticed it. You have something to report? Other members of the army looked at the press conference through the lens of our ideals. The direction we have taken until now, the end goals of Destro as written before he died. Skeptic opened up his briefcase and slid a copy of a well-worn, red-covered book onto the mahogany. Redestro didn't need to look twice to see what it was. He had been raised off of it after all. It was all he had left of his father. And now, this press conference with you in attendance. Ah, yes. Redestro cracked his knuckles. And that causes our comrades some discomfort? Concern, Skeptic spat, bluntly. Concern? How do you mean? Some may consider. Skeptic paused as if choosing his words carefully, and then sneered. That we may be standing behind an agenda which runs contrary to everything Destro stood for. That we may promote something totally against the aims of our organization. That we forget the goal of meta-liberation. Some. Redestro smiled glassily, seeing through the attempted delicate provision of anonymity by his lieutenant. Promotion of an agenda? Trumpet, I assume. He resisted the urge to chuckle as Skeptic's face twitched. He would win handsomely if he ever convinced the long-haired man to play poker. Among others. But not you. Skeptic gave a curt, brief nod. I do not waver from what Destro believed in. I never will. And nor do you. You see a way to finish what your father started. Of course he would understand. Skeptic had joined the army after Destro had been imprisoned, around the same time as he had begun to be tailored to the role of command, and his own rise to prominence within the army had been mirrored by the rise of the Feel Good Inc. board member. In Skeptic, he found loyalty and a steadfast conviction unlike any other member of the army. You see it too, then, friend? The path to achieving our goals. Skeptic smirked, a strange look when his eyes were obscured by his fringe. We're businessmen, Commander. Boom and bust are things we are very aware of. You seek to let society suffer, and then show them the light of liberation. Precisely. Redestro ran a couple of fingers over the spine of the book which had been placed on his desk. Our mission could not succeed in the golden age of heroics. The public became sheep, blinded by the notion of a symbol of peace. They were too content to let all might be their guiding light to see that their own freedom was being eroded from underneath them. Then there was Incident Zero, Skeptic said, leaning back in his chair slightly. All might dies and we find a vacuum. We find more than a vacuum. We find opportunity. Redestro spun his chair to look away from Skeptic and stare out of the massive office window, across the skyline of the city. He marveled at how the people in the streets below looked so tiny, like ants on a hill. The heroes were not ready. They were complacent and naive, and they failed to ensure that what came after All Might would be worthy successors. Trust is drying up. He chuckled to himself. Did you see Endeavor? The man is a brute and a fountain of rage, more devil than savior. That is the standard which hero society finds itself living up to after the death of All Might. One nail in the coffin already. And yet if we were to move immediately to ramp up our campaign, the public would see us as the villains, Skeptic said, scoffing at the end of his sentence. No matter how much we'd be doing them a favor, they would resist, and we'd feel the full force of the remnants of the pro-heroes on our own. Precisely. Redestro swiveled back to Skeptic and steepled his fingers. They're scared. They fear what could come crawling out of the woodwork and fear losing control, and as they watch the sand slip through their fingers, their only response is to clench a fist. It serves us very well. So we bide our time, Skeptic responded, rubbing his hands together. Constant dripping wears away the stone. Redestro laughed. Have you been speaking to Trumpet more recently besides tonight? You're getting more philosophical with age. He was met with a smirk. I can neither confirm nor deny. You're quite right though. We let them do our work for us. Redestro ran a hand through his hair, and inwardly lamented that his meta-ability was making his hairline recede at a greater rate these days. Wind back the laws on collateral damage, and the people will see that the heroes are happy to treat them as cannon fodder. Encourage them to crack down on vigilantes, and the moral compass at the heart of society starts to question why they would punish people for doing the right thing. The seeds of doubt begin to bloom properly, and soon where we had weeds, we have a jungle. They would still resist, Skeptic said evenly, and Redestro realized how much he liked that side of his lieutenant. He wouldn't be afraid to point out a potential issue if it risked being a detriment to Destro's grand designs. The Hero Commission would have its own standing army of heroes by that point. Any revolution would be met with repression. He smirked. But then that pours fuel on a bonfire, doesn't it, sir? Redestro's smile grew wide and lupin. Skeptic really was sharp. Precisely. The more they violently oppose those who speak out, the more ammunition we have to advocate for change. The only solution for society at that point would be for the Commission to step back, to let the people have their freedom back. Free meta-ability usage becomes more popular an idea than ever before. And in the meantime, Skeptic looked thoughtful as if connecting dots. We have a support academy to keep ourselves occupied. Branching out into the hero industry is something which I know your company has been looking at. Redestro held up a bony finger to interrupt his lieutenant. A valuable way of gaining data and identifying the weak points. But certainly Quat Academy provides us with more opportunity. We raise brilliant engineers who can develop items to counter certain heroes, we gain intelligence about their weaknesses from what they request, and we can mass-produce support items to arm our loyal followers for when the time comes. Skeptic clapped, genuinely. Then everything falls into our hands. Masterfully done, sir. Your father would be proud. Redestro felt the well of emotion in his chest at those kind words. Thank you, Skeptic. You have always done us a great service. He watched his lieutenant run his hand through his hair, and saw the wild eyes of the zealot flash. I'll handle Trumpet, sir. It may be that we need another meeting to adjust our message, but patience is a virtue. We've waited long enough, so a little longer to let the heroes hang themselves isn't too difficult. No need. A simple meeting between the command should iron out any doubts. He felt remarkably cheerful at the developments, and reached under his desk into the bottom drawer, fishing out 2 glasses and a bottle of whiskey. A fine bottle from Scotland, kept only for the most glorious of victories. A drink, perhaps, to celebrate? I'm feeling rather good about things. I'm not driving. Skeptic smirked. One can't hurt. Reliable as always, my friend. Redestro took joy in the small things, and the slosh of the amber liquid into the glasses was a beautiful sight. He passed across one glass to his lieutenant, and raised the other. A toast, perhaps? To liberation. Hero society was a wounded animal. Maybe, just maybe, if they let the wounds fester, then their time would come. To liberation. Clink. As he walked down the long and barren corridor ready to report to the boss, black boots pounding against hard concrete, Hari Kurono was troubled. Not, as it turns out, by the contents of the press conference which had just gone out that night. The boss had asked him to keep an eye on the news to see what their new #1 hero had to say, and how the law was going to change, whether anything would affect them. If anything, however, the contents had been more incendiary to the adherents of the hero system than to their little world. It was almost as if those in power were so preoccupied with the idea of vigilantes doing their jobs for people, or with the criticism they had been receiving, that the actual villains weren't important. If that was how they viewed it, Hari didn't mind one bit. They had grown in recent years, of course, No thanks to their rising star and young boss. It wasn't just his willingness to take on bigger scores than they ever had, or the quirk which had made them a whole new base of operations. It was down in no small part to the ambition to restore them to a position they hadn't been in since before quirks had spread through society like wildfire, and they reveled in it. Because of that, they found themselves becoming big fish once again, as they had been in years before. And yet despite that, despite the influx of new members loyal to the boss, they had slipped under the hero's radar. The vigilantes who had emerged since All Might's death had a lot to be thanked for, truly. Now if only he knew how the boss would react to the other news. The echo of his boots on the hard floor stopped as he reached the door only a select few chosen by the boss were allowed to go beyond. Running a hand through his silver hair, he reached behind him and pulled his hood over his hair, tucking the largest arrow-like needle into the cloth. From his pockets, he donned plastic gloves and a black mask with gold trim which covered not just his mouth, but his whole face. The black eyes of the mask gave nothing away, and the boss appreciated the extra effort to keep clean, to avoid tainting the environment. The boss was working right now, after all. He swiped his keycard, waiting for the satisfying beep and thunk as the door permitted him entry to the almost laboratory, the inner sanctum at the heart of their empire. Stepping through the door, he saw the intended recipient of the news, hunched over a table in the center of the room with a tray of surgical equipment at his side, and bowed his head in respect. "Sir." The boss didn't turn to him, focused solely on the table in front of him, and Hari could see that his gloves were off. His quirk was at work, visibly in front of him. "Chronostasis. Report." Hari cleared his throat, not straying from near the door. "The press conference dash. Closer, Cross. I'm working. Here." Chronostasis paused, for a second uncertain, before accepting the boss's words and moving to stand beside him at the bench. "Boss. The press conference didn't mention us at all." It was best not to concentrate on what was on the table. If you dwelled on it too long, on the bits that were still twitching and the slow dripping sound you could hear, it didn't help. Best to concentrate on the end result that would come of this. "What of the rest? The other groups?" "We weren't the focus." Chronostasis folded his arms and looked at the ceiling. "They're more concerned about vigilantes. There was a lot about controlling the schools, eliminating the collateral damage rules, and private hero agencies. None of the Yakuza were mentioned at all." The boss made a little noise, and the downsides of wearing those masks were that it took Hari a second to realize that the boss was smirking underneath it. "Good. The less they care, the more time it buys us, and the easier our work becomes." He paused, one hand lifting out of the mess. "Private heroes?" Chronostasis turned, and saw that hand drip with blood and flesh. "Agencies have a month to secure sponsorship. Anyone who has the money can recruit their own hero for hire." As if all those people afflicted with hero syndrome could have it any worse. The flesh on the boss's hand pulsed as he activated his quirk, a pool of purified blood now collecting in his palm. "See if we can locate one to pay through the side channels. It would be helpful to have a blind eye to help in the trigger distribution." He nodded. "It will be done." He paused. "Boss, there's something else." The blood pulsed again as the boss turned to look to him now, gold eyes piercing through him. "You sound uncertain." This was unexpected. Chronostasis met his gaze. "You remember the lieutenant in Mizudafu I told you about? The one we were looking to bring into the 8 bullets? Toya Setsuno?" The name doesn't mean much." "What was his quirk?" "Larceny. The thief who could take stuff out of your hands dash." "Yes." The boss nodded in recognition, and Hari realized just how lucky he was that the boss didn't think he was a tool like the others. "I remember now. What of our promising recruit?" "He's now quirkless." Those terrible golden eyes blinked. "I'm sorry." There was an altercation. A low-leveler brought him in, hysterical. Apparently they had tried to take on 2 kids in an alley dash. Ambitious as always. "I know. Only these 2 kids had bite." He came back in ranting and screaming, and needed restraining. "We've tested him since with our own doctors and, well, he no longer has his quirk." There was a long pause, before the blood was poured into a glass beaker and placed aside. Is one of our products responsible? Chronostasis shook his head. No, sir. Everything which we have allowed to leave the compound is accounted for. Eraserhead. Nowhere near the incident. And as far as we know, his quirk isn't permanent. Chronostasis would have offered a paper copy of the report to the boss, but knew it would be declined. The boss wasn't wearing gloves, after all. This was. Our doctors said you might want to have a look at him, but from on a genetic level the quirk factor has gone completely missing. It's as if he never had a quirk to begin with. Interesting. Chronostasis waited silently for more from the boss, but when nothing was said he cleared his throat. Boss, keep digging. See if you can find anything about the ones responsible for this. And arrange a meeting between us and Setsuno. The boss shrugged. He knows a lot of our organization. If he isn't able to give us any information, then he has served his use. I'll dispose of him before others find out what happened to him. It was cold and brutal, and a while ago Hari would have blanched at the thought of what the boss was saying, but he had seen a lot since he promised his loyalty to the young man in front of him. As you wish, boss. The boss' eyes gleamed. This is a good find, Chrono. If this is the work of someone else, then find them. They could be a great asset for our future plans. I understand. Good. The boss nodded. Now leave us. I need to finish up here for the day. As an ungloved hand reached into the mess on the table, Chronostasis turned his back without a word and walked away. That look in the boss' eyes at the thought of an individual who could take a quirk, remove it from their system, and completely purge their body of the quirk factor. There was hunger and intrigue in those eyes. If this was a quirk or a technique, then the boss would want to see it for himself and see what it could do paired with his own research. The return of the Yakuza could finally be realized. There was a wet and gristly noise behind him which set his teeth on edge, followed by a pitiful choked sob. He should really be more used to both of those noises by now. Please. No more. Well done, Eri. You've been a very good girl today. He hadn't seen Kai Chisaki, his boss overhaul, look so excited in a long time. The office was dark by now, the only light coming from the computer on the desk and from the dull orange bulb of the ancient desk lamp. The only noise was the tapping of the keyboard as the office's sole occupant hunched over the desk and added another paragraph to their latest piece of research. Nobody else would come here into this dark corner of the world, nobody would disturb the work, and this was absolute fine by the lone writer. They had been working on this particular piece of work for long enough on their own, after all. The lamp flickered for a second, and the typing paused as the writer looked up. Senses very well attuned to any change in their environment picked up on a new presence where a second previous there had not been one, a ripple in the air, a telling notification. They weren't surprised and didn't turn around. You bring news. The newcomer didn't waste any time. I looked into the rumors. There seems to be some truth in the matter. At the sound of that confirmation in that deep, eloquent voice, the writer saved his work and shut the computer screen off. His brow furrowed, his curiosity piqued. The Yakuza? A small-time lieutenant on a promising rise to the inner circle of the Shai Hasaikai. Toya Setsuno. There was a pause. He is now quirkless. The writer let a whistle out through his teeth. Permanently. Permanently. The source of the rumors was most accommodating. Eventually. Papers rustled and were placed on the desk beside the writer. Their own doctor has been looking. He tested the DNA. Eyes well accustomed to look for the key details skimmed the report hungrily and found exactly what they had been looking for. His quirk factor is completely gone. It's exactly the same. Indeed. There was an air of confusion to the deep voice now. We didn't get this wrong, did we? He died. Yes, he did. The writer interrupted and turned to look out of the window at the crawling traffic on the main road outside. We saw the body before they burned it. He is dead and long gone. But this confirms the analysis. Those cells which I recovered from the body before they destroyed it, the ones I tested. They came back quirkless. So it's true. Before he died. All for one passed on his quirk. The visitor said, with an air of finality. and it is now being used. Indeed. The writer took a moment to let the gravity of the revelation sink in, and revel in the satisfaction of knowing he was correct. He turned back to the computer and unlocked the screen, tapping away to open a new file. There's more. I picked up something on our little radio the other day. You did? Realization dawned on the visitor. Surely not Dash. Listen. The mouse was clicked, and static filled the air. The recording hadn't picked up anything in a long, long time, and both of them had been used to complete radio silence for a long time. Now the Master. The visitor didn't have eyebrows to raise, but if they had they would have shot up in surprise at the guttural voice which cut through the static. But he shut down completely the day after Master died. Hibernation, completely non-responsive. And now Dash. Now sleeping giant awakens. Gigantomachia stirs. The writer turned in his swivel chair to look at the newcomer. All for one has returned. The visitor stood up straight. What will you have me do? Return to watch the Yakuza, for now. Stay to the shadows. There was a chuckle. That's not something I ever struggle with. I know. But you cannot afford to expose us. We continue the work, and continue to lie low. The writer gripped the chair handle. The Yakuza will want to know how one of their own lost his powers. They will search for the source. Let them do your work for you, and they will lead us to all for one. And if you need assistance, if you must act, come to me. Some of the creatures are ready. I will not have you act alone. Of course. The newcomer pulsed briefly for a second before pausing, bowing a misty black head to the man in the chair. It was good to see you again, Doctor. Likewise, the doctor agreed, nodding. Stay safe. Kurogyri. As Kurogyri flickered from existence and disappeared from the office, the doctor rubbed his bald head and turned to face the window, again looking out over the city and the cars below. The world outside that window was full of unknowns and a society teetering on the brink, and now it had just thrown another unknown at him. This was every best-case scenario he could have hoped for, and his eyes hardened with resolve he hadn't felt in years. This was the thrill of the chase. Now he had a quirk to trace. Well, well, Master, Kyudai Garaki murmured, stroking his bushy mustache with a ghost of a smile on his face. Just who did you pass that quirk on to? There was only one thing to do when the world went to hell around you. Focus on what was right in front of you. Air Force smash. In the weeks and months since the press conference with Endeavor and the Hero Commission had set the ideals at the core of hero society in Japan ablaze, Izuku found that he was even more grateful that Tenko had found them the abandoned warehouse to train in. It had gone from being a home away from home for evenings after school, their own little dojo to work on their quirk technique, to a safe haven. Within those four walls, the world outside almost didn't matter. Within those four walls, they could pretend that all that mattered was their training, and that there was nothing in the world that could touch them or stop them from achieving the bright future they wanted. It was a little lie that made the big sad truth of the world around them just a little more bearable. Day by day, the world of heroes found itself reeling from punch after punch. Within the first month, resignations came from far and wide. Some hated the idea of selling out to a corporate sponsor in order to fund their agency work almost as much as the idea of becoming tools for the commission, of signing their freedom to work away. Crust was the first and perhaps the most alarming, citing the extreme dishonor of the #1 hero Endeavor, and others closely followed. Names such as Fourth Kind, Majestic, Mr. Brave. These were heroes who may not have compared to the top 10 but who still held good sway in the public eye before All Might died. They and others faded into obscurity, heroes who couldn't take being forced to make what they saw to be an impossible choice. One by one, capes were hung up and sunsets disappeared into. Among those who remained, the disparity of what happened to them was stark. Private agencies weren't as rare as was first feared, and it seemed a number of heroes had survived attempts by the Commission to bring them under their wing with the financial backing to stay independent, the likes of Best Jeanist and Edgeshot among them. What was alarming, however, were the ones who had vanished. Rumors sprung up about what had happened to heroes like Wash and Hawks, who had been brought into the ranks of the Commission to disappear from the public eye. Heroes who had publicly entered the ranks of the Commission were deployed at short notice on the turf of others, and caused nothing but further chaos. Just a week prior to this latest visit to the warehouse, Izuku had watched the news in angst, as a hostage situation in Kyushu had escalated into an all-out brawl between Mirko and Gang Orca for the commission on the streets, with the villains escaping. Even worse were the whispers of those on the take among other private heroes, those who had taken lucrative deals only to disappear from their respective cities and let the police fight the raging fires of crime and anarchy. Some agencies had been bidding for contracts to exclusivity over certain regions, and outcry grew as more and more perceived their towns and cities to have been abandoned. As the corrupt withdrew support, the wretched came out to play, and despite supposed tougher penalties for crimes, there were a lot more villains willing to come into the light and flex their muscles without fear. The definition of hero left a lot to be desired these days. Without all might, they are nothing. The rebellion of UA, and the fallout as the Commission and Endeavor reacted in anger, sent a ripple throughout society. Nizu had disappeared completely from public eye, and the rumors were that the principal had been forced on the run. This only poured fuel onto the fire that was anti-hero sentiment in Japanese society. Despite everything, despite hostile exchanges of words on the news and despite the opening of the new support school, UA survived, and continued to teach as it always wanted to teach. They were the only school that remained totally as they had in the days of All Might, their most famous alumni, and as the other schools accepted commission control or wound-down operations, the trickle-down was affecting everyone. Izuku found himself more and more essaying into his hero analysis notebooks of old, not because the heroes were ubiquitous and because there were so many more to take note of. No. Izuku found them to be the only escape he would have from the depressing reality that their school was trying its best to ignore heroism as a potential career for its youngsters. Short of actively discouraging them to try to apply to hero schools, their school and many others like it took every other step it could to passively end the interest of the next generation in this line of work. Fend for yourself? Survival of the fittest? Leave those most in need to suffer and don't step in? All three were lessons Izuku refused to accept. So all he and Tenko could do was keep their heads down, work hard, train harder, and hope that they could find it within themselves to achieve their goals. No matter what the world threw at them, he had his friend alongside him. He smiled at the strength of the wind blast he was able to summon up with his quirk, and turned to the girl standing away behind him. "I'm ready. Let's try it." "You got it, Green Bean." He had taken his mother's advice to heart after he had taken the quirk off of the Yakuza, and had accepted he would need to try to pass it off as another part of his own quirk. As much as he had been reluctant to admit it at first, Inko had been right that he should talk to her in particular. His cousin had helped him come on in leaps and bounds. Setsuna Tokage was the same age as him, with dazzling green hair and a permanent smirk on her face. While Izuku would admit he was quite shy and easily flustered, Setsuna was almost exactly the opposite, confident bordering on cocky, forthright and never embarrassed. Like him, she could be reckless, and her dinosaur obsession rivaled his hero fixation, but Izuku could see from the time they spent properly training together that she had spent years working on her lizard tail splitter quirk to get the most out of it. It split her body into pieces. After all, she needed absolute control, and had it. Given that her quirk involved an element of telekinetic control by splitting pieces off of her body and floating them around, she was just the right person to help practice with, so that he could effectively pass off his second quirk as a technique he had been developing. Just as she had to pull parts of her body towards her, so Izuku had to pull towards him if he wanted to steal anything. He had given up trying to argue with Tenko about calling it steal, who insisted it was his best name to date, and instead focused on getting his own mental control up to scratch. Having his cousin around was much easier to mentor him on getting the most use out of it. She was a godsend. Even if he wished she would stop flirting with Tenko in front of him. It was just uncomfortable at this point, and he'd much preferred it when she took her head off and made him scream, winning him his bet with Tenko. Setsuna flashed him a wide grin with her wicked sharp teeth inherited from her father. She splayed out the fingers on her right hand, detached it at the wrist using her quirk, and held it out in front of her left hand in a flourish. Combo move coming right up. In his head, as he stretched his hand out towards her offered hand, he felt the tug of steel and flexed his fingers ever so slightly. Setsuna's disembodied hand flew towards him, and as it did he let his mind focus on building up a ball of air using air force in his palm. Nearly. Catapult! He shouted at the top of his lungs, and as Setsuna's right hand landed in his palm he pushed out the blast of air, launching the hand at high speed to bury its fingers into a mattress he and Setsuna had dragged up against the wall. As the fingers met their target and punctured into the mattress, Setsuna crowed out a cheer and punched the air with her remaining hand. Ooh, nicely done, cuz. Izuku grinned and nodded at her. Alright, we found a way we can both use our quirks together. Yeah, well done both of you. Tenko, who had been quiet up until then, started clapping slowly and sarcastically from his seat on a concrete slab behind both Izuku and Setsuna. Great job. Setsuna put her hands on her hips and rolled her eyes at Tenko. What's this Tenten? Jealous you can't do something as cool with your quirk? Tenko stopped his clapping and ran a hand through his hair, before making a funny noise. That move wouldn't work. You're doing it wrong. Izuku wiped the sweat off his face with his t-shirt and shook his head at Tenko, who looked completely bemused. I don't see you offering to help. This is me helping. Tenko picked at a loose corner of the slab and seemed to smirk in satisfaction as it crumbled away even without using his quirk. You're trying to be too showy with your quirks. It's a combo move. Aren't they supposed to be a little flashy? Izuku and Tenko both turned to look at the third member of their little party, who had floated her hand back to her and was fixing it back on at the wrist, and Tenko sighed. Flashy doesn't mean much if you're telegraphing, Setsuna. Telegraphing? Izuku had a notebook out now, never one to miss a learning opportunity. What do you mean? You can use AoE air blasts with your quirk, but to do that move you're using a single direction attack, meaning the target needs to be in front of you. Tenko stood up, flicking some dust off of his shoulder and spinning around on the spot. If you're turning back to Setsuna to steal something to use as ammo, you're turning away from the target. If that's a villain, it's game over to give them an opening like that. Very elegant twirl. Tenko pointedly ignored Setsuna's teasing comment. Plus you've got to think about how useful it really is. Sure, it looks cool to combo up, but Setsuna can chunk bits off herself and make them float anyway. If she can launch them at an opponent anyway, why do you need to combine air force with them when such a strong blast? Izuku chuckled nervously. I guess you're right. Not the best use of both of our quirks. Possibly not. Tenko walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, Izu. We've got a strong party here, and you two have good synergy, but that doesn't always make for a perfect finishing move. Especially with a dumb name like that. Hey, I thought Catapult was a cool name. Setsuna pouted. He wanted to name it some new kind of smash. What's wrong with calling it a smash? Do you want all the villains to know you're an All Might fanboy? Tenko facebombed. This is why you leave this sort of stuff to me to plan. And here I thought you'd be happy for us. Setsuna stuck her tongue out at Tenko. You're a game nerd, and we just tried to impress you with a special move. Tenko gave them both a dry look. Trust me, I know what a good combo move is and which buttons to press. This one just looks like you're button mashing and praying for a good hit. Izuku shook his head, but deep down he realized that Tenko had a point. Sorry, Tenko. We kind of wasted that afternoon, huh? Nah, you two had fun. Just don't try that move again, or you might end up blasting bits of your cousin over a villain. Izuku groaned, embarrassed. Tenko. I'm just messing with you. Come on, let's go home. Tenko stood up and held out Izuku's backpack for Izuku to pull into his hand with steel, as they made their way out of their warehouse training ground. We should probably limit how much we work on our combo moves before the hard-to-kill reptile does any lasting damage to either of you. I don't have any revives over here. You're calling me that? Izuku watched his cousin's eyes light up as her head snapped around backwards on her neck to stare at Tenko in awe. Ah, you read the stories I sent you, Dash. Of course I did. Tenko smirked. Dark sheet on the internet? Sign me up. Setsuna turned to Izuku with a mock accusatory look. See? At least one of you is a man of culture. Speaking of dark sheet. Tenko had his phone out and was looking more serious now. While you two dorks were messing about, I was reading the news. The hero killer struck again. Really? Setsuna let out a low whistle. It's been a while since we saw anything about him. I thought he'd gone into hiding after the whole Endeavor press conference. Who did he get this time? Iwabami? Says here she's Dash. The snake hero, Izuku interrupted, encyclopedic knowledge kicking in. She's based in Tokyo, I think. He's getting closer to here. I think I know her? Setsuna said aloud. She does loads of modeling and commercial work outside of her hero work. And that's apparently why he went for her, Tenko said, scrolling through the article he found. She's still alive, but he cut the snakes off of her head completely. Dash. Setsuna grimaced at the thought of violence against reptiles. And she's apparently been branded by him. He didn't like that she put her hero work behind her modeling as a priority. Can't say I blame him for thinking that. That's no reason for him to hurt her, Izuku said, his voice hardening. Tenko, that isn't right. Surely you don't agree with him doing that? Not with doing that. I dunno though. Tenko looked into the distance, as if lost in thought. This world gets crazier and crazier the more we look. I can't disagree with him being angry at her. She's a hero, she's supposed to save people, and yet she's wrapped up in money and fame. She's the sort of person who survived all that crazy shit Endeavor pulled, while real heroes who do it for the right reasons vanished. It doesn't seem fair. Izuku faltered, but only for a second. I know. We lost All Might, and now for some reason we're willing to give up on heroes who were honest and worked hard. But we do the best with what we've got. We train ourselves to become heroes in future and work as hard as we can to make a better world. We support the heroes we have left for now, and we don't support those methods. There's always a better way to clean up the world than that. Tenko rolled his eyes, but there was a faint smile. I wish I had your optimism, Zu. As someone has to, right? Yeah, I guess so. Tenko turned. What do you think, Set Dash? Setsuna had levitated her head over to Tenko and popped it down onto his shoulder so that she could read the article he was looking at. Ooh, that's pretty graphic. Dash. Get off me, you weirdo. Dash. Way to spoil the moment, Tenko, you heartbreaker. She stuck her tongue out at him as he swatted her head away like an overgrown fly and floated it back onto her body. A pretty girl comes to nuzzle her head against yours and you're turning her down? It would be all right if the rest of her was attached at the time. Tenko burst out, before realizing what he said and making a strangled noise unlike anything Izuku had ever heard from him. That wasn't what I dash. Setsuna's smirk was devilish. Oh, you want my body, is that what this is? Izuku went bright red at the scene in front of him, and he could have sworn he'd started steaming like a kettle. He couldn't help get embarrassed on his best friend's behalf at his cousin's antics. Gee guys. Come on, stop flirting. Dash. I'm not doing anything. Tenko cried, as Setsuna began to howl with laughter. Isa, help me out here. Dash. You know, all you had to do was ask, Tenko. Stop this please. The howls of embarrassment from the two boys, and the delighted cackle of the girl wildly enjoying their struggles with absolutely no shame at all, echoed around the alleyways on their way home. Strangers otherwise keeping their heads down and going about their business in peace looked up at the sight, and for a brief moment those who saw them forgot the woes of the rest of the world. 3 teenagers, full of youth and hope for a better future, having fun without a care in the world. The joys of youth. Izuku realized that something was up the second he walked through their front door. Setsuna had left them shortly before they got home, so that she could get to the train station and get home without her parents worrying about her. He and Tenko had chatted more about what Tenko described as party synergy, and how the 3 of them could be useful in a rescue scenario. Nothing had alarmed him until he stepped through the front door and saw his mother fiddling with her thumbs nervously. Mom? He asked, uncertain, placing his bag down on the floor as Tenko followed in behind him. Is everything okay? She fidgeted, and her eyes flickered towards Tenko behind, who looked concerned all of a sudden. I think we may need to sit down and have a talk. I can go if Tenko started. No, I think this needs you to be here. Inko's interruption set Izuku on edge slightly, but it was clear his mother wasn't going to say anything further without them sitting down for this. Gesturing for Tenko to follow, he set himself down on the couch in the living room and looked over to his mother, who had slumped into her chair. What happened? Inko glanced towards the door, glanced at Izuku, glanced at Tenko, who had just hung up his favorite tattered hoodie and slouched onto the sofa beside Izuku. I got a call from the school. Huh. Izuku paused. I haven't done anything, what could they dash? Wasn't about you, sweetie. Inko swallowed, clearly uneasy, and looked at his best friend. It was about you, Tenko. The blue-haired boy stiffened immediately, shoulders raised, uneasy. What did they say? Inko glanced to the side nervously before she continued. It was about your family. They asked about the Shimura family. Tenko froze. They called me asking for your parents' phone number to talk about something that happened in class the other day. I gave the one you gave me and they said that number was no longer in service. He couldn't look at her, his fists clenching. Please. They tried other numbers they had on the system but nothing connected at all. Inko gulped. They sent a teacher by the address you gave. And found no one. His eyes squeezed shut, head bowed. Damn it. Izuku's eyes were wide, his jaw trying not to hit the floor. Tenko, do you not have a family? There was no response from his friend, whose shoulders were shaking by now, his face scrunched up and fists balled. Instead, he stood slowly and started for the door, the pain written over his face for all to see. I don't want to talk about it. Please. Izuku jumped up and followed him out, and as Tenko moved to grab his hoodie and leave, he put his hand on Tenko's arm. Tenko, it's okay, dash. How can you say that? Tenko cried, grabbing the hand which had touched him with a shaking gloved hand. You don't know a DMN thing about it and you want to tell me everything is alright, dash. Because you're my best friend. Izuku said, voice wavering in fear, as Inko slowly followed and watched after them from the doorway to the living room with worried eyes. Because you're my partner and the only person I trust with secrets, I'm terrified of the rest of the world knowing, dash. And you wouldn't think that about me if you knew. Knew what? Izuku took a step forward towards his friend. What do you think could ever change my view of you, dash? Stop. Tenko's voice was low, almost hollow. You would hate me. You would be afraid, you'd run, dash. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not afraid of you. And I don't want to lose you. I'm sorry, Izuku. Tenko Ino. Izuku reached out with both hands now to touch his friend's face, realizing just how much the older boy was trembling. I don't know what I'd do without you as a friend. All I'm asking is to let me in. Understand? As both of Izuku's hands cupped Tenko's cheeks, a single tear shed by the brunette, his hands both flashed with the black and red sparks he was accustomed to as a side effect from using his quirk. This time, though, was different. Red sparks surrounded both of his hands, before sharp pain lanced through Izuku's skull like a lightning strike and his vision exploded into black. Before he could even open his mouth to say anything, images flashed before his eyes that he was powerless to control, shaking and in sepia like an old-fashioned film. A cut on his lips, disoriented, blurry vision. Blood dripped from his face into little puddles on the floor. Your fault. The trembling voice of father, beside himself with grief and wrath. His little head looked up, seeing the half-decayed corpse on the floor. Open rib cage, corroded internal organs that were flaking into dust before his eyes. Blood pooled onto the floor, more than he thought a body could hold, as her muscle and skin rotted and flaked away into dust, into nothingness. Mother's body, turning to ash before his eyes. Why couldn't you have had a different quirk than your worthless brother? Strong hands gripped his throat, picking him up and slamming him into the wall. There he saw father's face, bloodshot eyes, and wearing the look of a man whose mind had been swallowed in darkness. This was your fault. You killed her. Strong hands threatened to crush his windpipe, slamming his spine and the back of his skull repeatedly into the wall. Things started to go black, panic set in, and little hands encased in a ratty hoodie reached for his father's face. When the rot set in, the hands gripped harder, then his little hands grabbed father's wrists. The hands around his neck turned to dust, and his own little body fell to the floor as he gasped and gagged for air. Bloody stumps cracked in flakes and disappeared themselves, and the skin covering the muscle of father's face slid off. It sounded like the cracking of eggs, skin spilling onto the hardwood floor as the muscle and eyes started melting too. When his jaw rotted through at the bone and fell off, tongue hanging out uselessly, the screaming turned to gurgling and father fell to his knees. Then little Tenko screamed and bolted for the door. A jolt seemed to force the boys apart, the sparks dying from Izuku's hands as he slid to the floor. His heart was racing, adrenaline coursing through his veins, and the shock at the sudden ability to do something he never could was replaced by sadness as his brain caught up to what he had just seen. Forcing his eyes to open again, he saw the horrified look on Tenko's face. Somehow, through that vision, whatever that was, he knew that he'd seen it too. He and Izuku had seen the same thing. Reaching a hand toward his friend, Izuku's voice wasn't much more than a whisper. "Tenko." "So." Tenko sounded defeated, almost completely devoid of emotion. "Guess that's another quirk of yours, huh? Forced cutscenes?" "Tenko, I know you didn't mean that." There was no malice in the older boy's tone. "There go my secrets, huh? Izuku." Inko spoke up. From the doorframe, eyes wide. "What was that?" I. He nearly swallowed his tongue trying to compose himself. "I just saw in Tenko's head. I saw a memory. I guess We can work it out later," his mother said, before her anxious son sent himself down a quirk analysis rabbit hole. "Are you both Tenko sighed, and his shoulders slumped down as if completely defeated. Gonna go." At that moment, Izuku did the only thing he could do, the only thing to get his point across properly. Wrapping both arms around Tenko and throwing himself into the taller boy's chest, he hugged him tighter than he ever had before, realizing for the first time just how skinny and bony his older friend was. "I'm not going anywhere, Tenko." His friend stiffened. "Huh. That memory I saw. Your family. They died because of my quirk?" Tenko said, and if Izuku had looked up he would have seen the look of deep-rooted pain which he shot at Inko. "Yeah. Tenko." Inko's voice was laden with concern. "Do you mind me asking what happened?" For a long moment, Izuku was acutely aware of the silence as Tenko made up his mind. "All right. I guess enough of it is out of the bag by now." Izuku looked up at his friend with tears in his eyes, and saw how Tenko scratched his neck nervously even while he was wrapped around him. "When did it Incident 0. The day All Might died." Tenko paused. "I hadn't had my quirk until that day. We all gathered at home with All Might fighting that villain, and there was debris flying everywhere, like a bomb went off. Mother, she tried to hug me in close because I was so scared. We had a car come through our front window into the kitchen. I was terrified. And then it kicked in. I didn't know I had it back then, so he gestured with a gloved hand. Didn't have these. My quirk kicked in and I couldn't stop it, and then Hannah was gone, then mother, and then father, Hey. Izuku's voice wobbled but he squeezed his friend even tighter as he felt Tenko shudder in sadness. "It's okay, you don't have to say any more than you don't want to. I can't believe you've been on your own since then." "I haven't been alone." Tenko nudged him. "The day after, when I was at my lowest. Some kid I never met sent me a party invite. Best decision I've made. And that's kinda why I didn't say anything. I figured I might lose you if you knew what I'd done. I'm staying right here." Izuku broke the hug and stepped back, but met Tenko's gaze with his own. "So many people lost family and loved ones on that day, including you. You lost yours in an accident you never saw coming. Why would I ever blame you or think bad of you for what you've been through?" "You mean that?" 100%. You're my best friend, Tenko. Nothing will change that." He held out a hand. "I'm not going anywhere." A ghost of a smile flickered on his best friend's face as he reached out and clasped the outstretched hand. "I don't deserve you." "Thanks, Izu." "Trust me when I say you deserve him, Tenko." Izuku looked over at his mother in awe in the doorway as she said that, and Tenko was clearly taken aback. "Ainko." She looked concerned. You've been moving around from place to place since you lost your parents, I take it? Yeah. I didn't want to end up in an orphanage, so I kinda cheated and moved around some of the empty houses on the other side of town. Folks abandoned them after All Might died, so I didn't get disturbed that way. Inko shook her head. You don't have to do that anymore. Tenko, I don't know what I have to do this, but I'm sure Izuku will agree with me when I say this. I want you to move in with us. Despite all of the sadness that had come from Tenko's trip down memory lane, Izuku's eyes widened in sheer joy at what his mother was saying. You mean that, Mom? Without a doubt. Even if I have to sign adoption papers and make you a Midoriya, so help me, I'm giving you a home, Tenko. Why you? For me? Tenko looked genuinely stunned. Why dash? When you first met Izuku, I worried about the kind of person he brought home with him. You were older, unknown, unpredictable, and you looked like you'd seen darkness. I just wasn't sure what kind. I was afraid he'd let another Katsuki into his life, that my sweet boy was going to be taken for a ride once again, but you showed me the truth about you. About what you are to my son. Inko walked over and placed a hand on Tenko's shoulder, at the same time reaching down to give Izuku's hand a squeeze. Tenko, it isn't your pain, or the things you've been through that have managed to define you or what you do with your life. It's your sense of loyalty and kindness that has. Loyalty to my son, to stand by him while no others would and push him to his dreams. Kindness by protecting him, helping him, finding ways to try to help achieve his goals. As a mother, I couldn't wish for more for my son. You, Tenko Shimura, through this have proven to be as good as family to Izuku. So that's how I want to treat you. I'm not going to leave you on your own after this. Inko looked at the pair of them, a soft smile reached her face, and a tear slid down her cheek. If you'd like a place to stay with us, then you're part of the family too. I'll even do the papers if I have to, but I want to make sure that you're safe, for your sake and my son's. The only response she got from both boys was to hold on tight to her for a hug and begin to bawl their eyes out. Tenko, usually so against hugs, buried himself into her shoulder and choked out, "Thank you," after "thank you" as he cried, while Izuku wrapped an arm around his friend and his mother as the tears streamed down his freckled cheeks. Izuku's heart finally began to slow down after the tension of the few minutes previous, as he wrapped himself in that hug and focused on the two most important people in his life. He had never seen Tenko so vulnerable or so afraid before, and he swore in his head that he would never let his best friend feel he was so utterly alone ever again. There was a cast-iron bond between them now, a bond of memories and secrets and the complete joy of their friendship, and with everything he had he knew he would make sure that bond never broke. This was his family, and he would protect them. Izuku and Tenko, aged 14 and there are the keys. Kimura, a bird-headed man who had had enough of Mizudafu and wanted to escape for the country, popped the keys into the open palm of the man buying his house. You think you can take it from here? Positive. Say, what's with the scarf, mister? You unwell? That why your face is covered? The man paused, a tattered red scarf covering the bottom of his face and a long trench coat covering the rest of his body. Kimura was intrigued. A mutant type. Other people tend to get a little on edge when they see my face. The bird-headed man nodded, understanding. A kindred spirit. Don't I know that feeling? It's got a lot worse since All Might died, huh? Tell me about it. The younger man accompanying the buyer, a lizard-like man with spiky purple hair, clenched a fist. Some people just can't help themselves, and the heroes don't seem to want to stand up for us anytime soon. Don't get me started on them, young man. Kimura clapped a friendly hand on his shoulder. Sure as hell makes you wish there were some real heroes around, right? The scarfed man nodded fervently. I couldn't agree more. Thank you for providing for us. No sweat, thank you for paying. Just keep an eye on that noisy fridge and this place will keep you right as rain. Kimura made a show of opening the front door, turning and bowing to the young lady with the blonde buns, the youngest of the motley trio on his former doorstep. Your palace awaits, lady. She giggled, a noise which set his teeth on edge a bit, and flashed him a fanged grin. Thank you, Birdman. Ha! He straightened up and turned to the purchaser, nodding. I'll head to the bus station now. But call me if you need anything, Mr. Akaguro. Thank you. See you around, guys. The red-scarfed man said nothing more until Kimura was out of earshot and out of sight, before lowering the scarf around his neck again and breathing out. Well now, he was a kind man. Nice place he's given us, Spinner said, stepping through the porch and looking around appraisingly. When you said we were settling down into a base, I didn't think you'd bought a house, boss. Stain smirked, giving the insides of the house a once-over as he walked in. The benefits of your real name being unknown to those hunting for you. Why waste time trying to hide a secret base away from the police and fake heroes, when they won't bat an eyelid about Mr. Akaguro buying a house in the neighborhood? Pretty smart plan, Mr. Staney. Stain turned to look at Himiko Toga, who was still stood outside, and arched an eyebrow. Double training for that one. He paused as she made a face at him. Thank you for agreeing to come back here and join us moving in here. I appreciate that you have bad memories of this place. Hey, the bad memories were long before I met you and Big Bro Shuichi. She seemed chipper, bouncing on her heels. Now that I'm here with you both, I'm safe, right? And besides, you said you had a mission for me here. Indeed I do. Stain removed the coat he had been wearing carefully, the clinking noise the only giveaway as to the number of blades he had concealed within its pockets, and hung it on a hook by the door. Get the bags in and then we can talk about it properly. I'm sending you out on your own for the first time, Himiko. The hero killer had a point. That thought had been a very dangerous spark to ignite the fire inside his mind, when he first heard the words of Stain and the rejection of hero society as it had become. He had seen, through everything that he had been put through, the darkest side of heroes, long before the world lost its Superman and before those in power tried desperately to cling to it. He had fallen through the cracks and seen how the elite and the strong decided to treat those less fortunate, all on his own way down. There was wrong in this world before Incident Zero, before All Might had gone, but as the world burned he had watched the callous commanders within the Hero Commission throw caution and compassion to the wayside. He watched the rise of heroes who had so much to hide, and he found himself disgusted, wishing that someone would upset the balance and expose the corruption at the heart of everything, that someone would do their jobs properly for them. Then he saw a video of a man calling himself a hero killer, and he took his words to heart. It wasn't right. It wasn't fair. The entire country was wrapped in a cycle of forgiving the unforgivable when it came from a hero, and failing to recognize the commendable when it came from someone outside of those hallowed ranks. They had tried to create a world where those who showed true courage and selflessness to charge into battle and protect innocent people were decried as reckless criminals, while the corrupt and indecent continued to draw praise no matter what they did. Collateral damage and brutality were now being touted as useful tools in their arsenals. And yet, there was so much more that could be done if only there were more who would willingly gaze into the belly of the beast and stand firm. No matter what the risk or the cost, they could achieve so much more if people were brave enough to stand as a vigilante and do the jobs that the heroes should have been doing. They could right more than a few wrongs, save people who had nobody else to turn to, make the most of the gifts they had been given and make the ones who pretended to be virtuous saviors pay for their lies. He would do his bit. He would help to cleanse the world of the fakes. Blue flames flickered in front of him as the factory burned. It had been modern and new, a monolith of steel and glass and brick, conspicuous as the most clean and well-maintained building in the neighborhood before he arrived. Now, it was a shell of its former self, somehow still standing but completely devastated from the wave of cyan fury that had washed over it and tore the insides apart. As it should be, everything it stood for made his blood boil. He stood, hands in the pockets of his long blue coat, watching the remaining flames flicker in front of him. The heat emanating off of the factory wafted over him, shaking his long black hair and ruffling the tail of his coat, and for a moment there was peace as he gazed upon what he had done with a sense of satisfaction. A job well done, in a world crying out for so much more. The fire service of this city hadn't made it in time, and even if they made it now, there wouldn't be enough of the building left to save. And yet, despite the appalling actions of the one who owned it, it wasn't the main reason he had come to this city, crawling with the poor and the downtrodden and those who had fallen through the cracks of society to collide with rock bottom as if it were their destiny. No, he had a purpose as a fire starter, light a flame, and the moths would get drawn to it. He was here to catch a particular moth, and if the rustling of an approaching person was anything to go by, he might be in luck. There was a crunch from under the person's boots as they came to a stop behind him. So this was your handiwork, huh? Stayed behind to admire what you did. He nodded at the sound of that voice, still gazing at the flames. Exactly who he was looking for. Figured you might come and have a look. Exactly what I expected from you. The newcomer growled. Dobby. Dobby smirked at the use of the name he had chosen. I didn't think news about me traveled this fast. I'm touched. Spare me the sarcastic crap, you vandal. What are you doing here? I thought that this might get your attention. I wanted to talk. And what do you think I'd want to talk to you about? A few rumors I've heard here and there. Some news I wanted to give you in person. Dobby turned, lifting a hand out of his pocket to scratch at the burned purple skin of his neck. Snatch. The intended recipient of his message stood before him, a hulking combat-vested man with a long blonde ponytail and ferocious mustache. Sajin Higawara, a pro-hero, was one of the ones who had cut deals to survive after the sweeping changes to the agency system made by the Hero Commission. Snatch was a brute, with a fierce look in his eyes and with muscular arms which rippled due to the effects of his sandstorm quirk. The man was like a coiled spring, waiting to reform his body and unleash a wave of sand to attack Dobby at any moment. Possibly not a fight he could win either. Snatch glared at him. News? From a crook like you? I assume this blaze is your news? Crook? You really don't understand me, do you? Dobby folded his arms and returned the look coolly. Tell me, who did this place belong to? I'm not in the mood for games. I am. It's a simple question. The pro faltered first. Seiji Nagamoto. Local businessman, man of honor, pharmaceutical giant who made his money manufacturing Quirk specialist medication. Yeah. One of your clients, right? He is. Snatch's chest pulsed in sand for a second. A fine sponsor to my agency. This was his largest factory, making 500,000 bottles a year of tailored Quirk side effect medicine. Big numbers. Big numbers means a heavy fine to pay when you're brought to justice. Snatch balled a fist. I cannot let criminal damage like this stand when he does so much good for our community. Does he? Dobby paused for effect. He was going to enjoy this. Do you know what else he did here? What did you dash? Let me teach you. Dobby waved a hand, and the blue flames he had created danced like snakes to their charmer. There's a lot of people out there who think that with no all might, they can do as they please. Violence, extortion, abuse. Even drags. Trigger is a danger to all of society. You and I can both agree on something, it seems, villain dash. Vigilante. Not villain. It was Dobby's turn to glare. And I wasn't talking about Trigger. Huh. Trigger is the big one, yeah. The Yakuza have a hand in that one, and I don't know who's at the top. But everything gets blinded by the news talking about Trigger, so we forget the old names too, the ones that kill and nobody cares about. Dobby slid his hands back into his pockets. Like the ones being produced here at this factory. What a ridiculous accusation, Snatch responded, balling a fist. Where's your proof that dash? Proof? I sent enough of that to the police here when I broke in a while back dash. You were the one who spoke to the police? Yeah. Figured you'd know about that. Dobby shrugged. Seems they didn't want to listen. Or someone leaned on them to stop. Careful with your words, criminal. A few thousand grains of sand begun to form snapping jaws. Tread very carefully. I didn't like that nobody wanted to do anything. So I burned it to the ground. Dobby waved at his handiwork. Enough cane and heroin to put hundreds on the streets or in hospital, and make someone millions. This city has more addicts to non-Quirk drags than anyone else in the prefecture, more homeless. More deaths. And it all comes from right here at the source. You dare accuse him of dash? Oh, I dare. We both know where Nagamoto made his extra money, and so many people suffered because of it. Not anymore. I won't stand for this, coming from someone like you. A respected businessman and pillar of the community, making valuable medication And you want to pretend he is a drag dealer to fuel your little spree of destruction? You are sick. Sick? Me? Dabi shook his head. I know you knew what was going on here. And yet you were happy to let it continue? I'm tired of these allegations. Snatch raised both of his sizable fists towards Dabi angrily. Surrender now, and you'll be in one piece when you get to prison. I'd hate to do more damage to you than you've already done, Patchwork Man. Threats, really? Hey, didn't you see? We don't have to hold back anymore. Snatch postured, menacingly, unheroic. Private heroes with no collateral damage laws to chain us down. I can go all out against someone like you, and the Nagamoto company just pays off any damage bill. You get to watch as the factory you worked so hard to destroy gets built back up, and Nagamoto gets to carry on as if you never existed. I doubt he'll be doing that. Dabi kept his composure despite the wide grin that was threatening to break out. The hero was so blind. Oh, and what makes you so sure of yourself? Nagamoto was inside when I burned it down. The hero staggered, and Dabi enjoyed every moment of seeing the news sink in. Dabi, what? Yeah. Funny how that happens, right? Dabi ignited his quirk in his own palm, and watched the blue light dance with a smirk. He really tried to come for me when I set his vault on fire. Didn't go so well. You killed Dash. What can I say? He made good fuel. How dare you? Snatch's arms completely melted into 2 tendrils of sand. He had a son. He was a good man, a man who made medicine, who gave to the community. And you burned him alive in his own factory, the business he built with his own 2 hands. Seiji deserved better. Dash. First name basis, huh? Snatch paused, and Dabi knew it was a reaction to the sudden knife edge in his tone. Now he was getting to the heart of why he had come to this wretched and poor city in the first place. What? I know he paid his premium to be watched over by you, but he was more than a client to you, wasn't he? Fire flickered in Dabi's eyes, but this one wasn't a reflection of the building in front of him. This was a brief flash of his anger surfacing. All those gala invites and photo opportunities, the times you went to his son's birthday parties and opened his Kyushu factory for him. He was a friend, after all. You supported him. And so what if Seiji was my friend? You knew, didn't you? You knew what he did in this place, who he hurt, what he made and sold. And you kept quiet and took the money. Dash. His money helped my agency take down a counterfeit goods smuggling ring and bring its members to justice. Dabi shook his head at the outburst from Snatch. Everything he thought was true about this so-called hero had been confirmed the moment he didn't deny knowledge of where the money had come from. So that's how you justified it. Turning a blind eye to a man becoming a kingpin. Was the money that good? You burned my friend alive. Dash. And you're ignoring everything I say. You don't even try to argue with it. Dabi clenched a fist as he felt the heat rise within him. You watched as your friend cornered the city market for non-quirk-related drags, and turned a blind eye to the money he made exploiting the poor and desperate. Your agency benefited from taking down any violent drag users and claiming the bounty from the police, and took bribes from Nagamoto to keep quiet about his role in creating villains for you all. Both of you profited from the pain of others and stepped on less fortunate people. Dash. And you think people will believe you? The fake hero had foregone any sense of presence of nobility and righteous fury now, and was sneering at him, mustache turned up. You're a villain so infamous the #1 hero put a bounty out for his capture, who's burned people alive and destroyed property for fun. Fun? Dabi shook his head at the display in front of him. It was pathetic, he thought, how the hero still wished to act as if the only person in the wrong was him. Yeah, I enjoyed the fact that he burned. One more corrupt businessman turned to ash, getting justice he never would. One more city where people can break free of their habits and make a better life. But I don't do this for fun. I do what I have to. Don't give me that crap. Dash. I take action against scum, which is what heroes should be doing. What they used to do before All Might fell, before the Agency Act, before earning money and cutting deals meant more than standing for justice. An idealist, huh? Dabi paused, looking the man up and down in his fighting stance. You know the stats for Endeavor, right? The damage he's caused, the lives who have been lost on the sidelines of his battles. Endeavor is our #1 hero. And so we forgive him? An old bully who views collateral as a necessity of a working day, rather than the worst-case scenario. Dabi's fire flared up on his right palm, blue light flickering in the eyes of the Sandman opposite him. I cleanse criminals and abusers in fire, but am called a villain for standing up for what's right. Endeavor doesn't care when he wipes out innocence in the crossfire, and he's the best we have to offer. Why is that the society we live in? You're unbearably naive. The arrogance was back on the Sand Hero's face. Heroes can't save everyone. Not after All Might died. While kids like you had all their ideas about what they want the world to be, we saw who came climbing out of their holes after we lost the symbol of peace. We had to make the hard choices on which battles to pick and what we could do. So if you don't like the fact we let some of the scum slip by, and want to focus our efforts elsewhere, then wake up. If you don't like us taking money from the rich, then you're deluded to hope for anything better. And if you don't like us being willing to sacrifice those beyond help, the filth we could never truly rescue from their miserable lives, then you're as without hope as they are. You even monologue like a villain. Bold words from a criminal like you. Snatch balled his hands into fists, and his arms began to dissolve into sand as part of his quirk. I'm done talking. You're coming with me and I'm stopping you today, because there's not a DMN thing you can do to win this fight against me. I know. Dabi would have been lying if he said he didn't enjoy the look on Snatch's face after he said that. Huh. My fire doesn't work well against your sand, and you can just reform your arms, so I won't fight. But I won't be coming with you. You're not doing a very good job of running then, Snatch retorted, and Dabi rolled his eyes at the disgusting laugh of the pro-hero. Why the hell did you come here alone? Dabi saw the shadows behind Snatch flicker, and resisted the urge to smirk. Did I say that? Wait. Cold. In an instant, Snatch hadn't known what had hit him. The world turned white in a blast of sheer cold, and the pro-hero was completely neutralized. Dabi was impressed. He knew the kid had talent, and one of the most powerful quirks the world had ever seen, but the technique was refined and he hadn't given his position away at all as Dabi stalled for time talking to Snatch. His ice had completely encased the Sand Hero in a half-meter thick wall around his whole body, freezing him completely in place. Even if he had been able to activate Sandstorm within his ice prison, Snatch's arms would have been stuck to the walls of the ice block in an instant. Even better, while their opponent was completely immobilized, not a single bit of the ice block had touched any of the buildings around the alleyway. Dabi himself had been completely untouched, despite not being far from the pro at the time of the ice wall. He had only been with his partner for a few weeks, since the press conference on that fateful day tipped the scales and turned years of anger and despair into a desire to strike back and do things a better way. In that short time, he'd realized just how dangerous the kid could be. He smiled now, a patchwork grin. Good instincts, Juhio. The now-named Juhio emerged from the shadows, tugging at the hood he was wearing over his face. I'm still not sure about the name. Dabi pet his head teasingly. I don't see you coming up with anything better. Your name choices were terrible. And besides, I need to use a code name in case Sandman over here brought any friends. His companion ran a hand over the ice block, unflinching at the cold. I doubt it, the perimeter was clear when I looked. He paused and turned to Dabi. Did I do the right thing? To attack a pro-hero like that? He may die if he remains frozen like this. Perhaps. Dabi looked up and down at Juhio. How do you feel about it? I don't want to kill a pro. If they could be exposed and brought to justice, I'd feel happier to spare a life. But I don't trust that the system wouldn't protect them. Juhio huffed, ice on his breath. I heard everything he said. He only wanted you to get the bounty money from Endeavor, and he took advantage of drag addicts and a friend in high places to profit for his own agency. He corrupted everything a hero should be. I know. We can't even trust the police since they didn't investigate him. There's nobody to give him and the businessman justice but us. Dabi looked the kid up and down, and he knew what he had to do. He was used to what he could do, and accepted a long time ago that his mission would lead him to violence that would throw scorn on any notion that he was a true hero. He burned people, buildings, homes, all in the pursuit of a better society, but the black marks against his name would bar anyone from viewing him as the bright hope for the new age. Villain was a moniker he expected, vigilante was the best he could hope for. The kid wasn't there yet, and turning him into a copy of Dabi could be avoided. He could still be true enough, pure enough for this corrupted society to be a proper hero in time, and still be involved in the mission to cleanse it, one way or another. This was a better way. Dabi turned to look at the ice block next to him. Can you unfreeze his face? Huh. My fire would melt too much of the ice. Can you? Yes, but dash. Do you mind? Sure. Dabi's companion touched the block of ice with his other hand, and slowly the water sluiced away like the trickle of a stream to uncover the face of the sand hero, before walking away to stand behind Dabi. Snatch spluttered, coughing water out of his lungs as it cascaded down his cheeks and dripped from his mustache. Dash. It's you too. The kid, the prodigy. You've partnered up with this scum? He's not the scum I see around here, Juhio said, voice even, and Dabi noted how his companion refused to look at the pro-hero. You disgust me. Why you lit Irk? Dabi had reacted before the hero could properly come to, and had reached forward to stab a knife through the forehead of the pro as he was encased in ice, watching the life fade immediately from those hardened eyes. Figures. His quirk extended to his limbs and upper body but not his head. An easy target when you work it out. Juhio had started from behind him, and Dabi realized he had made the right call. The kid wasn't used to death, and he needed to be kept away from that. You did that for me? It's best if you keep your hands clean. Dabi wiped blood from the knife as a force of habit, and dropped it on the floor. He activated his quirk in an instant and concentrated it on the knife, cremating the handle and melting the metal of the blade into a puddle. I've done this before, but you haven't. Best we keep it that way. Juhio nodded, and met his gaze, his face stoic. Thank you. Dabi didn't usually smile, but that had changed since his partner had arrived, and he felt nothing but pride in this moment. He allowed himself the warm smile to creep in. Hey, I know you ran away a few months ago, but we've only been together a few weeks. We still have a lot for you to get used to, and there will be things I'm comfortable doing which you won't be. I get it. He placed a hand on his companion's shoulder. Leave the worst to me. I will. Juhio shivered. This place is awful. Do you see what we're up against? Dabi waved a hand lazily, and watched his companion take in the burning factory, and the body of the hero they had cornered, blood running down the ice. Corrupt heroes willing to turn a blind eye provided they're paid enough. Hypocrites who are happy to let the world burn, but on their terms, not ours. And poor people trampled below them in the dust, with no hope of being free of their suffering. It's all wrong. Anybody who does what they do doesn't deserve to be called a hero. The determination in Juhio's voice was strong. I learned that from Endeavor. You and me both. Dabi extended a hand scarred by burned tissue to his companion. We can make a better world together. One without the corrupt. One without him. One where the heroes actually look like true heroes. He held for a moment, fierce turquoise eyes meeting mismatched gray and blue. Shall we get started, little brother? A skinny hand clasped his scarred one in a warm handshake, and Dabi smiled inwardly at the raging fire he could see in Shoto Todoroki's eyes. Let's go, Tuya. Endeavor was going to pay. They all were. They would make sure of it. You still want to get into you, right, Izuku? Izuku, head deep in a notebook scribbling away about Mirko's latest fight even as he walked, started at the sound of Setsuna's question out of the blue. Why do you ask? You always wanted the same thing since we were tiny, you know? Setsuna flashed her widest grin at him. You told me you were going to be number one day, and everything dash. Izuku groaned. I was 5, stop trying to embarrass me dash. Hey, you said it, not me. Setsuna put her hands on her hips even as they kept walking. You didn't even have a quirk back then and you were so determined. Now you've got that super strong quirk, surely you've got even more in your favor to go to UA. Why yeah? Izuku rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I heard their tests are even stricter now they have less students coming in. You think I can still do it? Hell yeah. It's the attitude that's half of it too. Nobody I know wants to make a difference more than you. Izuku smiled. Tenko had said the same. If both of them thought it, then maybe he could. After their heart-to-heart from Izuku seeing Tenko's darkest moments, Tenko had moved in and become part of the Midoriya family furniture. He hadn't accepted Inko's offer of being formally adopted, but it was clear she still thought of him as a second son. Nothing changed between the two boys, of course. They still remained practically inseparable and still spent hours after school training their quirks alongside each other, but in a world growing weirder by the day, it helped that they could be sure to keep each other safe. All the while, as two boys forged a bond akin to blood brothers, and the world went in a handcart around them, those two bright young minds drew up a plan to right the wrongs around them. A plan to get Izuku into UA, the school of his dreams, to get him to graduate and stand up to inspire change not just in their city, but the whole country. Izuku had always wanted to become a hero, no matter how impossible he had been told it would be, no matter what barriers people constructed in front of him while quirkless. Now, finally, he could be given a chance to change things. He closed the notebook, careful to keep a finger in it to save the page, and nodded to Setsuna. I always wanted to go to UA. Even now as the country goes nuts I still want it. No matter how much the people don't like heroes? No matter what. I can't just sit here and let it get worse. I can't stand by and let people corrupt what it means to be a hero. I still want to save people with a smile on my face. That's what I want to be and what I want others to want, more than anything. He nodded, clenched a fist. I don't like how things have been going, so I have to try, right? Never change, cuz. Setsuna detached an arm and glided it over to ruffle his hair. Ain't he the most precious, Tenko? Yeah. Although I'm gonna go with him too. Setsuna turned to look at Tenko, hands in his pockets. You serious? You want to try for UA? I thought you hated the heroes. Yeah. I still agree more with the hero killer than any of them. Tenko shrugged his shoulders. But this idiot told me if I don't like it, I should do something about it myself, and he's right. I told him I'd have his back and go with him, so if I can get into UA with him, maybe I can be better than the ones I hate, and do something to fix society in the process. Wow. Setsuna raised an eyebrow. You didn't forget the part where you're 2 years older than us, did ya? Figured you'd say that. Tenko smirked. UA still allows deferred entry. I can join you in your class as a first year even though I'm older, if I apply at the same time. Guess this means I get to cheese the early levels. DMN. Kinda sad you think you'll be doing better than us, Tenten. As if UA is gonna be easy. Izuku shared a look with Tenko. They knew it wouldn't be easy, but then nothing worth doing ever was. This was the goal they had decided to nail their colors to the mast for now. If things got worse or things got insufferable, they would have to reconsider, but if there was any hope of changing anything, they would have to lead by example and show people there was a better way. We're ready. I know it. That's the spirit. Setsuna pointed finger guns at the pair of them. I'll get you both the application form tomorrow when I swing by to see my friend at Fondo High. Aldra might not like heroes anymore, but they ain't gonna stop us. Thanks, Setsuna. No sweat. She stopped for a second, underneath a sign pointing to Tetsuin Station. Say, why did you even come this way again? You stupid lizard. What part of you asking us to walk you to the station did you forget? When Setsuna had told them that she was heading away for a day and needed to leave Mizudafu, Izuku and Tenko had agreed without hesitation to walk Setsuna to the station after their brief interlude of training. Not that she wasn't capable of defending herself in case any unsavory types came for her, of course. Izuku had seen firsthand just how much Setsuna had trained herself in her quirk when she laid out a random vagrant who had tried to rob their group for lunch money one day. No, this was more of a reaction to the area being unfamiliar. Yakuza seemed to be more and more common around Mizudafu, Esaha, Kamino and Tokyo these days. Not only that, but they seemed to be getting bolder, traveling around in larger groups, making their presence felt. If they were out there, then it was best to band together too, especially around a busy hub like Tetsuin Station with so many unknown people. As they approached the busy intersection near the station and the formidable railway bridge across the road, However, something didn't seem right. There was a commotion up ahead and a few gasps and screams from people, almost as if a fight was going on. This in itself wasn't unusual. While it hadn't become a crime-ridden metropolis on the level of Kyushu or Esuha, Mizudafu was seeing increasing crime which the police couldn't cope with entirely. Most of these situations could be ignored and passed by as someone else's problem. Most of these situations didn't involve the sudden appearance of a giant beast-headed man growing to the size of an office block in the middle of a busy intersection, right by the station. The ground trembled underfoot as the brute reached his full size, and gave a deafening bestial roar as if challenging anyone to come forward. Izuku saw the giant appear right before his eyes, veins pulsing and engorged, a hazy look in his eyes, and he knew this was trouble. "Sheesh," Tenko said, slowly slipping one glove off. "That's one huge villain. I didn't know there was a boss spawner around here." "Do you think he's Yakuza?" Izuku asked, turning to his friend, before he started at the sight of Tenko willingly exposing his hand and flexing his fingers in public. Tenko." "What?" Tenko deadpanned, wearing a complete poker face with ease. "It's just insurance, promise. We're getting out of here, but I want to be ready if he comes over here." "He's right, Zuzu," Setsuna said, looking completely unfazed by the giant villain in front of them. "I'd rather take my chances and stay alive than not be able to find all of my bits when he steps on me." "Looking after number one is the way," Tenko agreed, shaking his fringe out of his eyes to glare at the behemoth. "We aren't looking for a fight, but we've got to protect ourselves if he does come this." "I knew you'd understand, Tenten. Although if you want to start looking for my bits anytime soon then feel free dash." "Not the time, you too." Izuku flushed red as Setsuna's wild side came out in full force, and he shook himself as his cousin cackled. "All right, self-defense, I get it. Let's keep moving before he stands on us." As if to demonstrate Izuku's point, the enormous beast-headed man roared out, thick blue veins bulging on his neck and limbs, before he lashed out with one monstrous arm. With a sickening crunch, he tore through one of the energy poles rising from the street to stand alongside the railway, and the screams of the crowd horrified Izuku as the metal tower crashed to earth. There were people under there as it landed, and nobody in sight to help them, and Izuku and his group stood frozen no more than 100 meters from the chaos as it unfolded, unable to bring themselves to flee at the sight before them. "Where are the heroes when you need them?" a lady shouted, dragging her winged toddler child behind her as she fled. "There are people trapped under there. What are we gonna do? Can't anyone stop this guy? You're welcome to try." The bestial giant yelled, swinging a fist the size of a car into the side of a multi-story car park and laughing as he pulled cars from the gaping hole in the building, raining them down on innocent bystanders. "What the hell happened?" Tenko shouted, bracing his skinny legs as the ground shook from the footsteps of the villain and from the impacts. "Why is this guy entering rage state here?" "Guy stole a handbag from a woman and took trigger when the boyfriend fought back so he didn't get beat," replied an older man in a business suit as he ran past Izuku's group. "He's on a rampage, man." Trigger. That one word gave Izuku more of an explanation than any of the others. Trigger was a name that every kid knew, heard on the whispers of the dark sides of the internet and in the shadows of the alleyways you weren't supposed to go down. Quirk enhancement drags like nothing the world had ever seen before. Trigger sent people almost into a berserker state with a rush of blood to the head and a boost to their quirk factor. It was a good high and a means to overpower anyone in a pinch. The Yakuza had taken to handing it out like candy as a reward for anyone willing to do their dirty work, and there were whispers as to people making money in the underworld arming low-level thugs with stockpiles of the drag to create their own instant foot soldiers. The police just couldn't cope with how much of it was getting out there, or where it was coming from, and so villains like this with their pulsing blue veins pumped full of the stuff were all too common these days. Vile substance. No match for true power. He shook his head as that thought bounced around his skull. He had no idea where it came from. "Guys." "Yeah, I don't think I'm getting that train," Setsuna said, grimacing. "Not good. I want to stop him, but we can't." "Izuku," Tenko said, staring at the giant man. "Not if you want to get into UA. If we get arrested as vigilantes taking him down there's no way back." "He's right, Zuzu. We've gotta go, no matter how much we want to help. Izuku found himself grinding his teeth. Right. Izuku made to spin and run off. Let's get out of dash. Thump. As Izuku span on his heels to get away from the rampaging giant, he found resistance as he ran into someone. They weren't particularly tall or broad, but he certainly wasn't expecting to have someone standing immediately in his space, knocking them to the ground and sending the stuff they were holding flying. "Oh crap, I'm so sorry," he cried, picking himself up and turning to reach out a hand to the stranger. "Are you Dash?" His hand was clasped immediately by a skinny, delicate hand, and his green eyes met piercing yellow eyes which took him completely by surprise for a second. In front of him was a girl, about his age, with messy blonde hair tied up in 2 buns and a wicked smile on her face. He found himself taking a breath for a second, and couldn't help his eyes roam over her face, taking in the fact that he could see 2 canines poking out in her smile like fangs. That was kinda cute. She was kinda pretty. Oh no. Not the time. Ah, thank you. Such a gentleman. Izuku, going bright red at the thoughts in his head, flushed crimson at her response to him as she took his hand. "Hi, Dash." She giggled as he pulled her up, and dusted herself off. Guess I should look where I'm standing next time, huh? What's your name?" "Ah." Izuku tried frantically to get his blush under control. "Izuku Midoriya, hi Dash." "Hi Izuku. Cute name." She flashed a brilliant smile at him. "I'm Himiko. You live around here?" "Why I Dash." Apparently can't function when talking to a girl. Izuku started at Setsuna's voice behind him, mocking him. "Echa. Setsuna y Dash." She laughed, shaking her head. Picking up girls in the middle of a crisis? Gee Zuzu, time and a place. She smirked at the blonde. "I'm Setsuna Tokage, his cousin, and grumpy over there is Tenko Shimura. We live around here, yeah, I'll answer for him. You local? Just moved here with my dad and big bro Shuichi. Then I'm sure we'll see more of you." Setsuna's smirk grew wide and lopsided. Going on his reaction, he clearly thinks you're pretty, so I'm sure he won't mind if we hang out more. W8 Dash. "Thank you. He's kinda cute himself." Izuku tried and failed not to break as Himiko came out with that. "Ha Dash. Is now really the time for this?" Tenko groaned behind Setsuna, rubbing his face with his gloved hand. "Can we just get out of here now, away from the mini-boss wrecking the scenery over there?" "Relax, we're at a safe distance now," Setsuna said, waving him off. "We should be fine around these parts if Nerdface over here wants to do notes on his quirk." Tenko, tooting at her, reached down and picked up a notebook off of the floor. "Speaking of that, Izu, you dropped your holy Bible." But I've got mine still." Izuku frowned, waving his own book at Tenko to prove the point. "Whose is Dash?" "Oh, that's mine." All 3 of Izuku's group looked over at the new girl Himiko, as she gave a little awkward wave and took the book off of Tenko. "Huh. She almost looked bashful. I kinda was taking notes on the big guy over there when I made Izuku fell over. Sorry about that." "You." Izuku's eyes were wide as saucers. "I do that too. We can Tenko had placed a gloved hand over his friend's mouth and groaned. "Great, another quirk nerd. Keep this up and he'll ask you to marry him." Izuku shook himself clear of the hand over his mouth and glared at Tenko. "Hey, what was that for? It's bad enough watching you try and flirt. I don't want to lose you to another classic Izuku mutter storm in the middle of a boss fight Dash. I'm not flirt Dash. Look." Izuku didn't get to finish his sentence as suddenly, out of nowhere, a flash of brown swung over the heads of his group and the bystanders towards the villain, swinging on streetlights and telephone poles to get over the crowd and into the action. Other bystanders and commuters gasped at the sudden arrival, throwing himself through the air, before landing in between the crowd and the giant villain as if to present himself as a barricade. "Have no fear, people of Mizudafu. He's here. Kamui Woods. I'm your biggest fan," came a cry from the crowd, and the cheers intensified. The hero who had just arrived straightened up. Nobody would ever mistake him for another hero. No other hero in the country looked like a polished oak statue, with skin entirely made of wood, or wore a bundle of roses on their waist like an emblem. He was short, paling in size even to nearby bystanders, let alone the villain, but he spread his tree-like arms wide and made himself look huge as branches shot out like the tail of a peacock to make him look bigger and protect those behind him. Kamui Woods glared at the villain, a frown forming on his wooden face. "Stand down, sir. You've done enough damage here today." "Heh, you really think you can take me on with that puny arbor quirk? This trigger sheet is way out of your league, Woods. I'll crush you. Don't say I didn't give you the chance to come quietly." The hero shook his head. "Fine, then I'll arrest you myself." "Get away from me or I'll break you like a twig," growled the giant, as he flexed his monstrous arms and roared to the heavens, the epitome of evil in that moment. "Not today, villain," Kamui Woods shouted, grabbing onto a nearby shop corner with an arboreal limb and launching himself into the air to go on the offensive. "This ends now." "Wow." Izuku was starstruck all of a sudden from the back of the crowd where they were, as he watched the hero throw himself into action. That's Kamui Woods. He's still a private hero, but he really works hard to ensure justice for all and look after us all round here. He's making a big splash around here as a new hero for his work with the police. The blonde girl, Himiko, shot a look at him as she scribbled a few notes in a scrawl Izuku could barely read. "So you're a fanboy, huh? Hey. You're writing notes too." Izuku blushed red again. Some quirks are really cool." "Oh." She raised an eyebrow at him. "Some quirks? Not some heroes?" No." He paused for a second. "I want to be a hero, but I want to be a better hero than what we have. One that protects people and puts a smile on their face, one they can have faith in. Kamui Woods is like that, but we don't have too many of those these days." She looked at him then, with a strange expression on her face, as if something had piqued her curiosity. "You really think you can do it?" "I hope so." Izuku smiled at her. "Someone has to try, right?" He didn't see the faint blush that spread to her cheeks, or the look in her amber eyes at what he had said to her, or the smallest of fanged smiles that had flickered on her face. In that moment there had been a loud crack like the sound of a tree falling in the woods, as Kamui Woods leapt away from the giant villain, bits of branch from his body falling away from the villain's face. Izuku had missed a new move. He couldn't miss another. Assault, robbery, drag use and illegal use of powers during rush hour traffic. "You are the embodiment of evil," Kamui Woods proclaimed, as he grabbed onto a streetlight with one arm and hung there to glare at the villain. "Have you no shame? Grag." The villain spat out bits of wood he had apparently bitten down on. "You little pest. I'm done messing around. Come on, Kamui." Setsuna shouted, whooping, all threat of the giant villain seemingly forgotten in a second as the spectacle unfolded like the good old days. "Show us you're a proper hero." Somehow, over all the other cheers of the crowd, Kamui Woods seemed to have heard that, and one wooden hand stretched out in a thumbs up. Izuku couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia when he saw the gesture, at how much like All Might it was. He clearly wasn't the only one who had adored the symbol of peace. Right away, citizen. It's a hero's job to save people and to stop villains wherever they are. I won't let you down. Haha. The laugh of the giant villain came out like the bark of a mad dog. And what do you think you'll do to me, Pipsqueak? Kamui Woods slung himself up onto the roof of Tetsuin Station. Just you watch, villain. Time for my special move. Ah man. Izuku cried, eyes wide, as branches began to grow from Kamui Woods' outstretched arms and writhe like snakes, flying towards the villain. Here he comes dash. Surely this is too obvious, muttered Tenko, wincing as Izuku reflexively kicked behind him to kick Tenko in the shin. Oh, hey dash. Preemptive. Binding. Lacquered chain dash. Canyon cannon. The whole scene turned into absolute chaos in one moment. As the tendrils of wood shot at the giant villain, ready in an instant to secure him and completely immobilize, a deafening bang had come from the right of both Kamui Woods and the giant terrorizing downtown Mizudafu. Out of nowhere, a giant lady even taller than the rampaging criminal, clad in a white bodysuit and wearing a wide grin, had jumped over the station and the railway lines to land a monstrous kick into the jaw of the villain. Blindsided, the villain crashed backwards and landed with a crunch on a nearby clothes shop, the screams of those inside at the time audible to those on the ground. As the dust settled and the villain lay unmoving in a crater of his own making, visibly shrunken in size and with the wounded forms of those in the shop he landed in, the newcomer straightened up and flicked her long blonde hair out of her face. Stretching out her arms, she turned to the crowd and flashed them a wink, seemingly uncaring about the people caught in the crossfire by her kick. Piece of cake for the world's next hottest hero. Hi there everyone, I'm Mount Lady. Good job, lady. An effective debut. Everyone nearby turned at the call of the gruff voice, an older man striding through the debris without acknowledging any of the bystanders at all. He was a hulk of a hero, bulging muscles on display through his costumes, and chunky hazard warning wrist guards clanking as he walked. The commission will be happy with what we've done today. Is that? Tenko was incredulous. Death Arms came all the way here from Tokyo to kill Steel off of Kamui Woods? What the hell are the commission doing? Hear that, everyone? You're safe now. Mount Lady waved at all the bystanders, oblivious to the rubble around her as she simpered. Mount Lady and Death Arms of the Hero Commission, at your service. We'll be taking this villain now into commission custody, so you can get on your way. Stand back and let the pros handle this, people, Death Arms shouted in that distinctive hoarse voice. This is our scene now. There was a brief pause for a second. What the hell, man? Who do you people think you are? Kamui had that covered, you clowns. Look what you did to my shop. You're not heroes, you disgraces. A vein appeared to pop on Mount Lady's forehead as she heard the angry shouts of the residents of Mizudafu, angered that the Hero Commission had wandered into a situation under control and somehow made it even worse as if to spite the local hero. Hey! A little gratitude would be nice for saving your butts, people. Sheesh, she seems like an a-hole, Tenko said, staring around at the angry locals. Ain't she the top graduate from Shiketsu last year, Izu? Yeah, she's actually from round here, Izuku replied, staring at the frozen figure of Kamui Woods on the roof of the train station. It was clear that the pro-hero was still completely shocked by what had just happened. He had it under control and now look what they've done. This ain't heroic, muttered Himiko, scribbling even more frantically and appearing, at least to Izuku, to draw a circle around Mount Lady's name. This ain't right. She isn't wrong. This time Izuku agreed with his inner voice. After a moment of incredulity, Kamui Woods appeared to shake himself down and leapt off of the roof of Tetsuin Station to land in front of Death Arms and Mount Lady. What do you think you're doing? This is my business as the pro-hero responsible for this jurisdiction dash. Commission orders, rookie, Death Arms growled in response as Mount Lady loomed above. We got told to come here and seek out trigger users to take in for the commission. You got a problem, you take it up with them, not me. No, I can't stand for this. Kamui Woods cried, branch offshoots sprouting from his back like the spines of a hedgehog. I had this under control and now you're telling me you're taking him away before the police arrive? You've not even secured him or made sure the trigger has worn off dash. And when it does, he's ours. Death Arms punched his two meaty fists together and glowered at the wooden man. Don't interfere with our duty, kid. No, you stop interfering with mine. Kamui Woods did not appear shaken by the veteran in front of him. Under the laws of this city, I am required to administer a trigger antidote, take him into custody, and bring him before the chief of police to be arrested and stand trial here in this city. The commission don't get to trump justice no matter how much you may wish to steal the spotlight from pro-heroes trying to get by. He's resisting us, sir, Mount Lady shouted over her shoulder to Death Arms as she looked down on the villain she had tackled. Interfering with the duty of pro-heroes of the Hero Commission is a crime dash. Good memory, lady. Death Arms cracked his knuckles, raising his fists and striding towards Kamui Woods with a glare. Last chance. Get out of our way, small-timer. Call yourself heroes? Kamui Woods was fuming and splayed his branched arms in a defensive stance. Back down before I call the police. As if you think they could do anything. Death Arms barked, the laugh of a smoker. You brought this on yourself. In a blur, the scene erupted into pure chaos. The crowd in front of Izuku and his group screamed and scattered, and through the melee Izuku saw Death Arms throw a right hook with his beefy arms straight at the local hero. Kamui Woods reacted instantly, ducking underneath the punch and grappling with one wooden arm to wrap around the torso of the older pro and launch him away with a throw, sailing past Mount Lady and the fallen villain to crash through the front window of a nearby shoe shop. Watching her mentor be thrown away so easily by Kamui Woods, Mount Lady turned her back on the downed trigger user and howled at Kamui Woods, rushing towards him in a few earth-shaking strides to wind up for a kick. Titan Dash. Lacquered chain tripwire. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. Faced with a charging heroine at least 10 times the size of him, Kamui Woods reacted instinctively in the only way he could, and Izuku marveled at the pro's ingenuity. Any direct attack from his branches would have been met by the sheer wall that was Mount Lady and would have snapped his branches as if they were nothing, so Kamui Woods used her own size and momentum against her. Pulling himself to the side of her charge and reaching out with one arm of solid wood, he turned it into a single straight barrier of wood and launched it across the street, burying it into the roof of a nearby shop. He was safe out of the way, and the giantess' shins collided with the firm wooden trip hazard he had created, meaning that her charge had become her own worst enemy. She was going down hard. The harder they fall. Oh no. As Mount Lady yelled out and smacked her face on the side of another clothes shop, bloodying her enormous nose, she reached out with her massive arms and carved chunks into the side of an office block as if to try and stop her fall. She still face-planted into the pavement with a thud that shook the whole neighborhood and laid Tenko flat on his butt, but now her massive hands had clawed out part of the building next to them, and rubble was falling onto them. Onto Himiko, stood frozen beneath a chunk of concrete the size of a piano, which would crush her in an instant if he didn't act. Air Force Smash. He moved without thinking. Almost as if everything was in slow motion, he raised both his palms out towards the piece of rubble descending from the heavens, and felt black and red lightning crackle around his biceps, under his shirt. With a cry, he pushed with all the force he could manage in his palms, and inwardly breathed a massive sigh of relief as he watched the blast of air blossom upwards from his palm. Ripping through the concrete as if it were papier-mâché, the chunk of concrete disappeared into dust which rained down on all those in the alleyway, safe and sound from any injury. Wincing slightly as a tiny chunk hit him on the hand and caused a gash which started to bleed, he turned immediately to Himiko, who was standing there as if dumbstruck by his actions. "Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you?" Now he had the opportunity to see the faint blush on her face, the look of awe in her eyes, as she looked at him and bit her lip shyly for a second. "Dang, Izuku." He flushed. "Hey, I just wanted to help Dash." "I know." She smiled at him, no trace of anything in her eyes but gratitude and admiration. "You kinda saved me." "Thank you, Izuku." "You there? The green-haired boy." Izuku was shaken out of the brief moment in which he got lost in the amber eyes across from him by the sound of Kamui Wood's voice from the street, and turned to see the pro staring at him with wide eyes. Was that your quirk? The air blast just then." Izuku hung his head. He had been seen using it in public by a pro hero. This was trouble. "Why a dash?" "Izu." Tenko hissed from the floor, alarmed. "What are you doing? You can't go admitting that just like that, Dash." "Well done." Both the boys froze. "Huh." Kamui scratched the back of his head with a distinctly wooden sound. "I know I shouldn't approve of public quirk usage, but you just acted in pure defense out of instinct, and saved someone in an instant. You did well." Izuku melted, completely sheepish. Thank you, sir." "Don't call me sir, I'm not that old." Kamui Woods pet his head to one side. "Are you planning on becoming a hero?" "Yes sir, we all are." Izuku gestured to Tenko and Setsuna, who stood like rabbits caught in headlights because of his unfailing honesty. "We all want to go to UA. My old school." Kamui Woods nodded and gave Izuku a thumbs up. "When you get there, come find me and we can talk internships. For now, get out of here, this isn't a safe place for kids." "No sheet tree man," Tenko shouted, as Setsuna pulled him upright with a detached hand. Not like the fighting gives us many places to run at the moment with people that large. I can only apologize. For now let's hope the police get here soon and dash. Kamui Woods was interrupted in an instant as a massive fist slammed into his chest and launched him backwards. Death Arms, the man behind the punch, staggered forward, glaring at the younger pro. All of this because you couldn't back down when you were told to. You're lucky you have good sponsors, kid, because you're a sorry excuse of a pro hero. There are kids here. What do you think you're doing? My job as a hero of the Hero Commission, the punching hero growled, before turning to glare at Izuku's group. Get out of here. This is between heroes. That's right. Mount Lady had pulled herself upright and now towered over the group, staggering slightly on gigantic legs. This new guy needs to be taught not to interfere with our duty as heroes. Nah, I don't think you two pieces of trash count as heroes. Izuku nearly screamed and Setsuna did a spit take as Tenko bit back at Death Arms, and the older hero looked stunned. What the hell did you say to me, boy? Kamui Woods had it under control and you just wandered in for glory and for your own agenda. Tenko met Death Arms' stare with a manic smile. You're not heroes. You never will be. Mount Lady was as angry as her mentor, as Himiko actually laughed. Who do you think you are, talking to us like that, you little creep? Oh what, you disagree with me? Tenko folded his arms, unrelenting despite pleading looks from Izuku and Setsuna. Fine, then answer me this. When you both decided to pick a fight with our local pro hero, which one of you defended the main objective? Who secured the villain? There was a brief moment of silence in the middle of that street, as both Death Arms and Mount Lady shot each other a questioning look, quickly followed by a panicked look in response, as Mount Lady's eyes went wide. Oh fu dash. Rarik. In the blink of an eye, Death Arms and Kamui Woods were sent flying by a colossal foot punting them into the side of an abandoned taxi nearby. A kick worthy of the most ferocious games of football that took them out of commission immediately. The realization by Mount Lady had afforded her a split-second extra to gather herself and her defense, and she was able to bring an arm up to block the attempted uppercut from the giant villain, back on his feet with renewed desire to tear the neighborhood apart. Even this extra second hadn't completely saved her, as the sheer force behind the punch threw her staggering backwards to fall on some empty housing nearby with a crash, and put her on the ground. The villain roared to the skies above, triumphant as the Titanic heroine struggled to pull herself up again, before his attention snapped to Izuku and his group below, right beneath him with nowhere else to run. Demon kids. Where's your heroes now? As a giant fist was raised above him, blocking out the sun for a moment in readiness to come crashing down, Izuku couldn't hold back. No matter what the cost to himself of acting out and using his quirk to fight in public would be, Tenko and Setsuna were in harm's way. Himiko, the newcomer, was in harm's way. Nobody else was coming to save them, and so he felt the familiar crackle of black sparks on his arms, the buildup of air pressure in the palm of his hands. He wouldn't let those he cared about down. Air dash. Howitzer impact. A colossal explosion, burning bright orange and crimson, slammed into the chest of the giant villain standing in the middle of the streets, with the shockwave that followed shattering any glass in the area that had somehow remained intact until now. The force of the blast launched the giant backwards, smacking his back into the railway bridge at Tetouan Station with a sickening crack like the sound of twigs snapping. Giant limbs flailed as he went down, demolishing a nearby cafe and putting an even bigger hole in the side of a car park. The screams of bystanders nearby grew even louder. No way! Izuku was struggling to speak. Is that Dash? You idiots! The source of the explosion dropped down from a nearby rooftop to land in the middle of the street, planting himself between Izuku's group and the villain who had been launched downtown. Call yourself heroes when you're gonna fail like this? What the? Mount Lady was beside herself as she got back on her feet yet again. Is that a school kid? What the hell are you doing using a quirk like that, you brat? One giant wannabe villain in public, and you want to fight each other rather than take him down? The snark of Katsuki Bakugo was ferocious, and could probably be heard on the other side of the city. He had landed in the middle of the street, palms sparking with his signature explosions as sweat ran through and soaked the sleeves of his school shirt, and he looked furious. Fine. If you won't do your job as heroes, I'll do it for you, you beasts. Holy shit. Tenko had finally found it in himself to speak. Bakugo! Bakugo whirled at his name, ready to snap at whoever recognized him, before recognizing the green-haired young man at the front of the group. Deku! BB Bakugo! Izuku found himself squeaking. What? Are you Dash? Shut it, you worthless loser. I'm gonna go beat that villain up. His palms crackled. Get the hell out of here before I set you on fire as well, you be. As Bakugo launched himself forward at the struggling giant villain, still somewhat embedded in the railway bridge, Mount Lady hurled herself upright and began charging too, hurling obscenities and screaming about a kid breaking the law as a vigilante and trying to take her victory. For a brief moment, Izuku found himself tensing up, before as he took a step forward, a skinny hand grabbed his and pulled him. Huh. This is our chance to get out of here, Himiko said, shooting him a pleading look and pulling him down the street away from the fight. Let's go, come on. She's right, Zuzu. Setsuna shouted, hauling a stunned Tenko in much the same way. Less talk, more running. For a moment, Izuku wanted to resist and run back in. For a moment, he wanted to help and stop the villain, to do the job that the heroes were doing, and he hated how much he agreed with Bakugo. But in that moment he saw his friends were right. He couldn't risk his UA dream or the safety of his friends on this fight. Alright, coming. As they sprinted down the street, Tenko turned to look at him, stunned. I didn't dream that, right? That was Bakugo turning up at the end of a cutscene to fight a boss Dash. No, that's him, Izuku replied, in as much disbelief. He hadn't seen his childhood bully in years, and now suddenly he was throwing himself into a fight in front of pro heroes. What was he thinking? You know that guy? Himiko asked. He seemed like an a-hole. That's because he is. Setsuna shouted, over a roar in the distance. He was a bully because he had a strong quirk and now he's let that go to his head? I just can't believe it, Tenko said. Izuku told me he always went on about wanting to become the strongest hero ever. Now he's gonna throw that all away and break the law to fight a guy on trigger when there's pros already there. It's suicide. He's not changed one bit, Izuku said, shaking his head. Suddenly they reached an intersection in the road, and while Tenko and Setsuna ran back towards his home, he found himself pulled the other way by Himiko. Wait, Dash. Huh. The blonde girl who had joined them only a few minutes ago skidded to a halt and then realized why he had stopped. Oh, you're the other way? Why? Downtown over near Aldra High. Izuku scratched his head sheepishly. Will we see you again? She giggled and something inside him soared. Of course, silly. She held out her other hand, the one that hadn't been holding his, and pressed something small into his palm. A ball of paper? Text me on that number, okay? A girl had given him her number. He was going to text a girl. Oh, okay. An explosion louder than any of the ones before rocked the ground beneath them, and she jumped. Right, gotta go. She paused for a second, smirked with an oh-so-devilish smile, and leaned over to kiss him on the cheek, making him flush brighter red than he ever had before. That's for earlier. My hero. That was a kiss. Wadash. She winked at him and ran off. Catch ya later, Izuku. Nice to meet your friends too. He froze absolutely still, trying and failing to get his brain back in action after such a simple thing. A girl had actually kissed him. What just Dash? Come on, dumbass, you gonna stand around all day or are we gonna get home safe and sound? Tenko laughed, pulling the hood of his green hoodie and getting him to keep moving, dragging him as he and Setsuna sprinted back in the direction of the Midoriya household and the other side of town. I'm happy for you and all, but maybe don't start pursuing a love ending when we're still on the edge of the boss fight. Love? Mika's got his first kiss. Setsuna teased, detaching a hand to nudge him in the side as they ran. Proud of you, Green Bean. Say, we're definitely telling Inko about this, right? Tenko asked as they ran, smirking. She would love to know. Oh hell yeah. Setsuna's grin was predatory now. I can't wait to tell Auntie Inko about Zuzu getting a girlfriend. He had no idea what was happening. How had they got from the middle of a fight between villains and heroes to this? How had he ended up with a girl kissing him? How had Bakugo ended up turning up in all of this? What even was this day anymore? Say, Zuzu, can you work on her taking me as a bridesmaid? I know Ten's gonna be your best man, but I don't want to be left out here. What is going on? Well, this is fun. Listening to them bicker just made his blood boil even more. No, you listen to me, you furry a-hole dash. Ma'am, there's no need to take that tone with me dash. No need. He's just a kid dash. Who beat up a gigantic villain in the middle of rush hour in Mizuta dash. And now you're thanking him for stopping that guy by putting him in a cell and threatening him? His actions were illegal. His actions were the only thing that stopped that clown. And they were still outside the law. Is that why your officers pointed guns at him in broad daylight? He's still at school dash. And he was using an explosion quirk stronger than anything we've ever seen before dash. Yeah, and? He can't exactly use it with those diamond cuffs you put on him. Why are you treating him like he's a villain now? Will you both shut up? Katsuki Bakugo slammed his hands down on the metal table and punctuated his feral yell with the clanging sound of the quirk-suppressing cuffs on the tabletop, making the police officer bickering with his mother leap out of his skin on the other side of the table. What am I, chopped liver? Talk to me like I'm here, damn it. His mother Mitsuki sat beside him on a metal chair, shot him a filthy look. Katsuki, dear, I'm just trying to teach the lovely policeman some manners dash. He doesn't give a shit, Mom, Katsuki huffed, glaring over at the police officer who was doing a terrible job at hiding his apprehension on that stupid feline face. Whiskers had been nothing but an a-hole since he had been dropped into the cell to be interviewed, and since his mother had turned up. Nothing I say is gonna be good enough for him. Whiskers bristled. Sorry might be good enough if you felt like volunteering that, young man. He wouldn't be apologizing anytime soon. He wouldn't have meant it if he did say it. Katsuki had had a sheet day from the moment he got into school. The teacher of his new class had started the day by telling them that a kid had gone missing. He was used to the announcements that kids had moved away, or that someone wouldn't be in school. He had even gotten used to the idea that in a world where the Yakuza and the gangs had gotten more powerful, sometimes kids disappeared and wouldn't make it into school. But this was different. This was a friend who had gone missing. Tsubasa wasn't someone he saw much of anymore, after the school had made him move classes and tried to rein in his fiery temper, but he was a friend from when he was growing up. The idea that he had gone missing, and that he wouldn't see that little fat BSTRD's smug face walking in the mornings, had hit close to home. The world, he had decided, was F-ed. He had walked home from school that day, kicking a can along the dusty streets past derelict shops that had been thriving back in their heyday, furious at the world for what it had become. Back in the glory days, all might was king, the strongest around. None of the scum of the world dared to even raise their heads above the surface for fear of the righteous justice that would be headed their way, for daring to challenge the status quo and undo the work of the symbol of peace. Now, they were happy to do as they pleased, and the heroes? Half of them retreated into the Hero Commission and left the criminals to their own devices, and of the ones who remained independent, the true heroes had to contend with those who grabbed money and took dives and turned blind eyes to the ways of the New World Order. It wasn't right. Katsuki would be the first to say that he wanted to be a hero even stronger than All Might himself. His drive to become the strongest and stand proud atop the pile, a king among kings, had remained with him even after that awful day, when he had seen his idol give his life to take down the faceless villain, when he had seen them load All Might's body into the back of an ambulance to take it away. Every opportunity he had been able to get to train himself and his quirk, he took. Every new move he could practice or weight he could lift, he did. All Might may have been gone, but that was even more reason for him to become the strongest, to fill the gap that society had left behind. And then he had heard the screams from Tetsuin Station as he walked home. Katsuki had used explosion to launch himself skywards and watched the carnage unfold with bated breath from a rooftop nearby. He had shook his head in disgust as he watched a drugged-up trigger-happy giant ransack the area, and had turned to leave as Kamui Woods arrived, before watching two idiots from the Hero Commission calling themselves heroes F it all up. The heroes weren't helping the people depending on them, and they weren't even fighting the villain, they were fighting each other. He couldn't watch that. All Might always saved people. He always beat the villain, but Katsuki had realized over those long years of watching the world suffer without All Might that it wasn't just that simple. All Might went above and beyond the call of duty to pull the last victim from the burning wreckage, to use his strength to ensure that nobody was left behind. He couldn't become the strongest and call himself the #1 hero just by beating villains alone. He had to save people too. So he moved without any thought as to the consequence of his actions, and sent himself into the fray. Katsuki Bakugo, towered over by a berserk titan, standing up when heroes failed to do so and raging for a better future. He hadn't stopped when he'd seen that little thief Deku, the one who caused so much trouble. Deku wasn't worth it, and there were more important things to do. He hadn't stopped when the giant heroine had screamed he was breaking the law. He just didn't care. If nobody else would be a hero, then he would stand up and do it himself. One giant howitzer impact to the jaw later and he had laid the villain unconscious. He landed, proud of himself, hearing murmurs from the crowd below, and was ready to announce to all of them that Katsuki Bakugo had arrived, to say, "I am here, just like All Might." And then, horrified, he saw the police march forward and demand his surrender, threatening him with handguns. He saw a shop owner point accusingly at him, angry that his intervention had caused the incapacitated giant to crash down onto his grocery store, and he heard the rants of the supposed hero Mount Lady that his explosion had caused her burn injuries from how close she was. All he could do was raise his hands, sweat pouring down his arms from his aching palms, and drop to his knees with a sinking feeling as some a-hole in uniform bound him in quirk-suppressing cuffs and hauled him away. They didn't think he was a hero at all. Katsuki had stayed sullen and quiet as they tried to process him, handing him over to Whiskers to interview, before his mom had turned up. Mitsuki Bakugo was, in his view, a pain in the butt and a hag at the best of times, but he had inherited his temper and his sailor mouth from her own smoldering fury, and nobody would go in to bat for him more than she would. The moment she had been informed that her beloved a-hole son had been taken in by the police, she had practically kicked the station door down in her pursuit of the officer mistreating her son, and now he sat in this poky, dingy cell watching her try to tear a strip off of Whiskers. He was glad she had his back, but they were wasting time. He just wanted to know what they were planning and be done with it. He leaned forward, trying not to wince as the sharp metal of the cuffs bit into his wrist, and placed his hands together on the table with a clink. "I'm not stupid, Whiskers. I know what I did was against the law. But none of the others were doing anything about it." The feline officer pinched his weird nose with a groan, and Katsuki's inner child chalked up another point to him on his mental blackboard. "My name is Sansa Tamakawa. Officer Tamakawa to you, Mr. Bakugo. Do not call me Whiskers." "Sure thing, Whiskers." If Tamakawa was annoyed now, he didn't show it. "Mr. Bakugo, the actions of pro-heroes in the instance is irrelevant to your consideration dash." "Bullshit, is it irrelevant?" Mitsuki interrupted, slamming her palms on the table. "You think my brat would just pick a fight with anyone for no good reason?" In our defense, Mr. Bakugo's school records don't exactly paint a good picture. Tamakawa liked a claw and used it to navigate a wad of papers. Reports of bullying and quirk-based fighting do seem to suggest he might have been more than happy to cause harm here dash. "I didn't." "'Cause sheet," Katsuki snarled. Mount Lady and Death Arms fought Kemui Woods rather than help him secure the villain. They let that guy get back up and start trashing the place. "I tried to stop him dash. And yet your explosion caused Mount Lady to suffer burns, and you knocking the guy out caused a grocery store to be crushed. There's a long list of reasons why you're here." Tamakawa sighed, put the papers down, and looked at him with bright yellow eyes. "Can I explain where we are without either of you shouting at me?" "Sure." Mitsuki glared at the police officer. "I just might want to kick your butt afterwards." "I have no doubt of that," the feline said dryly, shuffling the papers before looking at Katsuki. "I'm sure you understand that regardless the arguments over the necessity of your actions, the Hero Commission and indeed the police are required to investigate all vigilante activities which take place. We do not support unlicensed vigilantes taking the law into their own hands, no matter the perceived need. You acted against the law, Mr. Bakugo. And if I hadn't? How many do you think could have died, Whiskers? Katsuki wasn't even trying to get the growl out of his voice now. He was said, was I supposed to let them die? A philosophical question is, unfortunately, only that. You might see it as your moral duty to act, but the law as tightened by the Hero Commission in recent years states in very black and white terms that it is illegal for you to act. I just wanted someone to beat that guy and to go home. Katsuki banged his fist against the table with a clang. And you're treating me like I'm a villain. Just for trying to be a hero. It's not just that, Mr. Bakugo. Oh, what now? His mom was fuming. Can't you see you're doing enough damage? Whiskers looked pointedly at him. You'll no doubt be aware that in recent years, the Hero Commission rolled back their laws on collateral damage to enable heroes with more destructive quirks to operate more effectively, without fear of retrospective legal blowback. Yeah, and those laws apply to pro-heroes in the line of duty. Whiskers paused. You are not a pro-hero. No sheet. Indeed. You are a student at Aldred Junior High. Whiskers shuffled the papers. The shop owner wants payback for the destruction which was caused. He is aware you are a school student from the uniform you were wearing when you decided to fight the giant villain head-on, and knows you are not a pro-hero. There may be other neighbors who are grateful that you stepped in like you did, no matter whether or not it was legal, but this gentleman is not happy and wants compensation. If that is something your family can't afford to offer him, then he wants to press charges for criminal damage. Again, as you are not a pro-hero, the legal defenses for collateral in the line of duty do not cover you. You're effing kidding me. His mom clenched a fist. We can't afford that. What, sell the house and become homeless or let my son be prosecuted for trying to help? What sort of bullshit mess do you want to put us in? There is still more. Tamakawa held up a paw and somehow, perhaps out of incredulity at the rude gesture, it silenced Mitsuki. Mount Lady wanted us to arrest you for assaulting a pro-hero in the line of duty, which is a substantial crime carrying a lengthy prison sentence in a high-security facility even for minors. Are you FUC? You will be pleased to know, Whiskers shouted, cutting off Mitsuki before she could explode, that we have spoken to some key eyewitnesses, not least the pro-hero Kamui Woods, who confirmed that any burn injury suffered by Mount Lady was self-sustained and entirely caused by accident when she tried to tackle you as you took the villain down. Oh. His mom was seething. Then why bring it up? Because unfortunately, punishment in this complicated system of pro-heroes and police and Hero Commission heroes is not solely within our remit anymore. Whiskers paused, and when he looked up again, Katsuki was shocked to see a look of sympathy on his stupid furry face. We aren't pressing charges. But the Commission has power too. Regardless the outcome of any of the rest of this, I am sorry to inform you, Katsuki Bakugo, that the Hero Commission has issued an order to all hero schools in Japan to not take you on as a Hero Corps student. The news hit him like a sledgehammer and made his blood freeze. What? Whiskers shuffled uncomfortably. I apologize. There are some things beyond even our control. Don't act like you care. The anger that Katsuki had poured into his voice made the officer flinch. I'm sorry. You want to turn me into a criminal for doing the right thing. And now you're acting like you care that the Commission want to get back at me for showing up their heroes as doing a sheet job. That they want to spite me by taking away the chance to train at a hero school. Katsuki flashed his teeth at Whiskers. Don't patronize me. Whiskers shook his head. Forgive me for trying to pull some punches. He looked from Katsuki to Mitsuki, and then back to Katsuki again. I'm sure you'll want to talk about what this means for your future, Mr. Bakugo, so I'll step outside and let you talk to your mother. If you need to get a lawyer before we do any interviews, come and speak to me or my colleagues. I appreciate it's a lot to digest. As the door clicked shut behind the feline, Katsuki let the anger he had been stewing up simmer down, and hung his head. That was game over. He would have expected some arguments over vigilantism, and to not have escaped some punishment. In his heart he knew that he had done the right thing by throwing himself into the fray and stopping the villain, but his head knew that the law was clear, and he was the wrong side of it. First-time offenders like him could usually luck out with community service, supervised by a pro-hero, but the shop owner wanting compensation was something new, and now he was worried how his family would cope with that. The knife in the back was the hero commission. Every dream he had ever had centered around becoming a hero, driving to number 1, surpassing all might. Now he was being barred from ever going to a hero school, meaning his chances of ever becoming a pro-hero had just dwindled to near zero. No school could take him, and furthermore any private hero agency who took on hero apprentices would run a mile before taking someone barred by the commission. He should have felt angrier. At the police, at the commission, at the shitty world for the way it had fallen. At himself, for throwing it all away and putting his family in the firing line. He just didn't feel anything at all. Katsuki? He looked up at the sound of his mother's voice. She didn't sound angry, somehow, despite everything. How was she not biting his head off now? Do you regret it? Huh. You heard him well, brat. She smacked the back of his head as he was so used to. Do you regret it? Regret what? Destroying that poor man's shop. Yeah, I do. He deliberately looked away from her. Not like I was left with a choice. Those BStards spent more time fighting each other than they did dealing with the villain. Do you regret fighting the villain? Hell nah. He surprised even himself with how quickly he answered that one. Someone had to stop him. Not the heroes? Like I said, they weren't doing shit. Katsuki looked at his mother this time, and the weight of years of expectation and anger at the world for how far it had fallen since it lost all might hit him like a truck. What was I supposed to do? Exactly what you did. Of all the things he expected to hear, that was not it. Huh. She looked at him with a grin that made him realize just how much he took after her. I'm proud of you, you know. Why? He looked away from her. At the two-way mirror he was sure Whiskers was lurking behind on the other side. Not gonna be a hero, hag. You idiot. You already were a hero today. She placed her hand on top of his cuffed fist. The law is shit, Katsuki, but you've always told me you wanted to be strong like All Might was. You were like that today. They don't see it like that. Katsuki gritted his teeth. For some reason they hate any vigilante who fixes the sheet heroes make as if they're scum. I act out to try and save people, and they're never gonna let me into UA or Shiketsu because of it. And now because of that DMN shopkeeper you guys are gonna have to sell up to pay off my sheet dash. You know Masaru earns enough from designing hero costumes that isn't gonna be an issue, brat. She jabbed an elbow into his side. Your dad and I won't have to sell up. We'll lose some savings we were putting aside for you to get a place, but we'll get through that. Seriously? Hell yeah. She scowled. It's FNG unfair. Mount Lady and Death Arms failed that guy, but they're protected, so the shopkeep goes after you as an easy target? Not cool. You got that right. Katsuki, uncertain of himself for the first time in a while, looked back at her. You're not mad at me? You idiot. She ruffled his hair and he instinctively arched his back and scowled, trying to get away from that. She knew he hated that sort of affectionate sheet. I'm mad at literally everyone else but you. They just better be glad I don't have your quirk. He laughed, despite himself, and felt some weight lift off his shoulders. Whiskers is scared enough of you as it is. As if paranoid that he had been mentioned, the door to the cell opened again and Whiskers came back through. Katsuki straightened up in an instant, and realized that the feline-headed man looked dazed, almost stunned. Mr. Bakugo. You're a very lucky young man. Huh. Oh, this was new. Whiskers cleared his throat officiously. It appears. While we were talking, you have earned yourself a very powerful benefactor. Excuse me? Mitsuki leaned forward, unimpressed. Start making sense and stop messing around, a whole dash. I mean to say that someone has spoken to the shopkeeper from earlier. Whiskers paused, a feline ear twitching. Your debts have been paid. The repairs of the grocery store will be covered by your benefactor, and they've paid bail and a fine in relation to your vigilantism. It appears that although the ban from heroics education will still apply, you otherwise have someone looking out for you from a very high position. What? Katsuki would be the first to admit he had no FING clue what was going on. Who do you dash? Whiskers cleared up the paperwork on the desk and gave a little bow. Of course, you'll no doubt want to meet them. I'll clear the room and let them in now to have a talk. Almost as an afterthought, he reached over with a key in hand and undid the quirk-suppressing cuffs. I'll show them in now. Katsuki relished the first moment that cold metal stopped biting into his wrists and he could feel his sweat glands wake up again. What is going on? He didn't get an answer as the officer turned tail and shut the door smoothly behind him. I'm effing lost. Me too, kid, Mitsuki agreed. Did your dad get here early? The door swung back open at that moment, and Katsuki Bakugo realized that his father had not, in fact, come to bail him out. Nothing could have prepared him for the sight in front of him as the towering man closed the door behind him with a resounding thunk. There was nobody else in the world like him, and nobody Katsuki could mistake him for. The heavy metal boots that clanked against the floor of the cell even as they were bathed in fire, the armored bracers which hissed as they vented jets of flame, the giant muscular physique of a man at the top of his game, and the dancing flames which spread across the man's chest, arms, shoulders, and even his face like a vision of hell. Nobody could deny that Hell Flame was a terrifying sight to behold in the flesh. The number one hero, the flame hero Endeavor, gripped the back of the chair opposite Katsuki with a meaty fist and looked him up and down. So, you're Katsuki Bakugo. I hear you fought a villain today. Katsuki was stunned. Holy F-. This earned him a smack from Mitsuki. Watch your dimmin' mouth, brat. She turned to look at Endeavor with a slightly dazed look. My son gets his manners from me, but wow. Endeavor wasn't expecting to see you here. What brings you to Muzutafu? I live here, Endeavor responded, bluntly. You would be his mother? Yes, sir. Do. She paused. I can leave you talk to Katsuki alone, if you'd prefer. There's no need. I'm sure what I have to say is something his parents should be aware of. Endeavor met Katsuki's eyes with a look framed by fiery eyebrows. Why did you do it? Do what? Fight the villain. Endeavor's gaze intensified. That villain was a small-time Yakuza, but with a gigantification quirk boosted by trigger. And yet you took him down in seconds. An explosion quirk. From my palms. Katsuki popped a couple of small blasts in his palms, enjoying the feeling of being able to use his quirk again. How big do they get? Big enough, Katsuki smirked. Endeavor raised a dancing, fiery eyebrow. I can tell. But as to my question, why fight him? Because nobody else was. Because 2 Hero Commission heroes wanted to fight a local pro rather than stop the bad guy. Because he was going to flatten a bunch of people. Katsuki, watch your tongue. And because someone needs to do something about people like him, if the heroes aren't going to. I see. Endeavor frowned. Have you always wanted to be a hero? Since before All Might died. Why? I want to be the strongest. I want to beat even All Might for strength and be the undisputed number 1 . Even past me? Hell yeah, past you. Katsuki let his palm crackle. Too many villains think they can do whatever the hell they want right now, because the heroes are divided. You're strong, but even with you around they want to do whatever they want. I want to stop as many as I can. Good. Endeavor paused, and Katsuki was surprised to see what looked like a smug smile on the flame hero's face. You remind me of myself, Bakugo. You have great power that can cause a lot of damage, and you want more than anything to prove yourself. I see my younger self in you. Katsuki faltered briefly. Sheet, really? I do. Endeavor drummed his fingers on the back of the chair, leaving scorch marks. They banned you from going to hero school, didn't they? Yeah. Too bad I can never be a hero now. Katsuki laughed. So much for trying to do the right thing, huh? It doesn't have to be that way. Huh. Private hero agencies like mine can make decisions on their own operations and on their own recruitment. We can recruit hero apprentices where we see fit. Endeavor folded his arms. You still want to be a hero, right? Hell yeah, I do. Katsuki glared at Endeavor. The strongest there ever was. The glare was met with a nod. Good. Then come with me. Become my apprentice, Katsuki Bakugo. His mother nearly fell out of the chair. Are you shitting me? Not at all. Endeavor met Katsuki's glare, and he felt a raw wave of heat emanating from the pro-hero, pinning him to his seat. I became number one by default when All Might died. I have more than enough critics to last a lifetime, no matter how many cases I resolve or how hard I push myself to become stronger. The scum still feel bold enough to try to take me on, and this whole situation is a mess. You had a hand in it, Katsuki said boldly, looking up as if to challenge Endeavor. You helped them change the laws. I know. I wanted us to become stronger as a society, but instead there are liars pretending to be heroes, dark dealings in the commission, and villains who can act free of consequence because of it. It hasn't worked one bit. Endeavor drummed his fingers again, flames dancing between them. I have enough mistakes to live with. You will not be one of them. I paid your debts because I want you to come with me, because I can see how useful you will be to fix the mess. You'll stand by my boy? Mitsuki asked, a glimmer of hope creeping into her voice. I'll give him the chance. Endeavor offered one large handout to Katsuki. If you are angry at the system for what it is failing to do, then show them what they should be doing. Train with me to become strong, to become feared by the scum and put the commission in their place. Stand by my side as my apprentice and we'll take them all on, together. His fiery eyes met Katsuki's glare. Do you want to become a hero, Katsuki Bakugo? Then come with me. He did want to become a hero, he always had. Every cell in Katsuki's head was screaming at him that this was a deal with the devil. Everybody knew what Endeavor was capable of, how civilians had died in the crossfire of his most intense battles, of the astronomical bills of victim compensation and damage reparation that crossed his agency's doorsteps on a weekly basis. Everybody knew the rage built up inside the number one, the rumors of family discontent, the rumors that he had put bounties out on 2 of his sons who defied him and ran away from home. This man had spotted him out for the destructive nature of his quirk, and had got him backed into a corner by paying Katsuki's debts, like some Damoclean sword that Endeavor could now wield over his head in his own fists. This man had contributed to so many of the things which Katsuki hated about society, had helped trample on the legacy of All Might and turn Japan into a nation crawling from one confrontation to the next. Endeavor was trouble, and Katsuki would be standing beside him. And yet every part of him that screamed about how wrong this situation appeared was being drowned out by that one base desire of his which he couldn't let go, the desire to be a hero. He didn't want to be some nameless vigilante, dancing with death and spending every waking moment the wrong side of the law, waiting to be hounded out by law enforcement and hunted as a villain by the commission. He wanted people to know his name, he wanted villains to fear his name for the strength that came with it. He had dreamed of it his whole life and he would always regret it if he didn't take away to make it a reality. He would do it. He would surpass the fiery BSRD and All Might and be the greatest of them all, and they would regret the day they tried to knock him down as a villain. Katsuki Bakugo stood up and clasped the offered palm of Endeavor in a handshake, crackling his palm with an explosion slightly as he did. Fine. You lead, I'll follow. I'll show you how strong a hero I can be. Endeavor grew a diabolical grin, wreathed in hellflame. Good. Then let's get started, shall we? He's got the boy. Rikiya Yatsubashi, Ridestro, opened his eyes as he pinched his nose in thought, and looked over to his right at the woman lounging in his office armchair, tapping out a message on her phone. You're certain, Curious? Chitose Kazuki, known by her Meta-Liberation Army codename of Curious, waved a strand of lilac hair out of her eyes and fixed Ridestro with a smug smile on her pale blue lips. My sources never fail. Endeavor has taken on Katsuki Bakugo. Such a strong meta ability, in the hands of a child spurned by the system. And now, the apprentice of a hero whose agency is on our payroll. Ridestro steepled his fingers and grinned. This will work to our advantage indeed. We win either way this goes, I assume? Curious asked, a spark of amusement in her deep black eyes. Of course. Ridestro flipped through papers he had been passed by Curious, bearing the sigil of Aldra Junior High. Violent young man with a superiority complex and powerful destructive meta ability, taken on by a pro-hero with tendencies likely to enable and exaggerate that. A very potent mix. So we hope that one enables the other? Endeavor turns Bakugo into a mini-me, another pariah to fan the flames of anti-heroic sentiment, and at the height of the backlash, we rally the army to take control from the heroes by force. Indeed. But even if we end up with 1 or 2 perfect heroes out of this union, then we can still make it favor us with a little spin. Redestro met Curious' inquisitive gaze with a smirk. They will go after the commission of that, I'm sure. Bakugo will despise them and Endeavor will want to ensure they stay out of his way. Either they succeed, Curious hypothesized, and the army uses them as an example, 2 heroes with destructive meta abilities who are able to succeed because they can use their abilities freely, and why shouldn't we all feel that? Or they fail, and we martyr them to rally the army against the tyrants in the commission who want to stifle anyone with strong meta abilities. How could we let that injustice stand? Your front-page stories are writing themselves already, Redestro said, with great mirth. I couldn't agree more. I'll watch the 2 of them with great interest. Curious stretched, cat-like in the armchair. Did you still want details on the villain? It's taking a little more digging than I thought. The villain is of no consequence, Redestro interrupted, waving her off. But the trigger? I've never seen a variant so effective at enhancing the meta ability for prolonged PRDS without affecting mental capacity. The supplier. I'll work on it. Curious flashed him a white smile as she rose. A potential business partner? Someone we may have use for in future, if they make a supply that good. Redestro flashed her the L gesture of the army. Good work, Curious. She returned the L in kind. My pleasure, Grand Commander. I'll be in touch. As she departed in the lift, Redestro returned to looking at the school report of Katsuki Bakugo with great interest. How unusual a development. I look forward to seeing your growth, young Bakugo. Well, what do you think? Himiko Toga rocked on her heels and flashed a fanged smile at both occupants of the lounge in the new house they had finished setting up in Mizudafu. Both Spinner, currently lying prone on the sofa with scaly brows raised, and Stain, lanky frame currently curled into a raggedy armchair he had claimed as his own throne, had been listening to her attentively as she finished her report on the day's events at Tetouan Station. Now, she would be lying if she said she wasn't nervous. The cheerful smile on the outside didn't quite meet the eyes, and she was rocking a little with expectancy. Neither Stainy or Big Bro Shuichi had said anything as she wrapped up explaining. As Stain pored over her notebook, she had been scribbling and looking for gold, and she was starting to get a little worried she had missed something. Spinner was the first to speak up eventually. Hey boss, I think one of us has to have the talk with her if she's into this boy. Stain chuckled and snapped the book shut. You're doing that, not me. I have no idea what I'm doing. He paused. You intend on seeing this Izuku boy again, Himiko? She shuffled, a little embarrassed. Hell yeah, she wanted to see him again. Yeah, I do. If that's okay? Just don't give too much about us away. Stain paused. Your comments on what he said about becoming a hero were interesting. In future I may wish to meet him. Convictions like those are easy to fake, but if those are genuine, he does interest me. He interests me too, he's cute. Himiko paused. Maybe with a little more blood he'd be improved. Ooh, do you think he'd let me drink it? Spinner, drinking water at the time, spat it out. Easy, Himiko. You've got a lot of bases to get through before you even ask him about that. Sheet. Bases? Stain groaned at the 2 younger followers of his. Clearly none of us are equipped for Himiko forming any kind of romantic attachment. Not least Himiko. Go ahead and see him, but behave yourself, got it? She giggled. I've got this, don't worry. She tilted her head owlishly. Did you like the report? You did very well, Stain said with a small smile, and she felt her heart do cartwheels at the praise. It helps me a great deal. Mount Lady. Spinner said, picking at a clawed finger. She's a new one, but she sounds like exactly the sort of hero we shouldn't be tolerating. I couldn't agree more. Stain picked up a knife from the small table beside the tattered armchair. Himiko had no clue why he kept that piece of sheet or found it so comfortable, and tossed it up and down. Death Arms is known to me, and one to watch, but we may need to intervene with the lady. A hero content to fight other heroes and let villains devastate innocent people's livelihoods is no hero. A new mission? Himiko asked, aware that hope was creeping into her tone. For me. One for all of us, Stain said with a nod. See if you can gather more information on her on your next excursion. Perhaps if this Izuku is knowledgeable as you say, some intelligence from him might assist us with her weaknesses. Got it. And the trigger guy. The villain himself isn't important. It's the drag that I find striking. Stain looked at Spinner. You've never seen anything like it either? Never, the lizard man confirmed. Trigger that's strong or long-lasting, or trigger that turns the veins blue. That's new shit to me. Someone's making it on a whole new level. Then we need to find out who that is fast. Stain leapt from the armchair with a snarl, and reached behind it for his sword. The gangs and Yakuza are scum as it is, but a dealer on that level is a very dangerous villain. There are rumors floating around this area that the Yakuza are involved in trigger distribution in Mizudafu. If the heroes can't find them or won't stop them, we must deal with them ourselves. Yay! Himiko cheered. 2 new missions. Stain grinned, hefting the sword. Indeed. Get yourselves ready, you two. We have a lot of work ahead of us. Izuku took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and felt air force surge in his palms, before willing the pressure just to his index finger and thumb just as he had done the previous few strikes. With a cry, he opened his eyes to focus across from him, and flicked his index finger, launching a precise blast of air from his fingers which blew. Across the abandoned warehouse they trained in and hit its target of the mannequin opposite. One small precise and well-aimed blast from the tips of his fingers, a blast he could call on repeatedly and accurately without causing himself a headache from quirk overuse. This was a big step forward for his abilities. He turned to Setsuna, a proud and wicked grin on her face as her 2 detached arms boxed a mannequin away from him, and met her gaze with a firm nod. I've got it. I can tell, his cousin replied with a smirk, raising an eyebrow. Got a new name for that one? No. Izuku smiled. But I did work out your hero name. Oh. Is that so? She met his gaze, challenging. Come on then, lay it on me. This can't be worse than Tenko's guesses dash. I wouldn't have been surprised if you did call yourself hard-to-kill reptile, Tenko muttered, as he sat against a discarded fat gum body pillow he had found among the hero merchandise and scrolled on his phone. A shitty internet meme and copyright breach sounds exactly like the sort of thing you'd be proud of, you weirdo. Hey, that's no way to talk to a lady. I don't see one present. How rude. Setsuna pointed with a teasing look. Himiko is right there, apologize. Tenko didn't look up from his phone to the subject of Setsuna's jibe. Right, my bad. Sorry for associating you with this clown. Hey. Himiko for her part looked up from her position, sprawled on another faded body pillow with her nose buried in one of Izuku's quirk notebooks, and flashed them a toothy grin. No sweat. You're a grumpy but to anyone except Izuku I get it. As Setsuna laughed at him, Tenko growled, and drew the strings of the hood on his ratty hoodie tighter. We need to have a talk about the party recruitment policy, Aizu. I think it's perfect the way it is. And having Himiko here is way better than the sausage party it was before, right Zuzu? Izuku chuckled to himself and shook his head at the antics of his little crew. He didn't know how they'd ended up like this, but he didn't care. He wouldn't change it for the world. It had been a few days since the giant villain drugged up on Trigger rampaged through Mizudafu and laid waste to the area around Tetsuan Station, and those days had gone by in a whirlwind. He wasn't a fanboy for all heroes, not anymore, but Kamui Woods turning up on the doorstep to check in on him and Tenko a day after had made him squeal and run to get a book for an autograph. Inko for her part had cried proud mother tears about the fact a noble pro-hero had kind things to say about her son, and they had gone some way to make up for the worry she had felt after she had spotted Izuku and the crew on a TV feed of the event. His day had not been fun, explaining himself after that. Thanks to Tenko and Setsuna dropping him immediately in it with Inko, Izuku found he was explaining himself about Himiko Toga as well. With a motherly squeal and howls of laughter from his best friend and his cousin, Izuku ended up lectured at length about the do's and don'ts of having his first girlfriend, curling in on himself in embarrassment and wishing he had some means of escaping the tears of joy being wept by his mother. He had tried to explain to his mother that he had only fleetingly seen her, and that even though he had gotten her number and texted her that night check she was safe, he didn't expect he'd see her again for a while. Then Himiko Toga turned up on his way home from school with Tenko the day after, in a long beige cardigan and school uniform not unlike the ones the girls wore at his school, and he was a little lost for words. He and Tenko hadn't been hard to track down, apparently. She recognized the school uniform from the neighborhood and had timed her day to end up perfectly near the school. She had been loud and happy to greet him, and remembering her actions as they parted ways the day before, he had become an embarrassed mess to the delight of Tenko. But as much as his classmates gave their trio weird looks, he was glad he could see her again. Not at all because she was pretty, or liked his Quirk notebooks, or had given him a kiss. That definitely didn't play into his decision. Since then, she had inserted herself into their group like she had always belonged. She was completely chaotic, almost completely carefree, and entirely reckless, with a wicked smile and a complete lack of a filter, and he found himself enjoying every second she accompanied them at their training outside of school. Not that she participated. The one time she had shown reservation was when asked about her quirk, as it appeared to be a sensitive subject, and the group had agreed not to pressure her into joining them. But she came along to hang out and share her appreciation for the content of his notebooks, laughed and joked like she was never going to leave, and supported all of them as they sent in their application forms to UA. The Three Musketeers had become four. He was just about growing used to the teasing from Setsuna and Tenko, and the little looks that Himiko shot his way every now and then. He was probably guilty of the same, looking into her eyes a little longer than he should have done, but he was picking up on it from her too. At some point he needed to work up the courage and ask what was going on, when the blush crept onto her face as she spoke to him, but for now he was just happy she had been accepted by Tenko and Setsuna so quickly, and would enjoy her being part of their party. This little group was where he felt happiest, after all. How sweet. He shook his head at that thought and focused back on Setsuna. Your hero name was easy, after you told Tenko you wanted something cuter. It made me think about when we were little and used to play. Setsuna's toothy smile grew wider. Oh, and what did we say back then? If I remember right, he smiled at her. You wanted to be called Lizardy. Hell yeah. She cried, and her detached arm punched a fist to the air from behind her. I knew you'd get it. Lizardy, huh? Tenko looked up at her with a smirk. It's not as bad as I thought it would be. She floated her arm over behind him and slapped the back of his head. Hey, quit it. So rude. She pouted at him. Not my fault it's not as cool as the name you picked. Way to go putting us on the spot after you led with something so badass. Tenko faltered and Izuku could have sworn he saw his friend's face flush a little. It just felt right, you know. Kind of a way to honor the past and include my family as part of my future. Well, I look forward to teaming up with you in future. She offered him a floating fist for a fist bump. Tamura and Lizardy, huh? Himiko asked, stretching her arms out and yawning with a flash of fong. Heroes for the future. You've got to be better than what we have at the moment. That's the plan, Setsuna replied, nodding to Izuku. It's just like he said. The heroes we have right now might be bad, Izuku continued, but I don't want to give up on my dream because of that. I want to save people with a smile and give them hope. And so do these guys. We'll do whatever we can to make things better. You know, Himiko replied, looking over at him with a curious face, the guy who took me in after I lost my parents really hates the heroes we have at the moment. And I get it, there's some I hate with everything I have. Same, Tenko said with a wave. Sounds like we'd get along, he and I. Perhaps. But, she trailed off and focused on Izuku. But you guys. If he met you guys he would like you, I'm sure. I mean I do. And if you want to change everything then I support that. Heh, feelings mutual, you're fun to have around. Setsuna replied, sticking her tongue out at Himiko. Even if you won't train with us. Himiko looked like she drew herself in a little. Yeah. My quirk isn't dash. I know. Huh. She looked over at Izuku after his soft interruption. You've said before, you don't feel comfortable about showing your quirk around us, and that's okay. He reached out a hand to her, curled against the body pillow, to pull her up. You don't have to be scared of anything around us dash. Especially not him, Tenko said, jerking a thumb at Izuku. He'll probably think your quirk is the best thing he's ever seen and take notes. Izuku ignored him. So just don't feel pressure. Whatever you have, I'm sure it's amazing, but we aren't going to push you away if you don't want to share. You've become part of our group now. We'll have your back. He watched the blood flush to her cheeks slightly and saw her eyes wobble a little, and prayed to any god he could that he didn't blush now too. All right, another time. She took his hand to pull herself up, and held on to it as she stood up. I'm just not used to people being interested and too used to people running away because of it. Not us, Izuku vowed, and he squeezed her hand with his own. Not ever. I promise. Setsuna coughed awkwardly, as Himiko stared at him with those bright yellow eyes. Anyway, cute moment aside and all, we still don't have a hero name for Zuzu over here. Izuku let go of Himiko's hand, missing the look of disappointment on her face, and sagged a little as his cousin brought that up. It's just so hard. None of them fit dash. But you came up with loads when you were younger, Tenko said, waving his phone screen at Izuku with a photo on it. Look at your notes. Small Might, All Might Jr., Mighty Boy, Midoriya dash. Don't remind me, Izuku groaned, as Setsuna and Himiko chuckled. What was I thinking? All Might fanboy through and through, Setsuna said, as she walked over to stand by Himiko. Midoriya was clever though dash. I couldn't, Izuku interrupted, shaking his head in embarrassment. I'm not fit to follow All Might, nobody is. I just don't know what to do that sets me apart from anyone dash. What about Deku? The semi-oblivious way in which Himiko asked that question didn't stop him from freezing in his tracks. What do you mean? That blonde boy at Tatooine called you Deku. I thought that was a nickname you had? Couldn't you use that? Izuku shot Tenko, whose head had lifted from his phone, a look of worry. He hadn't seen Katsuki Bakugo since the attack, and their school had been ever so keen to hush up their students when word spread like wildfire that their resident firecracker had left the school. Nobody knew where he had gotten to. Tenko sighed, pocketed the phone and pulled himself onto his feet, turning to Himiko. Bakugo was an a-hole to Izuku at school. Kind of a bully. He meant it like I was useless, Izuku said, hanging his head as Tenko gave the context. He called me Deku to look down on me. It's what he used to make fun of me. Oh. Himiko faltered. Sorry, Izuku. I thought it was cool when I heard it. See cool? His head shot up to look at her and he felt his cheeks start to betray him and go red. Huh. Why yeah. She smiled faintly at him. It's sorta like Dikairu, isn't it? I kinda like that as a nickname. You do? Yeah. There was a little flush to her cheeks as she looked at him now. That sounds like the Japanese for, I can do it, right? That's a cool name for a hero. Plus I think it's kinda cute. Walk dash. You okay, bud? Tenko reached over to shake his shoulder as Izuku went bright red and began to steam, and found him unmoving. Aizu. Paradigm shift, my whole world is upside down. What the hell are you talking about? I think you broke him, Setsuna said, nudging a giggling Himiko in the ribs with a now attached elbow. Nah, but I'm about to break him right now. A deep voice cut through their chatter in the warehouse from behind them, and Izuku and crew whirled around. Izuku's face twisted in fear at the recognition. How had they found the warehouse? How had they found them? Sharkhead, the Yakuza from the fight he and Tenko had gotten into previously, stood with his muscly arms folded, flanked by a tattooed thug with a head like a caterpillar and a strange gangly man with long fingers and eyes like camera lenses. He sneered, glaring at the group in front of him. Long time no see, kid. Izuku opened his mouth to reply. Freeze frame. In an instant, the lens-eyed man moved to bring his long fingers to his temples and moved into a position where he hunched his back and stared dead at Izuku and Tenko, his eyes flashing white like a camera. Immediately, Izuku found himself locked in place, completely unable to move any of his limbs or even move his mouth to speak. Tenko, who had been stood just to his right, also seemed to have been affected, as he couldn't hear him scrabbling to get away or even cursing the Yakuza out. Shark Head chuckled, deep and with no humor to it, as his companion continued to hold his position staring at Izuku and Tenko. "Good work, dude. Glad I brought you along." He gestured to the two boys. "After the stunts you pulled last time, I don't want you even getting a chance to move. Freeze frame here can lock you in place where you stand so long as he's looking at you. I don't want you getting off any blasts at all." Chuptrick. What a frustrating quirk. Setsuna stood beside a stunned Himiko, took a step forward and balled her fists in anger. "Who the hell are you guys? Yakuza? Why are you picking on school kids?" "Do be quiet," Caterpillar hissed in a slimy voice, before pointing at Setsuna and shooting a torrent of silk at her from his fingertips, binding her legs together at the ankle as she stood. "We don't want interruptions. We made Watanabe stand guard outside the front door just for that reason." "Ah, these two boys didn't tell you anything about us?" Sharkhead snarled at the two boys. "I'm just teaching these two what happens when you mess with the shy Hasaikai." Izuku internally cursed. "Crap. They're gonna tell Setsuna what Tenko and I did. How I stole that guy's quirk. Messing with Yakuza? These two? You definitely got the wrong guy's dash." Sharkhead ignored Setsuna as she tore at the silk around her ankles to no avail. "Remember Toya Setsuno? The boss killed him after you two freaks beat us before. He told us we'd get a reward if we brought you in for him to have a look at. Doesn't mean I can't beat the sheet out of you first." "Hey, are you even listening, Dash? You're not a threat to us," Caterpillar sneered, looking up and down at Setsuna. "You think you even matter to us, little girl? We're here for your delinquent friends, not you. Stay quiet or dash. I really hate people like you." Sharkhead turned to look at Himiko, whose head was bowed to look at the floor. "The pretty one speaks? Why so angry, go? I really hate bullies." Himiko looked up, and if Izuku could have gasped he would have done. The look on her face as she narrowed her eyes, the darkness around them, the way in which she bared those fang-like canines at the Yakuza, was hateful. The aura of anger rolled off of her in waves and made Caterpillar and Sharkhead take a step back, even as Freeze Frame didn't budge from his job of immobilizing the two boys. "I really hate people who want to mess with my friends." "Steady now, Dash," Caterpillar hissed. "I just want to be happy in this world and be me." Himiko took a step forward and Caterpillar panicked, missing a shot of silk that was aimed at her feet. "I'm sick of people hurting others. I'm sick of people like you making the world worse." Another step, and Sharkhead took a step backwards. "These two want to be heroes. You know that? They want to change the world and make it better. And you want to hurt them because they stood up to you." Her hand moved to brush her skirt, and Izuku took a sharp breath inwards as it came up holding a knife, serrated and mean. Since when had she been carrying one of those? "I won't let you." After a moment of silence, Sharkhead steadied himself and barked a laugh. "Really? You're just a skinny girl with a puny knife, and you think you can take us on? We're effing Yakuza. Stand aside before we hurt you as well," Caterpillar hissed, drawing his own knife. "You want to hurt her? Get through me first, a-hole." Izuku's eyes flickered to Setsuna, who had levitated her torso off of her tied legs into the air and was now glaring down at Caterpillar from on high. "Never underestimate me like that again." "What the foo, Dash? Surprised, huh?" Setsuna leered down at the thug. "Boo." As soon as Setsuna said that, everything kicked off right before Izuku and Tenko. Caterpillar was the first to move from the pseudo-standoff and try to attack, firing a glob of his silk at Setsuna in the air, as his cousin activated Lizard Tail Splitter on her whole torso, and detached her head and arms to split around his attack. Sharkhead fell back to put himself between Freeze Frame and Himiko as she charged directly for him, low to the ground and clasping the knife in her right hand. Caterpillar panicked and tried to throw the knife he was holding at Setsuna's head above him, but with the deft control over her quirk as it was, she simply threw up a detached arm to catch it by the handle in midair in her left hand and float that hand into the rafters, far from his grasp. "Really? Bad move, Caterpie." If Izuku could have laughed he would have done. She was learning from Tenko too much, but instead he had to watch in silence as Caterpillar raged. Don't call me that, you little beach. Watch your surroundings, genius. Caterpillar fell foul of Setsuna's quirk when he felt something slam into his side. Looking down in complete shock, he saw that while Setsuna's feet remained tied by the ankles on the floor in front of him, the rest of her legs had detached themselves and flew at him to kick him in the hip. The brief moment of shock diverted his attention away from the numerous pieces of her flying at him, and his attention snapped back just in time for a ferocious haymaker thrown by her detached right arm, sending him sprawling and unconscious on the floor. Setsuna reformed herself again over her feet and used the knife she had acquired in her left to slash through the thick silk. Himiko, are you dash? She didn't get to complete the sentence as Himiko launched herself at Sharkhead, low to the ground and ducking under the punch he threw wildly at her. Hiya! Sharkhead, still keeping himself between Himiko and the thug currently locking Izuku and Tenko in place, growled at her as he dodged her jab, read a feint, rolled out of the way of the knife. You're better at this than I thought, little girl. Himiko flicked the knife and scowled as it just missed Sharkhead's shoulder before he batted it out of her hand. Someone who looks out for me made sure I could protect myself. I'm not gonna lose to scum like you. Oh, you think? Sharkhead reached inside his hoodie pocket, and Izuku realized with horror from his frozen position as he saw what the Yakuza was holding, the distinctive blue liquid held in a syringe. I wasn't gonna use this unless the boys got out of hand, but you kinda deserve this. Oh no. Trigger. Himiko's eyes narrowed to slits. So you're one of those, huh? Nothing but the finest, made in-house by the Hasaikai. Sharkhead laughed and advanced on Himiko and Setsuna as both girls took a wary step back. You want to die so bad? Then fine. Get up, Izuku. Teeth like this in those frail bones of yours? Neither you or the lizard beach are surviving my jaws, and you don't have that cute knife anymore. He's going to hurt your friends. Your crew. How about that? I'll eat you both in front of your boyfriends before I give them to the boss. He thinks he's beating you. He thinks he's hurting the people you care about most. Don't let him win. You're gonna be delicious, you little rats. Get up. Huraric. Unbridled fury swept through Izuku and that familiar black lightning crackled on his arms as he suddenly broke free of the imprisoning effects of freeze-frame's quirk, to the horror of a blindsided Yakuza. Before he could blink his eyes and engage his quirk again, Izuku cried out and pulsed out an air blast from both of his palms which laid everyone except Sharkhead and Himiko onto the floor, freeze-frame cracking his head on the concrete as he went down and collapsing still in a heap. As he sprinted forward towards Sharkhead, Izuku felt himself subconsciously rub the fingers of his right hand across freeze-frame's back as he ran past his unconscious form, black and red sparks dancing for just a second, before he shook himself and brought his right hand up and reached with his palm towards Sharkhead. Mine. The pull of the quirk he had taken from the other Yakuza before tore the trigger syringe from the grip of the brute before he could inject it, and Izuku didn't even waste a second to chuck it behind him. Tenko! As he turned, he saw his friend had ripped one of his gloves off already and caught the syringe in that hand, decay immediately seeing to the destruction of the abominable serum. I've got it. I always hated status effects, but paralysis was the dirtiest. Sharkhead had reacted immediately, trying to lumber forward, but gasped as Himiko landed a swift 1-2 rabbit punch into his stomach, causing him to stagger and be clocked by a kick to the snout by Setsuna. Udiamin kids dash. Enough. Izuku splayed both hands out in front of him and blasted out air force at close range into the chest of the Yakuza, who was sent flying by the blast through a concrete pillar into the far wall of the warehouse. With a crunch, Sharkhead's unconscious body slid down the wall and lay crumpled in a heap following Izuku's strongest attack. He wouldn't be troubling them anytime soon. Snatching victory from the jaws of defeat, Izuzu? You're so not cool, Setsuna. Izuku breathed out heavily, and then turned when he heard a snarl behind him. Tenko! Tenko's ungloved hand was outstretched towards the unconscious brute, as he scratched his neck with the other hand and angrily glared at Sharkhead's fallen form. You know, sometimes I really wish I didn't agree to become a hero with you. I know. Izuku moved to stand himself between Tenko and their attacker. But you agreed. And heroes don't kill Ten. With a sound somewhere between a groan and a growl, Tenko re-gloved his hand and tore his eyes away. Fine. Just don't be mad if I kick him while he's down. I'd say he deserved that at least, Himiko said darkly, as she moved to stand beside him and Setsuna moved to rub Tenko's shoulders. You sure you can leave him? I'm not gonna kill him. Being a hero doesn't mean I kill villains, it just means I stop them. Even when he wanted to kill you? Himiko asked, rubbing some life back into her knuckles after her punch. After he wanted to eat your friends and let his boss torture you? I'm not like him, Izuku replied, looking up so his green eyes met her fierce yellow. There's always got to be another way. For a moment her face was unreadable, before a faint smile crossed her face. Right answer, Izuku. You'll make a great hero yet. Hey, thank you. He reached out and put a hand on her shoulder. You know, you'd make a good one too? He wasn't ready for her to freeze or blush so vehemently. What? You and Setsuna kinda saved both of us back there, he said honestly. We would have been gone without you so. You're my hero too, you know? She flashed her fanged smile at him, although she was struggling to make eye contact. Thanks. I guess we're even for you saving me at the station now? Alright, yeah. Izuku smiled back. I'm serious though. We want to be heroes to change what it means to be one. You looked after us pretty well for someone who doesn't like heroes. Maybe you could show them what they should be too. When she looked up at him, there was something in her eyes he couldn't quite read, something more than the smile on her face. I'll think about it. Thanks, Izuku. Tenko nudged Setsuna with an elbow. Guess party assist came in useful, huh? Take me to the new dinosaur museum in Tandosha Prefecture and we'll call it even, Setsuna replied, leaning her head on his shoulder with a faint smile. Deal. Good boy. Although I've got one question for our newest party member. Tenko looked at Himiko, stunned. Why do you have a knife? And where were you hiding it that whole time? Why is that important, you demon lizard? Himiko, still blushing slightly, flipped up the edge of her skirt as if to show Izuku and Ko the holster she kept strapped to her thigh, but being teenage, in a split second Izuku's wandering eyes saw far more than they were probably supposed to see. My guardian kinda taught me the value of self-defense. Can't be too careful with all these bad guys around, so I keep one hidden and close. Just got worst-case scenarios. She flashed him her. Get a grip, Izuku. His head was right for once. Izuku swallowed, fighting back the blush that had been threatening to break with the willpower of a god, and met Himiko's eyes as she put the knife away. I see. You're not mad at me for having one? She sounded genuinely curious. I probably should be, but you've got to keep yourself safe, you know? Izuku nodded at her reassuringly. It's basically like heroes with support items, right? You just keep that for self-defense, and it did kinda help us so dash. Before you start going on another mutter storm, Tenko interrupted, grabbing Izuku by the back of his shirt collar and yanking, we need to get out of here. This place is compromised and we can't come back if the Yakuza know we hang around here. Yeah, I agree. But how? They said they've got another Yakuza on guard duty at the entrance dash. Silly Izu. This is our secret base. Tenko jerked a thumb towards himself in pride. You think I'd set up a base without a secret exit or two? We'll just leave from one of those. For once, I am proud you play so many video games, Setsuna snarked. Tenko ignored her. Come on. We'll just have to come hang out at your place from now on and train in the back garden where we can. We're not that far out from the UA entrance exam, it's not gonna hurt us, and it's gonna be a lot safer now our secret base turned into a monster house. Right, we head home, make sure we're safe dash. And then we stick away from here? Exactly. Am I coming too? Setsuna reacted in shock at Himiko's question, looping an arm around her shoulder as Tenko began to walk off. Hell yeah, you are. You're part of this group too, right, Izuku? Yeah, you are, he added with a smile in her direction. Mom will be really happy to meet you, I'm sure. How could she be unhappy? She gets to meet her future daughter-in-law dash. Setsuna. Tenko lobbed a small lump of concrete at Izuku's head with unnerving accuracy. Ow! Are you coming or what? I don't want to be here when the dentist's nightmare over there wakes up dash. Alright, coming. Let's go. Red with embarrassment and still struggling to meet Himiko's eyes as she giggled at Setsuna's suggestion, Izuku took off after Tenko as they disappeared towards a secret exit. This was enough adrenaline for one day and enough of a close shave, and as much as he knew his mother would be unhappy with the idea that they had been attacked by Yakuza while training after school in their supposed secret base, he was just relieved he was getting home to her okay. All they had to do was avoid that guard and they'd be home free. Reporting the attack to the police would need to happen, as much as every instinct screamed at him to bury it and move on. Sharkhead and his crew recognized him and knew enough about them to have been able to track them down. There was a risk they could do it again, or bring stronger Yakuza in. He didn't want to involve the police because of what had happened back along with Setsuno, but his mother would scream murder if they didn't, and they wouldn't be safe unless somebody could keep an eye on them as well in case the shy Hasaikai decided to move. He just wanted to keep them safe, no matter the cost. It turned out he wouldn't have needed to worry about the guard outside one bit, or the Yakuza remaining inside that building. Fate has a funny way of playing games and rolling dice, and in this particular moment, Izuku's little group had been shown a number of sixes to get out without further incident. If they had stayed any longer, they would have heard the sounds of the scuffle outside, the dreadful silence that came in a moment, the awful sounds of their safety being secured for them. It was a very good job they hadn't remained. And they only left one guard outside. Sharkhead awoke to the sound of an unknown voice and the sight of a warehouse ceiling far above him as he lay flat on his back. The sound of voices unknown to him set some subconscious alarm bell ringing in the back of his head. Since he didn't know who they were, they sounded old and tired, and not like of his crew. The alarm bells were drowned out by the pain that washed over his limbs like oil in a pan. Dimmin, those kids packed a punch. They were hardy enough to believe that was all that would be necessary. A new voice responded to the old man, rich and dark and ever so eloquent. He put up a decent fight, but he was incapacitated in the end. Indeed, and I'm glad you spared him. Shock absorption is a rare quirk, and one I have been looking for some time. The alarm bells in Sharkhead's brain grew louder as he tentatively splayed out and flexed his fingers. These people beat Watanabe? They spared him? What about the rest of the crew? For the project? For a new subject? He might just be the key ingredient after all this time. There was a tap on the floor, like the sound of a cane on hard concrete. The others weren't worth keeping. Dispose of the bodies. We cannot afford to draw attention. The alarms grew shrill and reached a crescendo, overcoming the aches and pains inflicted on him. His crewmates had been killed. Sharkhead staggered upright with a lurch and balled his fists, flashing his teeth in the direction of the newcomers. Okay, what the hell do you? The reason he trailed off was horrifying, and it took Sharkhead a couple of dazed seconds to get his brain to catch up and process what was right in front of his eyes. Two people shouldn't have filled him with so much dread. His eyes were immediately drawn to the eldritch abomination in a tailored suit, standing tall in the middle of the empty space. Sharkhead had seen all kinds of strange mutations from people's quirks. Hell, he'd grown up with one after all, but the man before him appeared to made of black and purple fog that danced and flickered as if a breeze was blowing through the warehouse. Two nightmarish yellow eyes blinked in the middle of a void of gas that made up the man's face, and Sharkhead felt a feral chill run down his spine as he saw those eyes. These were not the eyes of man. These were the eyes of the predators of the dawn of time, the hunters of man, those who hid in dark caves and in the shadows of forests to isolate and take their prey. The eyes of a hunter. The man stood beside him looked normal in comparison to his companion. Sharkhead had been right to pick out the noise of a cane tapping on the floor. The man was old and short, and hunched over as if suffering from years upon years of back pain. Completely bald, with a bushy white mustache that seemed to sprout from his upper lip and cover half his face like an overhanging branch, the strangest thing about the man appeared to be a chunky set of black goggles worn on his forehead. Sharkhead guessed that the stained white coat meant he was looking at a doctor of sorts, but here? After this fight? Sharkhead realized how wrong the situation was when he briefly took note of his surroundings. Caterpillar was nowhere to be seen, and so had freeze frame. Weirdly, there was no blood or any other evidence that there had been a scuffle. His questions as to why were answered quickly when he saw Watanabe being zipped up into a bag by the mist creature. His friend's face was frozen, an oblivious thick-lipped smile on the face of his green-haired associate, and he was clearly out for the count. With a touch, a purple cloud of fog formed over the bag containing Watanabe, before it disappeared in front of his eyes to leave no trace of the fellow Yakuza. The Shadow Man could teleport, and that realization alarmed Sharkhead. "What the F did you do?" The doctor flinched slightly at the sound of his voice trailing off, but composed himself quickly. "Ah, it appears you were right, Kurogiri. The most important one survived." "Who?" Sharkhead bunched his fists up. "Who the hell are you?" "Forgive our ill manners," responded the monster in a tailored suit, as the doctor drew himself upright and adjusted his collar. "We simply wished to attend to the scene while we waited for you to rise." "I don't normally show myself to anyone, you see," the doctor added, Sharkhead whipping his snout around to look at the tiny man. "My job is much safer in the shadows, after all, but when I heard we might have a lead of interest to our cause, well, I simply had to accompany Kurogiri to the scene." "A lead?" Sharkhead shook his head. "What did you do to my friends? Where are you taking Watanabe?" "Watanabe?" The old man clicked fingers so frail they could have snapped at the motion. "Oh, I see. By the fact you refer to him alone, I assume you mean your shock-absorbing friend in the bag. He will be of great use to my research. As for the others, well, they simply couldn't be left lying around. We prefer to keep out of any spotlight where possible." The Shadow Man bellowed. "Nobody will ask questions if we dispose of their bodies." "You?" Sharkhead didn't know what to do. "You killed them?" "It was a necessity." "Then what the hell do you want with me?" "Good question." The doctor looked to his companion. "Kurogiri." The now-named monster Kurogiri fixed those vicious eyes on Sharkhead. "You followed a young lieutenant in the Shai Hasaikai up until recently, correct? A young man named Toya Setsuno Dash. How did you dash?" Rumors spread fast in our world, and not many rumors would get our attention quite like this one. Kurogiri loomed. "Your leader disposed of Setsuno after he lost his quirk. And you, being there on the day he lost it, tried to win back your favor by rounding up a team to track down the one responsible for Setsuno losing his quirk. I don't know what you dash. Please." The doctor waved a document at him, and Sharkhead recognized the precise kanji of the boss with dread. That was the boss autopsy report in this old man's hands. Larceny seemed like a good quirk, and suddenly he found himself without. When I heard a quirk had vanished from a small-time Yakuza, I found myself intrigued as to why. I had Kurogiri track you down dash. "You did?" Sheet, the smoke man, had been there the whole time. Sharkhead really was scared of these two now. "And how interested I was to hear from Kurogiri that you mentioned 2 boys taking his quirk." The doctor slid the medical report back into his grubby coat. "I heard that you had tried to find the boys and punish them, so imagine my surprise when I hear that you've confronted them again, only for them to have escaped. We have another loose end now. So you can help us tie this loose end." The menace in that deep voice from Kurogiri gave him goosebumps. "What do you know of the boys?" He didn't stand a chance against them. They would kill him before he got 10 yards, and he'd never get the information back to overhaul in one piece. Cowardice got the better of him. "All I know is they said they hung around here after school some days. They called themselves Zoo and 10, I think, school kids, one older than the other. Zoo has green hair, he's the thief, he had this air quirk but he threw black lightning at Toya and his quirk didn't work anymore. 10's a blue-haired freak, he just has these creepy hands that destroy sheet. Please, I don't know any more dash." One tap of the old man's cane was enough to silence him. "Interesting. Not much to go on, Kurogiri. Enough to make inquiries." The horrible yellow eyes flickered in what Sharkhead could only assume was a smile. "Thank you for your service." Sharkhead clenched and unclenched a sweaty fist, the nerves getting to him. "Can I dash?" The mist flared. "Oh no. You can't go. You know too much, see." The doctor shook his head. And your uses are, frankly, over. It's a shame, really. We're tying up loose ends, as we said. Kurogyari fixed those terrible yellow eyes on Sharkhead again. You just happen to be one of them. So long. Sharkhead didn't know what hit him. His eyes widened for a second as purple fog writhed in the hands of the nightmarish Kurogyari, before it sprung across the gap in the air between them and completely enveloped him. Opening his mouth to scream just meant that the fog forced itself to fill his mouth, before with a whimper and a noise like the plink of a single raindrop on water, Sharkhead vanished from sight, leaving the doctor and the shadow man alone in the warehouse. The doctor, Kyudai Garaki, sighed, and fiddled with his mustache a little. He knew less than I hoped, but no matter. It's a decent steer, if a little cryptic. Patience has always been our virtue, Doctor, Kurogyari responded poetically, coiling the fog back into himself. We can find the boys with a little time. Zu and Ten. Garaki felt a small smile come to his face. Did you feel it when he mentioned the lightning? And the air quirk? Air cannon? Indeed. So nostalgic. A fond favorite of Master, in the hands of one yet to realize the true nature of his gift. Garaki shook himself. Come on, old friend. Time to return home. We have a new subject for my tests, after all. How fortunate he fell into your lap by a happy coincidence. Kurogyari approached the doctor, adjusting his cuffs. He will make a perfect specimen. Fingers crossed that your optimism yields results. The doctor looked up at Kurogyari as a misty hand was placed on his shoulder. Where did you send them anyway? The Yakuza we didn't need? A few different parts of the Pacific Ocean, Kurogyari said, darkly. Multiple exit points of a warp gate means no survival on arrival, and what does arrive can be disposed of by the fish. Oblivion is assured. Master taught you well. I commend your efficiency. Garaki adjusted his goggles to slide them over his eyes, as the fog danced around him and the dim corridors of an abandoned hospital became visible through the mist. Let us return, Kurogyari. We have an army to build. Kyoka? Honey. Kyokajiro, holding her head in her hands and staring blankly at the paper in front of her through dark onyx eyes, started at the sound of her mother's voice behind her. What are you dash? You disappeared off into your trailer between sessions, sweetie. The band kinda got worried about you, but I figured if you were in a funk it would be best I came to see you and left them back in the studio. Her mom Mika looked at her through her glasses with sad eyes. And here you are, staring at lyrics and not reading a single word. Kyoka couldn't deny it. Yeah. I guess I was, huh? What are you thinking about, sweetie? Kyoka sighed, and fiddled with her jack nervously, twirling it around a strand of her purple hair. Just the latest song. I don't really know how to say it dash. It's not what you want to be singing, is it? How her mom was so in tune with what she was feeling remained a mystery to her, but was welcome. Yeah. It's sad, ma. Really sad. If you don't like it, we can talk to your manager and dash. It's not that. It's just, I dunno. Kyoka huffed. It's beautiful. It's really sweet and I get what they're trying to do. That whole, we're apt to sacrifice ourselves line is kinda cool, and I'm sure it'll make a great song. But I just don't think it's me. It's not what I wanted to do with my music. Her mother looked sad at her as she took a sip of the coffee she held. You wanted to inspire people. You always told me and your dad that. Why yeah. Kyoka looked at her mom and tried not to wobble emotionally. I just don't think he would call this inspiring. The world is shit and people want to listen to me singing sad songs and complain about how bad it is. That's not what I want to make people feel with my songs. I get that. Her mom put the coffee cup down and came to wrap her arms around her daughter's shoulders as she sat there, to give her a hug from behind. He would be proud of you. I know that much. Kyoka wished that she could agree. She really did. Kyotakujiro had been a great father growing up. He had taken her to gigs and sat her on his shoulders, introduced her to Deep Dope, a band she still claimed would be the only love of her life, and encouraged every bit of her growing love for everything punk rock. Between him and Mom, who had taught Kyoka how to play guitar and bass and had sung her to sleep every night, Kyoka had been blessed, But it wasn't just her music they encouraged. They brought her to the hero movies, bought her comics, and let her dream that it could be her saving people someday. Then Incident Zero had happened, All Might and a villain demolishing office blocks in Muzutafu as they both perished in combat, and Kyoto Kujiro had been another one of the people who hadn't made it home. Collateral damage, and a young girl struggling to understand why she would never see her father again. Kyoka had given up all hope of being a hero at that point. Why should she? The heroes hadn't been there to save her dad, and now she couldn't see him again. She couldn't laugh out loud as he broke the drum kit he bought for her at Christmas. She couldn't be embarrassed as he turned up to school on a motorbike screaming along to old metal. She couldn't curl up on a sofa next to him and watch old concert live streams until 4 in the morning. They had failed him, and she had lost him, and she couldn't be like them. The heroes they were left with were nothing. She threw herself into music as her escape, a young girl aged 8, and poured her heart into everything she made. At the age of 12, she had sung at a friend's party and had been spotted by an executive for a studio in Tokyo, haunted by her voice and the emotion with which she plucked at the strings of her purple bass, the gift she had inherited in Kyotoku's will that had been meant for a high school graduation present. Her debut single had been Each Goal, a song she had written herself, sung in a voice wavering with insecurity and melancholy, that had been released on her 13th birthday. Not long after, Endeavor and the Hero Commission had torn apart the rulebook on heroes and fractured the country more than it ever had been after All Might, and her song had become an anthem for the discordant society of Japan. Now it was all they wanted from her, the management above her, songs of sadness and lost hope, of a world that had suffered and continued to suffer, wallowing in self-pity. They wanted negativity because it was what the country felt, what resonated with people, and they just didn't want to know about the battle cries she wrote, or the songs which screamed from the top of their lungs that better days were to come. She was just Kyoka, the sad voice of our times. All she wanted to do was make people smile with her music, to make her dad proud of what she could do with her music. And yet she didn't feel like she was doing that anymore. Now she was just sat trying not to cry, in a trailer on the outside of the studio that they'd given her as a rec room, failing to learn the lines of the latest sad song and wondering where she had gone wrong. "I don't think he'd be proud of me," Kyoka said with a sniff, cursing the fact she was on the brink of shedding tears she hadn't shed in years. "The world is a mess and I'm just sat in a studio singing sad songs about it. I don't believe in the heroes anymore, not the ones we have, not for what they did, but I can't even believe in myself." She coughed, pulling herself together to stop the tears. I don't want to do any more today." Her mom patted her on the shoulder and stood up. "I'll head back to the studio and let them know you need the rest of the day. We can discuss the song with the managers tomorrow if you're not happy, but for now let's get you home, okay?" Kyoka could only nod, and she buried her head in her hands as she heard the trailer door click behind her departing mother, slumping in despair. She wanted to save people with music, and she couldn't even save herself. She was barely holding it together as a musician. Who was she kidding if she thought she could be a hero too? God damn it. She slid the paper containing the lyrics to the studio's song to one side and pulled another scrap of paper to her, ferociously willing herself not to cry. A song she had been writing, trying to dredge up positivity from the bottom of a well of emotion, but hadn't yet been able to crack. "Can't even get you right, huh?" It just didn't fit yet. She didn't even have a tune, she just had random snippets of lyrics she wanted to include. Talk of not backing down and standing up for what she believed in, parts of lines that didn't seem to mesh well together, and no idea how she was going to get it out. She wanted it to be big and bold and give people more hope than what they had, but she just couldn't find the spark to finish the lines and give her a song to blast out to the heavens, the song for all time she always wanted to write. She groaned, reached for her phone, and extended one of her jacks to plug herself in. Earphone jack was a blessing of a quirk for a music lover when she didn't have to bother with headphones, and could actually feel the music she was listening to. Deep dope, give me strength. Give me out of my head for a little bit, okay? No. Kyoka's sense of hearing was outstanding, and just as she was about to click play to shuffle through her favorite album, she heard the faintest of whimpers from outside the trailer. "Huh. Please keep it down, lady." The other voice was hissed and male. "Just give me the bag and I'll leave . I have a daughter . Mom? Kyoka asked out loud, her triangular eyes widening. What the hell was happening to her mom? And she won't have a mom if you keep this sheet up. Gimme the diamond bag dash. Oh hell no. Kyoka clutched the phone that was still plugged into her jack. This guy was trying to rob her mom. Please I dash. Don't make me use the knife, stupid. Last chance, give me the bag dash. No. Kyoka had no idea how she moved so fast. 1 second she was slumped at the table in her little rec room, head in her hands and no motivation at all, and the next second she had charged the door of the trailer, kicking it open and storming outside. As the door slammed back on its hinge and threatened to hit, she took in the scene. One mom, a terrified look on her face, and one punk in a raggedy hoodie, pointing a dirty knife at her mom, stunned at the sight of an angry teenager practically vibrating as he glared at him. The hell are you doing to her? The idiot in the hoodie snarled. Oh, there's 2 of you. Great. Now you get to watch. Craft dash. Heartbeat. Kyoka's quirk did strange things which had taken her completely by surprise. For a long time she thought, like her mother did, that all she could do was listen. To her great surprise one day when she plugged herself into her dad's largest subwoofer for a dare, she could use her jacks to blast vibrations out, in some kind of strange sonic wave. Now, with her phone in hand, Kyoka had a weapon too in its speakers, and a heartbeat she could use to blast out as a wave. With all the anger she was feeling, the pulse of sound from the phone's speaker came out with such force that it sent the low-life knife flying out of his grasp. Herc dash. Kyoka didn't even wait for the guy to hit the ground, slumped unconscious, before she ran over to her mother and dragged her into the trailer. Mom, are you dash? Kyoka dash, her mom looked stunned. What did you do dash? You're all right? Yeah. Mika took a deep breath. You just saved me. I wasn't gonna let him hurt you, Mom. Kyoka took a moment to steady herself, before leaning back against the door and letting out a whistle. Holy crap. I used my quirk on him, didn't I? Yeah. Her mom rubbed her arm. You did good, Kyoka. I was worried before you turned up. Thank you. Nobody messes with us. Kyoka paused. That felt good. Maybe, but I don't think you can do something like that again, Mika said, looking concerned. What if someone in the police finds out you used your quirk illegally? You know what they're like about unlicensed quirk use, and then the studio would be on our backs too. That truth hit Kyoka as she came down from the adrenaline high. Her mother was right. Unfortunately, the new rules made by Endeavor and the Commission saw to it that anyone using their quirk in public without a license would be punished. Their patience for people taking the law into their own hands was shorter than UA's principal, and with her profile as a singer, they wouldn't drop a case against her if they found her. Every rational thought in her head said to her that maybe her mom was right to be concerned. Maybe it was for the best to sweep that incident under the rug and pretend it never happened, and go back to making music in the hope that someone would take the message to heart. But, you know what? Maybe I can. Why did she have to draw the line just at saving her mother? Why couldn't she do more? Well, maybe I should anyway. Kyoka? No, Mamai. Why did she have to stop with just one person? Why was what she did something that the rest of society would frown on? Why couldn't she do more? I can do so much more. I can. Save other people. You. Her mom stared at her, curious. You want to train? Become a pro hero? I think you've missed the intake for UA and Shiketsu this year, but you can apply next year. I'm sure even as a celebrity you'd be welcome dash. No. I want to save people. Kyoka clenched a fist, aware how skinny her fingers were, and how much work she would have to do to get herself into shape. I always wanted to do it. Since Dad died. I wanted to do it with my music. But I can do so much more. I want to be a hero. I don't have to be a pro to do that. I don't want to wait and jump through hoops when I could start right now. Onyx's eyes met those of her mother, and Kyoka made up her mind, taking the leap. I can do it my way, one person at a time, on my own terms. Screw waiting for UA to tell me when I can start a 3-year path to learn how to help people. I can do it myself. Light dawned on her mother's face. Are you suggesting dash? To be a vigilante? Kyoka smirked. Hell yeah. It's against the law dash. Yep. The pro heroes would come down on you so hard if they caught you dash. Yep. And you could get hurt dash. I could. Kyoka cracked her knuckles. But I want to do it, Mum. For all those people in the dark places that get forgotten. Those people who listen to my music and think there's no hope. I want to give that to them. Kyoka. Her mom looked at her. That's dash. Insane? Yeah. It's crazy and it's stupid and I could get hurt or arrested or killed or all sorts of weird shit could happen. It's dash. Totally punk rock. Whatever answer she was expecting from her mom, that wasn't it. Huh. You really want to do that around being a musician? To do it the dangerous way and still sing your songs? Mika shook her head with a chuckle. You're our daughter, all right? You're not mad. Kyoka, dear, I couldn't change your mind if I wanted to. But I don't want to. Her mom smiled faintly. You've always been a rebel because that's how we raised you, but you've got such a big heart. If you want to use that to help people and give them hope, by doing more than watching the world get darker, then I'm proud of you. Mom dash. Just promise me you'll get a disguise for crying out loud. I know the jacks are hard to hide, but you're kind of a celebrity singer, Kyoka. We can't have you exposed the second you take on your first bad guy. I promise. That's my girl. You just aren't happy to sit by anymore, are you? Not when I could do something right now. Then you're gonna do great, Kyoka. Her mom shook her head. If you're half as good, saving people as you are writing songs, then you're going to go platinum as a vigilante. I can do it around my music, and I can make a difference, she said, clenching a fist. If I save even just one person, then I'll be proud. And I hope somewhere Dad can be too. He will be as proud as me. He always said you would make a great musician, her mom said, holding out a hand to squeeze her arm. But he said you'd make a great hero too. Hero too. Kyoka's eyes went wide, and she felt something she hadn't felt in a long time. The feeling of watching All Might wind up to land a final blow on TV, the feeling she got when the deep dope drummer lifted his drumsticks high before bringing them crashing down to start a song. The feeling the very first time she sang on stage at a school performance, two beaming parents in the front row in a better time. Lightning. What? Her mom watched, startled, as Kyoka scrambled for her piece of paper and scribbled something in shocking handwriting, before reaching for an acoustic guitar she kept by the table in the room. What are you dash? She was silenced as Kyoka's fingers danced across the strings as if in a trance, and finally, after so long where they just wouldn't stick, the words came, fitting a tune she had plucked from thin air. Hero too, I am a hero too, my heart is set, and I won't back down. Kyoka looked up at her mom and felt her shoulders lift higher, as if a great weight had finally been lifted from them. I found it. You found it. The song. The song to beat all songs? Her mom smiled, and Kyoka knew she understood. The song you promised your dad? Dad's song. Kyoka met her mom's eyes with her own and smiled herself, in a way she hadn't in a long time. I'll be a proper hero for him, I'll save people for him, and I'll sing this song for him to celebrate it all. That sparkle in your eyes. Her mom's eyes glistened with pride. I've not seen that in a long time. That's my girl. You're really gonna support me on this? Hell yeah I am. I've been dreaming of making my daughter a kick-butt costume since she was a little girl. Mika adjusted her glasses and smirked just like a daughter. But we'll sort that later, earphone jack. You've got a song to write. Pass me that paper and I'll do lyrics for you as you go, okay? Got it. As she chucked the pen across to her mother, Kyoka's hand settled back on the guitar and strummed at it like it was second nature, a single C minor chord that seemed to reverberate up through her arms and in her heart. She drank in the sound of the guitar and savored the moment, the adrenaline kick from what she was planning to do, the taste of victory as she finally found the song she had been looking for her whole life. What she was planning was dangerous, reckless, impulsive, and terribly thought out. There were risks at every corner, and potential enemies to be made with any action she took simply because their politics didn't stand for her doing it. But she had never felt more alive than she did the moment she decided to act, to be the type of hero she missed seeing rather than let it all pass her by. She was going to save people and she was going to use her music to make people smile. She could do both. She would do both. And she would kick butt doing both. Song first, kick butt as a vigilante later. Hero 2, strength doesn't make a hero. To ya? Dabi looked up from picking at an itching piece of burned skin to look at his brother, hunched over on a crate and buried in a hoodie 3 sizes too big for him. Show. Can you trust these guys? Dabi paused. You're scared, huh? Just been us up until now. Shoto looked up at him, mismatched eyes meeting his blue ones, his face betraying his nerves. And Endeavor dash. I know. Dabi sighed. Trust me, I know. These aren't the sort of people who would turn you in for the bounty on your head, I promise. You don't think? I don't think it at all. They're not like those guys in Kyushu. That made them a rarity, as far as he was concerned. Everyone else just had it out for them. Since Shoto Todoroki had fallen into his life, angry at the world and wanting to rebel against Endeavor for becoming an undeserving #1 hero, Dabi's life had become a complicated mess. He had slipped under the radar and into the underworld when Endeavor had cast him aside, and it had been easy for the world to forget his past name. The lowest of the low welcomed him among their ranks with open arms, and nobody batted an eyelid. Shoto had been completely different. Father's perfect progeny, the boy he wanted to surpass him, had upped and left the second that Endeavor announced that he wanted to change the world. Word had gotten round that a boy destined to be stronger than Endeavor had rejected him, undermining that message, and so bounties were put on Shoto's head. Now the police and heroes were out looking for him, and the bloodhounds in the shadows saw the chance at glory and money, taking on work for the #1 to bring down his son. All of them were hunting. Dabi and Shoto had spent a few weeks on the run at this point, and the one time that Dabi tried to cash some favors, he had learned the hard way how strong an incentive Shoto provided. Friends of his in the back alleys of Kyushu, who had supported his raids on drag dealers and small-time gangs to clean them out of areas the police wouldn't touch, turned on him in an instant. If it weren't for Shoto's insane quirk, they might have got the jump on both of them. As it was, it took a bus-sized iceberg to buy them enough time to escape and curse their bad luck. He went back and hunted them down later that night, when Shoto had finally succumbed to sleep and got over the adrenaline rush. He didn't even care that they made bad fuel. Nobody tried to hurt his brother. He stretched his arms out and focused back on Shoto. It's not like that. Those guys did a lot of dirty work like me. The 2 we want to speak to are at the top of their game. Trust me. You haven't even told me who they are, Shoto said, and if Dabi didn't know better, he detected a touch of a sulk in his brother's tone. I'll trust them more when I see who we're dealing with. Dabi looked around the abandoned warehouse they had ended up calling their impromptu base in Hosu. Some long time ago this was a distribution center for a clothing giant, but now it was just a mausoleum to bad fashion, no other person around for miles. That suited Dabi perfectly. Ingenium was active in Hosu, and was one of the good heroes. It was best they kept under the radar. The best in the business. Perfect for what we need to do. Shoto looked up now. Do you still think this is the best plan? For now, absolutely. Dabi nodded to his younger brother. You want to get back at our old man, right? The mismatched eyes flashed with rage for just a second. More than anything. Dabi smirked. Good. Then trust me when I say this, we can't go after him personally. We do more damage going after those who hold him up, and bring him down a piece at a time. And for that, we need help. We can't do it alone. Shoto seemed to stare right through him. How do you do it? Do what? The monotone voice cracked for a second. He rejected you. He hurt you and cast you out because you weren't perfect for his little project. He hurts so many more people besides us. How do you not hate him with everything you have? I do. Blue flames flickered in his palm for a second as his composure faltered. I hate the BSTRD. I hate what he did to me and to you, and what he does to so many people. But we have to do better than him. We have to beat him. Dabi could understand the kid's fury more than anything. He had lived it, after all, at rock bottom when he was first struggling to scrounge enough food together from the leftovers chucked into dumpsters, when he didn't have a roof over his head. At his lowest, When the rain poured down his back through the collar of his coat and the burn marks on his skin screamed out in pain, he wanted nothing more than to watch his father turn to ash before his eyes. Sometimes that rage and desire to make Endeavor pay was all that had got him through. But when he properly opened his eyes, and saw what the world had become after All Might had died, he saw what patience he needed to have to deal with his dear old dad. Endeavor had stepped into an All Might-sized vacuum to stem the tide of villainy across Japan, and had divided society by doing so to the point that there were already murmurs of those turning against him. To confront him head-on when the nation was angriest would have been suicide. Their chances were better the more they chipped away at his support, until it was Endeavor standing alone against his sons, and until Hero Society could rise up to put someone worthy in his place to be the symbol they needed. Then they could snuff out his flames for good. We don't want him to go down. We want him to be put down so he doesn't get back up. Dabi looked Shoto up and down, oversized hood hanging over one side of his face now as if to obscure the scar over his eye. You're strong, but he's been training you, right? Yeah dash. Then we need to be stronger. To the point he won't know what's coming from you. So we train dash. And we work. Dabi looked up at the roof. We take away the BSDRD's support networks. We target his sponsors, his sidekicks, his agency, anyone associated we can get our hands on. The more they turn their backs on him, the better chance we have of keeping him down. These guys can help with that. They're probably better at what I'm planning than I am, more experienced, for sure. I see now, Shoto responded, looking thoughtful. I had my concerns. I know you did. Dabi reached over with a scarred hand to ruffle his younger brother's hair, and suppressed a laugh as Shoto flinched. You wanted to be a proper hero before, and go to UA, right? Why a dash? And now here we are, planning to rob people to prove a point. Not exactly heroic. I see why some people think that vigilantes are villains now, Shoto replied, coldly. Me too. But we beat him this way. We take money from the rich and the corrupt, the ones who he helped profit off the back of his rise, and we destroy their faith in his ability to protect them. Shoto sagged. I know. It's difficult to understand that from my view. But I understand why you want to do it. And I'm with you. Dabi nodded to him. Good kid. You won't be as involved as me or the others. If everything goes south, we'll take the fall so you can go free. Tia dash. You have a better chance than me of still making it. Of being the hero he should be. I'll make sure of it. Do your friends think the same as you? You said they were people who you've stolen with before. Do they do it for the same reasons? Are they greedy, or is there more of a goal to their work? Oh yeah, they're like you and me. Dabi nodded. They see the fake heroes out there too. They strike out against the greedy and the corrupt. Turns out we all wanted the same thing, a world where people just did the right thing. I see. You'll recognize them, I'm sure. The Hero Commission put big bounties on them just like the one Endeavor put on ours. They hate vigilantes after all, and people who steal from them. They're famous. Infamous. Always chasing the spotlight. Quite so, but what is the fun of shying away from the spotlight, Dabi? Dabi smirked at the way in which Shoto jumped up and iced his entire left side in preparation for a fight. He was used to the tricks they deployed by now. Easy, Juhyo. He's with us. The masked man before them was in a funny outfit, and Dabi wasn't surprised at his brother's reaction. A long orange coat covered up what looked like smart clothes, and there was no chance of catching any distinguishing features whatsoever. Between the massive brown top hat atop his head and the white and black mask with its intricate patterning on his face, the man was completely covered. How he had snuck up on them completely unnoticed was a credit to his skill, and half of the reason Dabi had reached out to him so quickly. For an attention seeker in such bizarre clothing, he could sneak around with the best of them. The man looked Shoto up and down, and gave a little bow, his orange coat flapping slightly as a breeze blew through the old warehouse. Well, the prodigal son of Endeavor, here before me. I assure you, young man, I mean you and your guardian no harm. If he meant harm, you wouldn't have known a thing about it, Dabi said, leaning back against a pillar. Stick to the code names though, Compress. We're tired of the unwanted attention. Well said. The masked man clapped his hands, before extending one out to Shoto. Atsuhiro Seiko, at your service. I gather from Dabi that you go by Juhio these days, so if you please when we're in the field, I am Mr. Compress. Compress? Shoto paused for thought and then shook the offered hand. I think Endeavor talked about you before. Aren't you the magician thief? The one who broke into the commission itself? Bravo! The older man bounced a little bit, and although the mask gave nothing away, Dabi could tell when his old acquaintance was smiling. I must say, you did well to find out Dabi as a guardian and convince him to take you on. He's notoriously hard to please. Dabi could take that coming from Compress. He had earned it. In his time working in the shadows, he had met very few people he could trust, and very few he had the patience to work with more than once. Compress was a thief rather than a vigilante, but a DM good one, and one with principles. He had been someone who he partnered with to rob an agency affiliated to Endeavor, in order to expose some of the sidekicks for taking bribes from local officials. As much as the man's constant flair for dramatics had probably caused more chaos than necessary, he was competent, reliable for his ability to escape from tight situations, and ultimately willing to share in Dabi's goal of striking at those in high places, if only to indulge his own desire to seek attention with high-profile work. When Shoto came to him, and as he started the first plans to strike out at Endeavor, Dabi knew he could rely on Compress to get involved. Anything for a moment of glory. The kid wants the same as me, Compress, Dabi replied. Anything to get at the corrupt, and anything to get at Endeavor. Ah, a kindred spirit. Compress clutched a fist to his chest as if emotional. A Robin Hood, a daring rogue, itching to strike a blow to the mighty and corrupt and bring down those who make a mockery of us all. Something like that? Shoto replied uneasily. May I ask you something? Of course. Fire away, young apprentice. I came with Dabi because I want to get back at Endeavor. I want him to pay. You think this is the right way to do it? Why shouldn't I fight him now? Dabi hadn't been expecting that question, but nor did he expect Compress to take it in such good stride, sliding across to put an arm on his brother's shoulder. I understand. You crave the ability to take him on, to make a final stand and expose him immediately. That's good, that desire will carry you far, and it's a good drive for you to perform well. But Dabi is right, of course, with the experience of a life in the shadows working towards that goal. Strike at him now and people will be there to pick him back up. Strike at him when you've isolated him, and you can achieve what you want. You think so? Absolutely. It's like a game of chess, Compress said with a flourish. It wouldn't do to rush the king when all of his supporting army is intact. Knock out the key pieces and force him into a corner so he submits to checkmate. That's your game plan, isn't it, Dabi? That's right. Dabi looked around behind Compress. Weren't you supposed to arrive together? The older man sighed loudly, exuberantly. He got distracted along the way. A mugger in an alleyway required his attention. That's Dash. To be expected with him. Compress fiddled with his mask. If I know anything of my friend though, he's curious to hear your plans, or he wouldn't have agreed to meet so easily. He's a busy man these days. Clearly, Dabi said with a smirk. He's got his hands full with the muggers of this city, for a start. All in a fine day's work for vigilantes such as ourselves. We do the work the heroes fail to do for the good of all. Wouldn't you agree, Compress? Shoto's lack of awareness for his surroundings made him leap out of his skin at the sudden booming voice above him. That voice. That's Dash. Dabi couldn't help but feel a little bit impressed as he looked up. He had accepted the invite after all. Now they had a fierce little group if only he could convince him to stay. I'm glad you came. I'm small fry in the vigilante scene compared to you. Nonsense. You're rather notorious in our world, Dabi. The newcomer leapt down from the rafters and landed before the trio in a flourish, black coat billowing behind him. When I heard from Compress that you wanted to team up for a job, I found myself rather intrigued. The Blue Flame himself, an unbeaten vigilante, wants my help. This must be good. We could use all the help we can get. We're going after a big target. I gathered. Endeavor, correct? The newcomer, tall and lanky and dressed in fine tailored clothes, bunched a gloved fist. He and the commission have spent long enough trying to put me behind bars for trying to help those less fortunate. I think it's high time someone took a stand and struck a blow against him in return. Good to see you, old friend, Compress said warmly, tipping his hat to the gray-haired man opposite him. I'm glad you came along. Any excuse to work with you again, you old rogue. The man returned a friendly nod to Compress with twinkling blue eyes, and then smiled warmly at Shoto, mustache curling upwards. And you would be the young Todoroki. A pleasure to meet you. The name is Denjuro Tobita, but the rest of the world knows a different name. You may call me Gentle. You're really him. Shoto seemed in awe. You're the gentleman thief who's never been caught. The elastic hero of the night. The most famous vigilante in Western Japan, Gentle Criminal Dash. Just Gentle, my boy. The commission added the criminal when they wanted to stop me being a better hero than their own. Gentle winked at him. You sound like a fan. May I assume that you watch my videos? Every single one. Shoto had the closest thing to a smile on his scarred face. Thank you for coming. If you're helping us, then we might just succeed. My dear boy, it is my pleasure to assist, Gentle said soothingly. When I heard the rumors about how Endeavor treated you, I found myself appalled. When I heard that you had run away and become one of us, one of the vigilantes trying to do the hero's jobs, I couldn't have been prouder. If we can be of assistance in bringing that vile man down, we will do what we can. We? Dabi frowned. You and Compress or Dash? Gentle shook his head. I brought one more, actually, if you don't mind. A sidekick. Dabi raised an eyebrow as a short woman with 2 gigantic red pigtails walked through from behind him to stand by Gentle's side. He really did need to work on spotting people sneaking around. I always thought you were a solo act, Gentle. I could say the same about you, until you picked the young Todoroki up as a companion, Gentle said in an amused tone. Manami has been with me for a couple of years now, behind the scenes. You didn't think I filmed all those videos myself, did you? Call me La Brava when we're working, she chided Gentle, despite being nearly half his height, before turning to Dabi and Shoto. If you're calling in my Gentle for a job, then you must have something big planned, right? Big targets. You could say that, Dabi said evenly. Right. I'm good with computers and good at creating escape routes. I can have your back while you're on the job, okay? For a moment Dabi found himself pausing before he nodded. A surprise, but a welcome one. She might actually make his plans even easier to accomplish. That would actually be a help. It's good you're here. Thank you. Then fire away, Dabi, Gentle said with a flourish. We're all here after all. What exactly were you planning on having us do? I'd love to know myself, Shoto said, coolly as only Shoto could. He hasn't even shared with me. How daring. A secret plan, Dabi? He had them hooked. Now he got to share. Right. The kid and I want to take Endeavor down, and all the corrupt people along the way. Compress said it before you got here, we have to take down those holding him up if we want him to stay down for good. Ooh. La Brava bounced as if she knew the answer. You want us to steal from Detnerat? They're sponsoring his agency after all. Dabi raised a stapled eyebrow. If this goes well, then yes, I want to go after Detnerat. But they're a big target with links to people in the shadows, and I don't think we're ready for them yet, even with a group this strong. Intriguing, Compress said, and unexpected. You have a different target in mind. I do. Dabi folded his arms. Endeavor causes more collateral damage than any other hero. People constantly have to rebuild after his fights and fix his mess. So we go after the people who do that for him. To steal their money? Shoto asked. It's more than that. Dabi smirked. Steal their money and they won't be able to fund his rebuilds, but they'll raise it another way. Steal their data, their files, and we can leak them all. All those NDAs for victims who got caught in the crossfire, all the damage brushed under the carpet dash. All there in the public eye. Compress chuckled. How dramatic. I like it. Thank you. Dabi nodded. We play it right, reveal the full extent of it, and we can send his reputation to rock bottom. A fine sentiment, Gentle nodded, raising an eyebrow. La Brava and I can certainly assist, especially with publicizing the files online. And who do you propose that we target to achieve this? Whose closet is brimming with enough skeletons for our purposes? One company has profited massively from him. They've grown like no other construction business, and because they're new on the scene, I don't think their security is up to scratch at all. They're there for the taking. Dabi looked at Compress, then Gentle, then La Brava. I wanted to ask you to join me and Shoto to take from them. To put it all in the public eye and let them know that they deserve better than their #1 hero. If you're with us, then we hit Uraraka Construction Limited in a week and take everything they have. His patchwork grin grew wide and blue fire danced in his eyes. What do you say? Damn it, Zu, wait up. He ran. Heart pounding in his chest, deep, gasping breaths drawn as he sprinted harder than ever. Izuku turned the corner at the end of the road and saw the final stretch to get home. He had passed the old apartment block they had called home before Incident Zero in a blast of dust and air as he pushed himself to the limit of how fast he could run, and now he saw it, their home, the one decently maintained house in the neighborhood. Come on, Tenko. Tenko had been training with Izuku since they were younger, but the taller and lanky boy would never come first in any distance running or sprints. Izuku ran with nervous energy and excitement to fuel his eager personality and his natural fitness. Behind him at some distance, Tenko stumbled along like a newborn giraffe and failed miserably to keep up in any way. Slow down. I don't have the stamina points you do. There's no time. He looked up and saw his mother's car, which had just pulled onto the drive, and saw her getting out of the car. Izuku Midoriya, fresh out of a long day of work, shook herself at the sight of her marauding son, and had the foresight to dash to the front door, unlock it, and jump out of the way as he piled through. Izuku, honey, what is dash? He dove for the mat at the sight of the envelope and grabbed it up. Please, come on after everything dash. Izuku, what the dash? Inko paused as Tenko puffed to the front door, nearly tripping over the sidewalk as he ran up the drive. Tenko, what's happened? UA. Tenko was nearly wheezing, he was that out of breath. Letters. Out today. If we're accepted for the entrance exam dash. He was interrupted by Izuku moving a white envelope in his face. There's one for you dash. Calm down, Izuku. Tenko snatched the envelope with a gloved hand and shook his head at the younger boy's antics. Running won't change what's in them dash. Izuku had disappeared in a green whirlwind at this point, slamming himself down onto the sofa in the lounge and finally coming to as he stared at the envelope in his hand. Every emotion that he could feel ran through his body at the sight of it: fear he wasn't good enough to cut it, hope that after so long he would be able to achieve the dream he never thought he could after he was diagnosed quirkless, worry that one of he or Tenko may get into the exam without the other. This was what he had built up to. UA remained the pinnacle of hero education even in a world ravaged by the Hero Commission's moves to grab power, even as private hero agencies taking on their own apprentices robbed them of the best talent. The school had become its own agency under Principal Nizu, effectively, a loophole lawyers were still arguing over in the highest courts of Japan, and although its budget had been cut below its past levels, although the student intake had been sized down and they had got stricter for recruitment, only inviting 80 students to their exams a year, from which half would earn a place as one of their hero students. It was still the place to be. It was still the alma mater of all might, of endeavor, of the best and strongest heroes to ever grace the streets of Japan. It was the ultimate goal. Now, after putting in applications and praying to any god that would listen, after countless sleepless nights and restless days awaiting news, the envelope was. Izuku couldn't wait any longer. No matter how painful it would be if he didn't make it, he had to know. Come, Izuku. Destiny awaits. He tore the envelope with speed and reverently lifted the letter out, scanning through the contents. He wouldn't say anything until his best friend did, though. Tenko. With a rip of the envelope as he slid into a chair, Tenko stared at the letter for what seemed like an age. How about that? You. Izuku couldn't read his shaggy-haired friend. Are you dash? Heh. Tenko swept a hand through his hair and smiled manically. Guess I unlocked the next level. Did you dash? Izuku's smile finally broke out and the tears he had been holding back burst like a dam. I made it too. Hell yeah. Tenko wasn't normally the most excitable person or the friendliest, or the most willing to engage with anything affectionate whatsoever, but with news like this, even his emotional walls were broken enough to grab Izuku into a bear hug with his lanky arms and pull him close. We did it, Zu. All Izuku could do in the time-honored Midoriya family tradition was cry tears of joy for a good minute, soaking Tenko's black hoodie and wailing in happiness. Years and years of frustration, of other people trampling on his dreams, of the worry that he would never be able to fulfill what he had always wanted to do, had all finally been overcome by this news. Sure, he would still have to get through the UA entrance exam, a test fabled among the youth of Japan as being a Herculean labor that changed from year to year, but this was the first step on the path towards being a hero. The first step to changing the world, like All Might did before him. As Tenko let go of the hug and charged off, shouting that he needed to speak to Setsuna and see if she got in, his mother slid onto the sofa beside him and wrapped her arm around his shoulder to give him a hug, eyes glistening with tears and a look of pride. Izuku, this is amazing. I'm gonna go to you, Mom. He looked at her with a sniff as he wiped his own tears. Like I always said. And with Tenko too. Inko gave him a warm smile and a bump on the shoulder. You two are gonna be unstoppable. You've got that right. I hope so. Izuku smiled at his mom. Thank you for believing in me and letting us train all that time. I know things were tough when I didn't have my quirk, but dash. But you got through it, like you always do, with the smile on your face. She ruffled his messy hair. I couldn't be prouder of you. Thank you, Dash. And hey, look. She had snatched up his letter and was poring over it. Kamui Wood sent a recommendation for you? I didn't think he'd do that after so long since that thing at the train station, Dash. I know. Izuku's fanboy came out. He's a former UA student and I didn't expect he would reach out to UA personally. I mean, he must be so busy, Dash. I'd hate to interrupt, Tenko said from the doorway as he interrupted anyway, but I've just spoke to Setsuna. And? Izuku's head whipped around as if on an elastic band, eager for the update. Tenko smirked and waved the mobile phone as if it were a trophy. She's in too. Yay! Inko cheered, squeezing Izuku's shoulder tighter as she celebrated. All three of you get to do the exam together? That's amazing. Hell yeah. Tenko nudged Izuku with a toe as he sat there digesting the news. A full party ready to go. Yui isn't going to ready for us, Izuku. That's the spirit. Inko balled her fists and stared at her son with more proud tears. You two are going to do great. How can they not take you when they see everything you're capable of? Everything? That was the issue. He couldn't show them that. He couldn't show everything. Izuku trailed off, aware how cold he suddenly felt at the thought of what could happen if he did in fact show Yua everything he was capable of. I don't think we can do that, Mom. What do you? Inko trailed off as she realized what he meant. Oh, Izu, I'm sorry I didn't dash. I know. Izuku clenched a fist, his good mood at the amazing news from Yua evaporating as he dwelled on it more. It's just, I can't show everything my quirk does, can I? Or they'll all come after me, Dash. Izuku. Tenko looked concerned too. Just because you can take a quirk, doesn't mean you can't be a hero. Just like we said about my quirk, like, decay is something you'd expect a villain to have, Dash. But you have decay under control. Izuku interrupted as he looked at Tenko's gloves which he had made all those years ago, to help him cover his fingertips and control decay. I don't think I have mine under control at all. Is this because of that Yakuza's quirk? Inko asked. Because I know you've been working hard with Setsuna to include that in your style with your Air Force quirk, and I'm sure Dash. It's not that, Mom. Izuku closed his eyes and stood up, standing away from the sofa. He hadn't told them about his worst suspicions after the confrontation with the Yakuza a week before, where Himiko and Setsuna had bailed him out and saved him and Tenko from Sharkhead and his cronies. His mother had gone straight to the police, who had swarmed the warehouse and found no sign of Sharkhead or the gang that attacked them, as if they had never existed. Thankfully they had been completely left alone by anyone from the shy Hasaikai since the scuffle, and it was as if the Yakuza had retreated or forgotten they'd existed. Maybe Sharkhead had been told not to come after school kids from higher within the Hasaikai? Chance would be a fine thing. He steeled himself, not looking at his mother or his best friend. I think I took another. Wait. Tenko frowned. When and how? We've been hanging out every day and the only bit of bullshit chaos we've dealt with was the fight with the Yakuza dash. Show him. Freeze. Izuku turned on his heels and visualized how it had been used before, and to his absolute horror his worst outcomes became realized. The black and red lightning, so familiar as a side product to his quirk, crackled, but this time he felt it run across his cheekbones and eyebrows, rather than his arms. With a throbbing feeling as if his eyeballs had suddenly caught fire, a white flash bloomed, and Tenko was completely immobilized in front of him mid-sentence, the only thing that could move being his eyes which widened in horror. Izuku! His mother leapt out of her skin in shock at the white flash, but couldn't help but stare at what he had done. A new quirk? You can freeze dash. Enough. He forced himself to blink and tear his eyes away, and he shuddered as he heard Tenko gasp. It was as he feared. Tenko, you remember that guy? Freeze frame. Tenko shook his head as if uncertain he was able to move it at all. When he was unconscious dash. I must have touched him. I don't even remember it. And now. Izuku hung his head. Now his power's mine too. I took it. And I thought I had enough of paralysis. Tenko smiled ruefully. Don't tell me you have burn or poison effects stored up in that head of yours too? I don't even know. Izuku collapsed back on the sofa in a heap, ignoring the headache that threatened to spread from using that quirk for the first time. And that's what scares me. I just don't know the limit to my quirk, or what other surprises I have coming. First Air Force, then that steel quirk, then the way I saw Tenko's past, and now that guy's quirk. He paused, trying not to wobble as he spoke. Steel could be hidden with Air Force as another ability I have, but what do I do about this? What do I do if my quirk suddenly gives me wings or the ability to spit fire like Dad used to dash? Izuku. Inko looked pained at the mention of Hisashi, but her son was oblivious. Or what if it does weirder stuff than that, if it suddenly turns me invisible or lets loose explosions from nowhere? How can I hope to keep up pretending that Air Force is my only quirk when we get to UA, if my quirk goes haywire and takes something off another student, if I do something I can't explain away? But your quirk has only done that once with that memory reading, Tenko argued, picking at a loose bit of paint on the doorframe to Inko's chagrin. Who's to say it will do that again at UA dash? Who's to say it won't? Izuku couldn't shake his own negative thoughts at this point. I could end up hurting a classmate, and what would they all think if they see it? The power to take quirks? It doesn't feel right when I take the quirk of a Yakuza dash. Better that power is in your hands and can be used for good, began Tenko, than in his to be used for evil dash. But do other people think this? Will other people just think I'm a monster for what I could do? Izuku's voice was nearly a whisper because of the panic that crept in. They'll think I'm a villain dash. Izuku, please. His panicked ramblings were shaken by the firm tone from his mother, able to cut through his fears in the blink of an eye. Dash. Izuku, I'm going to say something which I should have said as a mother years and years ago, and which I should have said when you were first diagnosed quirkless all those years ago. She rested her hand on his knee to calm him, and looked up at him with eyes which, surprisingly, held no tears. What makes a hero isn't their quirk, Izuku. It's their heart. Back then, all I could say was sorry because of all the people who said you couldn't be a hero. When really you always had it in you to be a hero to so many people. Inko squeezed her hand. You're my son, and you have the biggest heart of anyone I know. You'd run headfirst into danger against the odds and against the advice of anyone if you thought there was even half a chance that you could do good, that you could help someone, that you could save a life. If you don't see that, then I'll remind you every day I can, because I should have been telling you this for all those years even before you got that gift of a quirk. Izuku, UA are going to see you have a gift and a heart of gold, and that you can become the sort of hero we all need at the moment. And who knows if something happens with your quirk, By accident or otherwise, that means people see just how powerful it can be. If they know you, if they see you like we do. She lifted her hand and poked him in the chest, and he felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Then they will see how hard you want to work to help people, and they'll feel safe to trust you no matter what happens. He had no words that could properly convey the emotions he was feeling, so he settled for tears and wailing into a hug with his mother, glad more than ever she was there to pick him up at his lowest. Thank you. We both feel it, Izuku, she said, rubbing his back. Tenko does too, and we aren't alone. Setsuna, Himiko, heck, even Kamui Woods who gave you a reference for you. Your mom said heck, Izuku. Tenko said, good humor in his sarcasm. If she's this riled up, you can trust she means everything she's saying. And I agree with her on everything. You're the reason I'm actually willing to train up in a hero class, after all. I'm lucky to have you both, he sniffed, through a snotty nose and tears caused by how overwhelmed he got at the words he had been craving from his mother for years. Thank you. Say, I think it's time, don't you? Huh. Izuku looked up at Tenko as he asked that of his mother. What? It's time. You know where it is, Inko agreed warmly. What's going? I know something that will cheer you up. Tenko started abruptly and Izuku barely caught a little look between him and Inko. Stay there, Izu. Izuku looked questioningly at his mother as Tenko stepped out of the doorframe to the lounge and disappeared at speed, but was only met by a very blank look from Inko. He knew exactly the sort of look it was from growing up with her, the look of knowing exactly what was going on and doing a terrible job of being clueless about it. He called it the who me look. What's ? I'm sure Tenko will explain, dear, she replied, with what Izuku could only describe as one of the worst poker faces he'd ever seen. What were they planning? The question was answered almost immediately as Tenko reappeared in the doorway holding a white box, wrapped with a ribbon of all things. You don't ask about wrapping it. I don't do paper and that sheet. What is this ? Tenko fidgeted awkwardly as he set it down in front of Izuku. So my quirk breaks a lot of stuff. I figured if you got accepted to UA I would actually make something and got a present. He jerked a thumb at Inko. Okay, so your mom made about 80% of it, but give yourself more credit, Inko said with a chuckle, shaking her head. You did a lot, Tenko. Izuku was a little lost. But I didn't get you anything. You don't have to, genius. You gave me a proper roof over my head for the last year or so and gave me a best friend. Tenko's smile, when it wasn't sarcastic or a manic grin, was nervous and faint. This is my way of celebrating with you and saying thanks. Gotta make sure you're well geared for the levels ahead. Whatever Izuku had been expecting, it had not been what he pulled out of the box and held up in front of him. Oh my! They had made him a costume. A homemade hero costume ready to take to UA. His eyes were drawn to the jumpsuit, completely black from head to toe but for the lines running up and down the side of it, and over the sides of his arms and legs. Here the thick white lines were surrounded on each side by what appeared to be red lightning, a dark red fabric woven in as if his arms and legs were already wreathed in the lightning generated by his quirk. To top it all off, they had included a brand new pair of his signature red boots, with a black lightning bolt on the instep and on the outside of the boot. Oh my goodness! Izuku was blown away. When did you ? Last week. Remember that test I pretended to revise for? Tenko smirked. You're too trusting. Do you like the colors? Inko asked, almost a little nervous. I was going to make it green but . But then we both thought black and red for your quirk would be pretty dim and cool, Tenko finished. Do you like it? I love it. He did the only thing that he could, which was grab both of them and pull them in for a tighter hug, somehow keeping his composure enough to not cry at their kindness. Thank you so much, both of you. Now you're gonna look the part as a hero too, Izuku. Tenko raised his eyebrows. It won't be ready for you. Can I try it on? Oh, definitely. Inko cried, clapping. Let me grab my camera and then we can take pictures for Setsuna with it on. My baby's going to look like such an amazing hero. Go now, before your mom breaks, Tenko snarked, almost pushing him towards the door. Then we can talk about getting to this exam. Are it on it? As Izuku left the lounge and approached the stairs, he passed by the full-length mirror which Inko kept in the hall, before doubling back at the sight of him holding his costume in his hands. For a brief moment he paused, and held the costume against himself, marveling at how clean and professional the lines were and how genuinely cool it looked with the red lightning. He was lucky to have his mother and Tenko. Now he was ready. Now he was due to go to UA within a week, to go to the entrance exam and announce to UA like All Might that he was here. Now he had people backing him up, and no matter what worries he had about his quirk, he felt safe that those same people would look after him and trust in his desire to do the best he could as a hero. And now, with UA within touching distance, he had a hero costume that made him look ready to save people at a moment's notice and beat even the toughest villains. He couldn't wait to get started. Ready to take on the world, Izuku? Oh yes, he was. I'm home. Himiko Toga, swinging her way through the door without a care in the world, sang out as she shut the door behind her and let her hair down from its buns. She had been far too stealthy for far too long as they had sent her out to do the little errand run, and now she didn't feel she should be quiet any longer. It had been enough of a pain in the backside to restrain herself until this point. Mr. Staney and Big Bro Shuichi had been out scouting on another lead they had, about some big-shot hero in Tokyo using their position to scout out money for commercials and neglect their hero duties in favor of chasing sponsorship. Apparently people hadn't learned from how Iwabami had been taken out of the game for her greed, and still wanted to make money more than they wanted to save lives, and so Spinner had driven the boss to check out the neighborhood. While they were out, she had been left to attend to business. The Yakuza wouldn't be stopped without the evidence she had been sent to gather, after all. Striding through the house they had acquired and into the lounge, she dropped the fruits of her labor onto the little wooden coffee table Spinner had acquired from a junk heap with a flourish. Tada! One order of Yakuza trigger from the shy Hasaikai, coming right up. Stain, hunched over in casual clothes and his signature red scarf, didn't look at her as he cleaned a knife in his lap, casting his eye over the blue syringes of the awful substance flooding the streets of Japan with a cursory nod. Good. Is there warehouse nearby to us? About 2 streets from the station across town, in one of the warehouses to the south. I think their main hideout isn't far from there either. Stain nodded, still not looking up as he stored the knife by the side of the chair. Then they're a good target. We'll act soon. Hey, what's with the atmosphere? Himiko could be oblivious and carefree even by her own admission, but even she could tell that there was something up. Stain sounded a little terse and abrupt, and Spinner hadn't even spoken to her. What happened? Look on the table, Spinner said finally. You see what else is there? She looked, actually taking it in, and her heart skipped a beat at the sight of an opened envelope, addressed to her. No way. Himiko, want to talk to us about this? She reached for the envelope, and her eyes narrowed as she realized that it was empty. Where is it? I opened it. I had to check dash. Why are you opening my mail dash? Because you shouldn't have any mail coming here at all. Spinner hissed, waving a piece of paper that was clearly the letter from her envelope. That's why I opened it, because the only sheet we should be getting here should be the bills. And then I looked at who it came from and dash. She snatched it from his grasp. She was used to having far superior reflexes to the older boy, and ignoring his squawk of indignation, her eyes pored over the letter, the distinctive logo in the header at the top for the organization known across Japan and the world. She hadn't expected it at all, knowing full well that one of her reckless whims and impulsive thoughts based on what Izuku has said to her had taken hold when she wrote to them, and she wasn't ready for what she had in front of her. They had accepted her. Her, of all people. She could actually do it. She could make him proud. Explain. Himiko shivered as reality hit her, and she remembered the 2 others in the room with her. She had never heard that tone coming from Mr. Staney, a voice so flat and so emotionless and yet so threatening at the same time. It was as if the tranquility and level tone was only the surface of a dormant volcano, under which a whole horde of feelings were brewing up to explode like lava. It was scary. I guess I need to, Himiko. Spinner was shaking. Please tell me this is some kind of joke dash. It's a not. She gulped and tried to smile at them as if to say there was no threat. It's a letter from UA. They invited me to their entrance exam next week. Spinner slumped on the sofa. Where the hell did this come from? It's because of the boy, isn't it? That Midoriya boy you appear to have grown attached to? Despite everything, she bounced on her heels at Stain's question. Yeah, Izuku kinda inspired this one dash. Did I miss something? Spinner threw his hands up in the air. I know you like the guy and I know he does good notes on heroes, but now you've applied to UA to go with him? Did I miss the part where you hate heroes? You didn't. She looked straight at Stain as she struggled to find the words. But yeah, Izuku made me feel like this, you know? He kinda inspired this whole thing to apply there. I thought, maybe he's on to something. Stain looked at her, his deep eyes meeting her bright yellow gaze, and for a long couple of seconds which felt like an eternity she felt lost under his scrutiny, a stare that stripped her to the bone and yet gave nothing away as to how she was feeling. You are unfailingly honest, Himiko. Is that a good thing? Stain chuckled humorlessly. I am impressed to a degree. I can tell you haven't tried to create an elaborate lie about all of this. I owe you guys the truth, don't I? I didn't expect to do this dash. But then why didn't you say something before all this? Spinner cried, interrupting her. Why did you apply on your own without saying a DMN thing? Why didn't we know anything until we found it now dash? Because I was afraid of this. Stain's eyebrows rose at her outburst and the emotion in it. Afraid of what, Himiko? She took a deep breath and steadied herself. No matter how afraid of saying it she was, she had to say it now. You both remember that day I was with Izuku and the other guys when the Yakuza attacked them? I remember. Stain folded his arms in the chair. I still remain curious as to why the boy has made enemies in the Shai Hasaikai. It's because he's good and he stands up to people like that without hesitation, no matter how afraid. I've seen him, sir, I've seen what he's like. He might be the first person who I've met who could actually be a true hero. But it's more than that, isn't it? Stain leaned forward, the tired old armchair creaking. It's clear you like him dash. It's not just that. Himiko had dropped the smile and bowed her head to the floor, so she couldn't meet Stain's eyes or look at big bro Shuichi. Yeah, I like the guy, he's cute, he's fun, but I wouldn't do this because of that. Then what? Spinner sounded lost. What could he possibly do to get you, a girl who hates heroes and lives with the hero killer, to want to go to UA dash? He told me I could be one. Himiko shouted that, blurting it out to try to avoid the blush that crept to her cheeks as she yelled it, and after a long second of shaking she finally got herself under control. He was in trouble. The Yakuza wanted to hurt him and his friend, and so I tried to stop them. I stood up to them. Save them? Spinner asked, chewing each word with uncertainty. And after I did, it didn't matter to him that I'd had the knife you gave me on me, or that one a-hole tried to use trigger to attack me. Told me I'd saved him. He told me I'd be a good hero if I was that brave. Himiko looked up now, and tried not to flinch at the interest on Mr. Staney's face. He's the first person who's ever said that to me. He doesn't know anything about my quirk, or what we do, and yet he thinks I'd be good enough to make it. He knows I don't like the heroes. And yet, he said maybe if I don't like them, I should show them what they should be. Himiko smiled faintly as she remembered the look on his face as she said it. So I thought I could try. Spinner bowed his head and didn't look at her, and she could sense his shame, practically tasted in the air. Sorry. I didn't know he'd said that to ya. Spinner turned to look at Stain after that interjection. Boss? Stain looked up, and something flashed in his eyes which Himiko hadn't seen for a long time. I think I like this boy. Himiko was uncertain. You're not mad at me? I'm not angry, no. Stain picked at a corner of the armchair. You should have told me, but at the same time, I know why you didn't. You want to protect the boy. He's just good, you know? So it would seem. Stain seemed to come to a conclusion. Very well. This could still be to our benefit. You're gonna. Spinner tilted his head, confused. You're okay to let her go? Stain sighed, rubbed his forehead above his nose. The world has too many fake heroes, heroes I can judge, heroes who need to be taken care of. The mission hasn't changed. But there is merit in watching and waiting too. He turned to look at Himiko. One of my biggest fears for our mission is that it will never end. That no matter how many of the corrupt and greedy we cleanse, more will rise to take their place like weeds. If there is hope for a future of heroes who actually hold ideals of a better world, of wanting to be true and pure, then I cannot act as judge and snuff out the lives of people who may redeem us all yet. So yes, Himiko, I will let you go. Stain held up a bony finger as she opened her mouth to speak. Shiketsu High and UA are the powerhouses of hero education. From what I've seen of Shiketsu's recent graduates, there is not much hope for true heroes. But we know nothing of UA, Spinner continued, because of how secretive they have become since Endeavor threatened them. Maybe. Are you thinking we have a chance to learn from them, boss? You want information? Her eyes gleamed as she scrabbled for the opening. I'll get whatever you want on UA-. Get through their exam. Do everything you can to give yourself a chance at getting in, and when you do get in, observe, participate, train yourself. Keep our mission secret and keep yourself out of trouble, and don't risk exposing anything while you gather information. But yes, tell me more when you are there. You think she'll get in, boss? I know she will, Spinner. We trained her. She has more than enough ability to stand on her own feet there. Stain reached for the long sword behind the chair as if it were a comfort blanket. I hope you find that UA is the last bastion of resistance among the youth, the last hope that true heroes may be taught. If it is not, then you will pull out and we will mobilize against all of them. Do you understand, Himiko? Aye. She swallowed, the weight of the threat not lost on her. I do. Good. Stain dragged the sword's blade along the floor with a terrible sound until he was holding it out in front of the chair, pointed in her vague direction. I want you to make me promises, though. 2 of them. Sure. She cursed how she had picked up Izuku's stutter at times from hanging around with him. It betrayed her nerves. The first is simple. In time, when you feel he is open enough, bring the boy here. Tell him who you are and bring him to me. A faint smile crept across the skeletal face. He might understand our mission, but even if he does not, I want to test his convictions. To see if he really is the hope you think he is. And the second? Spinner's curious. The second is to not forget where you came from with us. Stain pointed the end of the blade at her now, unwavering. You have helped us find the Yakuza and that disgusting trigger factory. We will destroy it together and go after them. But you come with me when we find heroes. And since you were the one to find intelligence on her, the one to scout out her home here in Mizudafu, who brought her to our attention. He flipped the sword in the blink of an eye, so that he was holding the cold steel of the blade and offering the handle to Himiko. You are to be the one to end Mount Lady. She's your kill, after all the work you did to bring her to our attention. She stared down at the handle of the sword offered to her, the sword she had seen stabbed through Slugger all those years ago, the sword that had severed the snakes of Iwabami, the sword that had been turned on numerous other heroes in the service of Mr. Staney. Every single day of training with Big Bro Shuichi and Mr. Staney, every trick he had taught her, every spatter of blood that sent a shiver down her spine and increased her stockpile to satisfy the inner voice that craved it for her quirk. And then she heard his voice. Izuku, maybe you could show them what they should be too. I can't do that. Stain let out a deep breath. Interesting. You won't make that promise? Can't and won't. If he sees something in me to be something better, then I can't be the one to do that. Himiko was aware how much she sounded like she was pleading. You're the hero killer, I know. We go after bad people and do bad stuff sometimes, I know. But there's the line. I haven't killed a hero yet. And if I'm going to UA with Izuku and his friends, who want to be proper heroes, I can't kill one. Not if there's any hope of me being like them. All my life I've wanted to live and love and be me. You guys have been the best, you've let me do that. And I still believe in what we do. I still want to do it. I just also want to be a little selfish and do this too. This guy really did a number on you, huh? Spinner asked aloud. Not yet. I'm working on it though. That's not what I meant. Spinner's flustered shout was interrupted by a low chuckle from the armchair. A boss? Well done. He smirked at Himiko. Right answer. It was. You're right, of course. If you want to fit in with proper heroes, you cannot kill Dash. And if I did kill, she flashed a fanged smile at him, then I wouldn't be a proper hero. And you'd have to come get me. With everything I've taught you, I wouldn't look forward to that. He looked to Spinner. Shuichi, any thoughts? This Izuku seems like the real deal if he's got Himiko thinking like this, Spinner replied, and Himiko stifled a laugh at how he stiffened when asked to comment by Stain. His reverence for the hero killer was in his bones. If that's what UA has to offer, then she'll be in a good place. And if we have that connection, then maybe we can find people who can help bring our mission to an end. I agree. Stain tilted his head to one side as he looked her up and down. You still want to come with us when we go for the Yakuza raid, I assume? I can't wait. Her eyes flashed with a little of the fierce rage she felt when she saw Sharkhead and his cronies freeze Izuku and Tenko. They have it coming. Good. He nodded now, and she tried not to breath a giant sigh of relief as she could see he was satisfied. Go. Go with my blessing. Go to their exams, do everything you can to get into UA, and learn. Learn for yourself to stand up as a proper hero, learn for me whether there is hope for the future, and learn whether this boy Izuku Midoriya is everything you think he is. And when he trusts you, when you see the real him, bring him to me. If there is any hope he may believe in our cause, then he would be valuable indeed. You got it. She smiled now properly. Thanks, sir. I'll do you proud. I don't doubt that, Himiko. He rose from the chair with a creak and pulled his scarf tighter around his neck, looking to Spinner now. Change of plans for this week, Spinner. We aren't going after the drag den for the Hosaikai? When it's right there? Spinner clenched a fist. Man, I was looking forward to cutting them down to size. I know, but we wait for Himiko to settle with UA, to get through their exams and start, and then we strike. We have others to cleanse in the meantime. Spinner grinned, and fiddled with his hoodie, scaly fingers toying with the knives that Himiko knew were in his pockets. If you're saying what I think you're saying, I'm in. Let's go get a fake hero. I knew you understood. Stain smirked, and hefted the sword over a bony shoulder as he turned towards the door. Best of luck, Himiko. Tell me all about the heroes when you see them. Of course. She stuck her tongue out, unseen to Stain as his back was to her. Tell me who you cut. Oh, this one will bleed plenty, I assure you. The morbid joy in his voice was as palpable as the aura of bloodlust she felt come off of him all those years ago, when he saved her from Slugger. He was excited for this one. We have a giant to slay. In the pale green glow of the room in the basement of the abandoned hospital, the doctor worked, and dreamed of what might be. Kyudai Garaki had relished finding the abandoned hospital in Jaku, and the opportunities it had given him to build on his work for the master. A long time ago, a failed attempt to sedate a villain with some sort of feral beast quirk had resulted in a rampage through the corridors, staff and patients dead, and the immediate closure of the hospital by a government all too willing to condemn the incident to the past. When he and Kurojiri had stepped through the double doors all those years ago and surveyed the hospital, he had tried not to leap with glee at the sight of what had been left behind. It was perfect for his future works. When Jaku had been set up, Quirks hadn't just bloomed among the population sedately, they had erupted like wildfire and coursed through the population. New conditions and new medical anomalies became a daily occurrence, and like many hospitals, Jaku had been granted the chance to expand its research portfolio. A whole new array of quirk-related conditions meant genetic research was on the cards, and a hasty departure to cover up the rampage within the walls when most of it had been left behind perfectly intact. It was the perfect little den for a man of Kyudai Garaki's nature, a man of his goals. He had set himself up with a little office above ground, in one corner of the hospital where he could look out over the nearby city and marvel at how oblivious they were to what sat on their doorstep, but it was below ground where he thrived. There he could tamper to his heart's content, dissect, analyze, hypothesize, and improve. To push the boundaries of known science, play God, devil and Frankenstein in a world that would only know the dangers of what he did when it was all too late. The master had a legacy to be carried forward, after all, and it wasn't just his missing quirk. The red light flickered behind him above the doorframe to the laboratory, an irritation in the otherwise surreal calm of the basement. He enjoyed working down here, in the pale glow that came from the tanks, and one of his most recent projects hung beside him in the tank as he typed on his computer, creating a bizarrely soothing sense of companionship as he worked. The red light that went off on irregular intervals was a nuisance, and to this day he hadn't worked out what powered it, or why it seemed determined to persist. One day he would get that DMN light. There was a subtle shift in the air behind him, one that he had become used to over years of his company. He was responsible for it, after all. Kurogyri. Any news from the Yakuza? Kurogyri had long since given up questioning how the doctor knew he arrived, when most of the time nobody could detect his movements at all. He showed no surprise in his response and got straight to business. They appear to have closed ranks since a few of their number disappeared. I understand that the disappearance of Setsuno's quirk previously made its way to the attention of their young boss and the inner circle, but since our intervention the rank and file appear to be keeping the whole situation quiet. Their young boss. Now the doctor was interested. He pushed his chair back slightly to spin and face Kurogyri, the glow of the room reflected in the lenses of his goggles. My understanding was that their boss was Chausocape, older, gray hair, toothless, willing to take the money and stay out of the master's way. Kurogyri bowed his misty head in acknowledgement. So I thought. It appears Chausocape has been incapacitated. The details are not recorded in their records, which I suspect means that there is something unsightly behind the scenes. A coup. Garaki shook his head. Clearly the instability after Incident Zero bled into even the ancient organizations like the Yakuza. And here I thought after everything they had survived, we wouldn't see any changes among their ranks. Indeed. Kurogyri's terrible yellow eyes blinked. They appear to now follow the command of a new face, Kai Chisaki. They call him Overhaul. Overhaul. Garaki tasted the name like a fine wine. Do you have any intelligence on him? Limited. A number of those loyal to the old boss appear to be scared of his power. Overhaul seems to be some kind of destructive quirk, from which he has taken him name. It appears he used it to destroy the quirkless lieutenant after he interrogated him, among others. Intriguing. Kurogyri's head appeared to tilt as he looked at the doctor. Only he and his inner circle, the Expendables, know what the true plan is for the organization. There's discord in the lower ranks due to their lack of knowledge, but fear to speak out in case the boss turns his power on them. All I do know about his vision is what I'm told in whispers. And that is, he considers quirks to be a disease. There was a tinge of amusement in the bass of Kurogyri's voice. He appears to believe that society would be better if quirks were eradicated. Garaki frowned and scratched his mustache. An individual with a powerful quirk and such aspirations. He's aiming to fill the void left by the master, that's for sure. And here I thought you would admire someone like him. The doctor knew that Kurogyri would have been smirking if he had a normal mouth. He claims to have been inspired by your theory after all. Now the doctor paused. The singularity? He believes in it. Even more reason for him to act as he does. If quirks continue to grow in strength and devastating potential, generation after generation, then he believes that his actions are for the good of all. Garaki rolled his eyes humorlessly, while simultaneously creating a world that allows the Yakuza to walk freely on the streets, knowing that no overpowered heroes can snuff them out in a blink of an eye. The cynic in me sees the additional bonuses for a group like his, in a world like that. Perhaps, Kurogyri said, fiddling with the cuff of his exquisite tailored suit. Whatever his true motivations, and whether he does it out of charisma or out of fear, he is good at inspiring loyalty in those around him. He is one we may have to watch. Keep me updated. I dare say he wouldn't like us if he found out what we did to some of his minions. Garaki looked up to see that Kurogyri wasn't paying attention to him, instead staring intently at the contents of the tank with yellow eyes that gave nothing away. Something catch your eye, Kurogyri? Black mist flickered and danced in the pale glow, cutting through the light coming from the tank. The differences between you both are stark, even while he was alive. Quirks are a wonderfully unpredictable thing, Garaki replied, pushing his chair back and turning to the tank. You never quite know what you're going to get. The thing in the tank could only be described as a thing. To use the word, was something only the doctor, with his prior knowledge of who the thing had once been, could say. Experiments and manipulation and a torrent of conditioning at the hands of the doctor had created a creature of nightmare, an abomination that defied the natural order and would make anyone who hadn't been a general for the master shiver in fear. It was appalling, beige skin as coarse as sandpaper, talons and fierce draconic wings that furled around its body while in the tank as a cocoon, and an exposed brain that seemed to pulse like a heart even as it slumbered in the tank. The doctor was proud of it, even if it wasn't one of the strongest. Garaki shook his head, saving the designs for a gas mask to fit to the creature and shutting his computer, before standing up with the help of his cane and standing beside Kurogyri to look at the tank. He took more after his mother's side. Kurogyri shook his misty head. I would have still expected some similarities to remain though. After all, he was your grandson dash. Kurogyri. Garaki chided, shaking his head with a bemused look on his face. Did you forget my quirk? Your quirk. For a being without a face in the normal sense of the word, Kurogyri was remarkably expressive when realization hit. Of course, longevity changes everything. May I ask how many generations? Garaki found himself speechless for a second, as he was completely unsure. Great? 3 or 4? No, 3, definitely 3. Of course, when you live to my age, it's easier just to refer to him as a grandson and be done with it. I suppose, Kurogyri pondered, if that is the generational difference between you, then it's no surprise that the quirks are so drastically different? My quirk had a bearing at first. Garaki tapped his cane on the floor. My wife at the time, she had a wonderful set of wings for her quirk. Combined with life force, and our daughter had dragon wings and a lizard tail, and an ability to shed skin and rejuvenate herself whenever she got injured. Truly a remarkable product. And then the passage of time changed it? Time and her own relationships. It seemed the wing transformation was the dominant genetic trait of the quirk, and her children simply went back to being winged creatures, with no trace of life force to assist. Garaki tooted, displeased. If I had been capable of what we can do now, when my daughter was still alive, and her quirk would have been far more suitable, and she would have been at the higher end of my scale. Instead, I have to make do with a deluded descendant, middle of the road. A useful foot soldier, but a waste of potential. You weren't fond of him then? Kurogyri asked. Descendant? Garaki chuckled. Dear God, no. Tsubasa was a horrible little boy, the sort of child who would rat others out to their bullies in order to escape themselves. He was going nowhere when we found him. Now, at least, he may serve a purpose. His mouth is distorted, Kurogyri observed. This one feels pain? Surprisingly. Unlike the others who went through brief agony before being neutered, he seems to still feel it. Despite all the procedures. Indeed. I have to keep him sedated regularly at the moment or he wakes and screams like nothing else. As much as I am proud of my creations, I didn't intend to make a wailing banshee. That just won't do, if I'm to present this as a weapon to a new master. Garaki waved at the computer with his cane. That's what I was trying to fix when you arrived. Oh. His lungs require more oxygen because of his flight capabilities. I am building a mask which assists him to get it, but... Garaki smiled darkly. Fortunately, it will also be able to silence him. 2 birds with 1 stone. Very good, Kurogyri. Garaki's eyes twinkled with mirth under his goggles, as he turned his back on the tank. I probably shouldn't make the effort like that for a middle-tier creature, and I'd dispose of any other which displayed such flaws, but what can I say? He nodded to himself. He's family. The man of mist fell into stride alongside Garaki as he walked out of the laboratory and across the hall, heading towards a locked door at the end. If you're content to describe him as middle tier, then I assume the most recent experiment has been a success? Our latest acquisition. Garaki's grin grew wider under the mustache. Beyond my wildest dreams. You will remember the super regeneration quirk I acquired a little while back. The one that was incompatible with so many of the others we tried? The one that would react to the procedure and kill the creatures by trying to fix them. That's the one. Garaki paused for effect. It bonded with shock absorption. Kurogyri was normally implacable, but the surprise was obvious in his voice. You're serious? Deadly. Garaki reached the door and unlocked it with a key. Behold, Kurogyri. The fruits of our labors. As he swung the door open, Kurogyri could see inside the dimly lit room, and see the creature which sat, black knees to its black chest, in a tank of bubbling green liquid. The stark difference from the green-haired thug they had acquired from the Yakuza was all too plain to see: the bulging muscles, the exposed brain, the eyes open and staring wildly at the door but not moving an inch from its position. Everything about it was wrong and abhorrent, but there was almost a beauty to just how much power exuded from one being. Doctor. Kurogyri's voice became smug. Now that is a higher-end creature. A cut above the rest, wouldn't you agree? The doctor smirked, before calling out. Nomu? Stand. Without hesitation, the water rippled, and enormous arms pushed down on the side of the tank to pull the creature upright. Obscene rippling muscles tightened and flexed under the black skin as it drew itself to its full height and stopped. The creature turned slightly in the tank, its horrifying beak remaining clamped shut in a grimace as it stared Kurogyri and the doctor in the face, standing to attention. Obedient in an instant, Kurogyri noted. He exceeds all expectations. On the contrary, he meets all of mine. This is what I have strived for since Makia. What I have dedicated my life to giving the master an army unparalleled. And he will be the first general. He truly is a thing of beauty. A present fit for a ruler. For the new master. Garaki's grin grew. The finest Nomu yet. And if he doesn't accept? Garaki faltered at the unexpected question. I'm sorry. What if we miss the chance to convince the new holder of all for one to take up the mantle as it once was? Kurogyri didn't meet his gaze, staring intently at the black-skinned Nomu. The turmoil in the world, what if someone else finds them first? The Yakuza, the politicians, the heroes, all outnumber us, could all dedicate more resources. We may not be the only ones looking, and we may not like what we find if we aren't the first to come across the air. After a moment of silence, Garaki bowed his head. You are correct, of course. We are but two men in this wide world, but we know what to look for. That said, perhaps our strategy needs to be bolder. If the Yakuza are going quiet and don't care who took the quirk of their lieutenant, then we need to be proactive. Tell me what I shall do, Kurogyri vowed, and I will act right away. Good. Then perhaps we may have a different angle. Garaki stroked his chin. The master died in Mizudafu on Incident 0, and Setsuno lost his quirk years later in Mizudafu. A city where, in a previous life, I once was a doctor diagnosing the quirks of children. Was I Tsubasa then, or Ujiko? I can't quite recall. If you still have medical credentials, Kurogyri asked, then perhaps I can acquire you some records? Capital idea. Widen the search to Tokyo, since All Might appears to have followed the master to Mizudafu from Tokyo, but yes. If we are able to source medical records in the city for quirk diagnosis since Incident 0, the outliers should be easy to spot. It will be done. Kurogyri moved to stand in front of the doctor, between him and the Nomu which had now settled back down into the fetal position. Doctor, may I ask what happens if we are still too late? Garaki interrupted with a grimace. Yes. I have given thought to this. Garaki sidestepped Kurogyri to continue gazing at the creature. Society thrived in the days of All for One and All Might because of the balance it created. They were, if you like, the apex predators of heroes and villains. Society has been disrupted since Incident Zero because without its two apex predators, the whole ecosystem is filled with overpopulation and power struggles. I see, said Kurogiri. And so society needs an apex predator to fill the void dash. All for One is the alpha of Quirks. If the new holder can see it that way, can see its rightful place at the top of the pile, then we can restore some balance and rule the roost again. If they cannot. A dark look flashed across his face. Then we level the whole system and start again from the rubble. Calamity beckons. Gigantomachia. Realization dawned on Kurogiri. What is it he always said about the master? Why he was so loyal to him? A king must inspire fear and dread, Garaki paraphrased. Makia bowed to the master because as powerful as Makia was, the master was stronger and therefore worthy of Makia's fealty. If the successor does not inspire dread, and is not worthy then the calamity lays waste to all. Kurogiri sounded uncertain. Shall I begin to wake him? No rush. But if Makia can be awake to meet the successor in due course, it may assist. Do you think Gigantomachia could beat the new holder of All for One? The Yakuza seem to think that the quirk is in the hands of a child. Even if the child has unlocked a tenth of the quirk's potential, they won't stand a chance against the calamity. Garaki's eyes narrowed, unseen to Kurogiri. Only one in total control of All for One could hope to beat Makia, and if they are in control of it all, then they're powerful enough to be swayed to our side. So we find them and test them, and begin to wake the giant in the meantime? Precisely. Garaki tapped the floor twice with the cane, as if it were the gavel of a judge banging for order. We find the successor and offer him our vision, offer him the Nomu as loyal soldiers. If they do not accept, then we turn the Nomu loose on all the world, and if he somehow makes it through them. Calamity, Kurogiri finished. Gigantomachia as the great leveler. Precisely. Garaki turned his gaze away from the tranquil Nomu in the tank and onto Kurogiri. You are right. Time is not ours to waste. I will return to the laboratory, there are more subjects to improve. And I will investigate the records, Kurogiri said with a bow. We are close, Doctor. I can feel it. Soon the new holder of All for One will be in our hands. Safe travels, old friend. Garaki nodded, as Kurogiri's black mist violently shuddered and folded in on itself, the warper disappearing into thin air as he set out with renewed purpose on the mission. As the last trace of fog drifted away and left the doctor alone in the laboratory with the Nomu in the tank, he reached up to mop away the sweat on his brow and let out the breath he didn't know he had been holding in. The project had driven him forward, the desire to perfect his Nomu, but he hadn't taken account of the risk of not finding the successor first. They had to get it right, and had to ensure the legacy would continue. All for One would not die with the master. Master, we will not fail you again. In the bright lights of his office, hidden away from the rest of the world, the principal of UA High School stared at the list in front of him on the desk and wondered what the next step would be for the future of his school. The creature known as Nizu was used to being in the spotlight. After all, being one of the few animals in the world to possess a quirk meant that people couldn't stop talking whenever they used to see him in public. Being a 3-foot-high albino chimera with traits of dog, mouse, bear and others meant a lot of staring, even if you weren't wearing a suit and welcoming their children into your school to train as the newest group of future pro-heroes. Such was the fate of a creature of his nature, doomed never to be accepted by either the animals or the humans, and fated to live an eventful life. Incident Zero had only compounded the situation. In the wake of the death of All Might, the symbol of peace who had trusted Nizu with secrets not known to the rest of the world, the Hero Commission and numerous pro-heroes had seemed to try everything within their power to take UA for themselves. The bright future of countless youngsters had been threatened by those who feared societal collapse, and who paradoxically helped to achieve the same collapse by becoming tyrants in their own right. This was not the future he wanted for his school or his students. And so, in the face of great uncertainty and facing something he could not stand by and justify, Nizu stood in the face of the oncoming hordes and defied the tides of change. Since he had declared UA to be his, own agency, he had preserved the rescue training, the general education course, and the support course, key tenets of what set UA apart from the rest of the hero academias in Japan. The public reaction had been immense in support of keeping up the traditions of UA, and the donations had rolled in to support this vision of the future. The reaction of the commission and a number of pro-heroes had been apoplectic with rage, so much so that Nizu had to retreat from the public eye and hide from the vultures. As much money as had been donated was soon sunk into defending lawsuits and court battles by the commission trying to force a reversal, but through it all UA stood defiant. UA, Nizu swore, would remain as it always had, a home for heroes first. The battles for its future had taken its toll on the school, as much as Nizu had tried to preserve the heart of his school. Admissions had been drastically reduced not only due to the societal uncertainty in a world without All Might, but also due to public campaigns by politicians whose true affiliations Nizu couldn't quite trace, no matter how hard he dug. Funding was sufficient to keep the core classes running, but while the UA of the past would have 2 hero classes and 3 for general education and support, Nizu was faced with 1 class for each, on a sprawling campus meant for so much more. Not that Nizu minded too much. Frankly, the fact that the school had survived as long as it had was something he could be grateful for every day, and the fact that most of his staff had stuck with the school and their commitment to do right by the next generation made it all the more sweet. On the hardest days, he could take great comfort in the people who made it their mission to prepare the next generation, and in the success stories of the students who overcame their limits to be the best they could be. That was all it was about, after all, to go beyond, plus ultra. Now he just had to come to terms with the name on the sheet in front of him, and what it might mean for the safety of everyone at his school. The application process to UA had become tighter and tighter each year, and his school's infamy for the low pass rate of its entrance exam had translated into a stringent system being put in place. Nizu would receive blind copies of applications with no school name, student name, or birth date, and would review the remainder. His high-spec quirk allowed him to divine all the information he needed from their academics, their quirk descriptions, their references from their teachers and any pro-hero recommendations, and their answers to the set questions he had incorporated into the application. He would then make his selections of a range and allow his staff to review and make changes where necessary, before they sent out the invitations to the exam and informed him who would be coming. In theory, it was a good system. High-spec was an intricate and powerful quirk, and would allow him to look beyond the obvious to get a good picture of the candidate. He could assess an individual's motivations, project the limitations of their abilities and quirks to see where they may fall down in the field, and weed out the problems. Combined with a blind review of their applications, and Nizu considered it a fair way of treating all applicants equally, regardless where they came from. This was in theory. In reality, his teachers had affirmed the choices and notified him who would be attending the exam, and now his blood ran cold at the thoughts it provoked to see one of the names that had passed through his net. Tenko Shimura. The name dredged up memories that the chimera had blocked in a dark corner in the back of his sharpened mind, of the world before it lost its symbol of peace. Memories of a man in goggles and a mustache, of the pain and misery inflicted on him to bring out his quirk and the constant brutal pushing to his limits when it manifested. Memories of a tyrant in a black mask ruling the underworld, watching with glee as he was experimented on. Memories of how low the symbol of peace had been brought by the tyrant, disappearing to America in a blaze of righteous fury before returning to seek vengeance and take down the villain to end all villains. And most importantly of all, as Nizu stared at the name on the paper, one more memory bubbled and made him shiver as if he'd seen a ghost. The memory of a black-haired woman with a bright smile, of her casket being lowered into the ground, of the absolute agony on the faces of All Might and Sorahiko Torino. Now, it seemed the past was not dead. Closing his eyes, High-spec whirring away as he tried not to let emotions cloud his judgment, Nizu assessed as he always did, and came up with the best solution that he could on such short notice. With a few short clicks on the keyboard, a video call was launched, and was instantly connected. With a beep, the ever-exuberant present mic, a UA stalwart teacher and ever-energetic radio DJ picked up, crowing with happiness. Nizu noted that he was in his little studio he had set up to run his nightly music show, and was dressed down without his hair spiked up, without his sunglasses or any of the trinkets from his hero costume. Good evening, Mr. Principal, sir. What can I do for my favorite listener on a Fijian spring evening? Good evening, present Mike. Nizu smiled a smile that didn't meet his eyes. I'm going to change the schedule slightly for the entrance exam, if I may. I'd like to bring in an external examiner. An external? Mike frowned, before his eyes went wide. Wait, don't tell me. I can guess. Returning to UA High for a reunion like no other, give it up for Shoulda Dash. I'm not bringing back Eraserhead, no. Why? Mike threw his head back and groaned at the top of his lungs, nearly deafening Nizu even without his quirk. Come on, man, when are we getting him back? You sent him out on a mission 2 years ago and we don't even hear from the guy with a text these days. You're killing me and Nem Dash. I'm sorry, Yamada, truly, but Shoda knows the importance of the job and why he can't come back yet. Nizu shook his head sadly. Believe me when I say that taking Eraserhead out of teaching at UA was not a decision I wanted to take. We all miss him. But his job is crucial. Dash. I know, I'm just yanking your chain, Mike said, backing down, but Nizu didn't even need high spec to sense this wasn't true. What's the plan though, sir? The way I saw it, you don't trust many people outside of our school, so if you have someone you wanna bring in, you must really think the little listeners are safe around them. I assure you they will be. I will let you know the plan when I confirm with them, but there are a few students I'd like an impartial judgment on before I let them in. Okay. Mike shot him a thumbs up. I'll let Nem and Ken know we're expecting company, and we'll wait to hear from you, Mr. Principal. Thank you, Yamada. Nizu allowed himself a small smile. Enjoy your show tonight. Will do. Yeah, Dash. Nizu cut the call off before Present Nick's voice kicked in and broke his computer speakers, and determinedly tapped away at the keyboard to connect the next call. He had no doubt that this was what he needed, he just hoped he could get through. As he sat back in his chair and closed his eyes, he heard the click of the call connecting, and internally felt a wave of relief that he had been able to get through. Good evening. I was worried you wouldn't take my call. It's been a long time. At least a few years. The recipient on the other end of the call sounded like they were doing their best to keep their tone neutral. I didn't think I would ever hear from you. Interesting. I thought the same of you. Nizu kept his eyes closed. 2 of the last people left alive with the knowledge of the greatest secret known to humanity. I thought you would retreat into your agency and your investigations, and wouldn't pick up the phone to me. And I thought I told you I didn't want to talk about it. The voice wasn't raised, but the anger was palpable. I thought I told you that I wanted nothing more to do with the past. That after everything, all I want to do is take that secret to the grave. You did. So I wouldn't be calling you if I didn't need your help. Dash. I failed him, Nizu. The interruption was harsh and blunt. I could have done so much more and I failed. I just want to keep to my investigations, to continue to work to stifle the threat of the Yakuza as they grow like weeds through the cracks. I'm getting closer to making a move on the Shai Hasaikai. I don't need to be reminded of the past. Unfortunately, the past makes you one of the only people I can talk to about this. I don't want to talk, Nizu. All Might died and there's nothing left to Dash. Nana Shimura has a grandchild. Nizu didn't want to raise his voice. He hated how squeaky he sounded when he shouted, but he had to get that point across before he lost the room. The shout was met with stony silence for a long moment. I'm sorry, what? Nizu breathed out to calm himself. Nana Shimura. The 7th holder. She has a grandchild. Does Sorahiko know? Not yet. And I won't tell him yet. There's something I need your help with and it's only you can help. I wouldn't ask anyone else, I cannot. Nizu took a breath and opened his eyes. I need you. Mirai. There was no mistaking the man on the other end of the video call, with his severe features and precise haircut and the rebellious streaks of blonde in his green hair. He was lanky, thinner than he used to be with slightly sunken cheeks, and his glasses now framed yellow eyes that looked to be more bloodshot than they ever had been. But no other pro-hero waded into battle in the same white business suit, with nothing but a tie and a set of high-density seals to take on a villain with. Even after all this time, Nizu looked upon the face of one of the few people in the world to know the truth of one for all and all for one, and was glad to see him. Mirai Sasaki, Sir Night Eye, folded his arms and leaned back in his chair on the call. How? I didn't know that Nana Shimura had a family dash. Neither did All Might. Nizu had his attention and knew it. He didn't want to waste words. Nana Shimura gave her son Kotaro up for adoption when she feared for his safety. She feared that All for One would come for them. And so he had a child dash. 2 of them. He married a woman called Nao Hinata, and together they raised Hana and Tenko Shimura. And yet you only say that Nana Shimura has a grandchild. Night Eye adjusted his glasses. What happened to the family? Nizu nodded. Incident 0. Night Eye twitched ever so slightly at those 2 words, in a manner only someone as intelligent as Nizu would detect. Specifics, Nizu dash. They were never found. Nizu paused, remembering the horrifying report he had read. They weren't collateral, but police went to visit afterwards when the neighbors were concerned. All that remained in their home were ashes, and the house had been damaged beyond repair. And then, Night Eye stopped. A grandchild survived. Tenko Shimura survived, Nizu confirmed. I thought that the whole family had perished, and then he applied to my school to become a hero. After all this time, Night Eye focused. What's his quirk? Decay, Nizu said, pouring himself a tea to calm himself. He can turn whatever he touches with all 5 fingers to dust. Night Eye's frown twitched. You suspect the boy destroyed his own family. That he fled after Incident 0 because of what he had done. Nizu breathed out. I don't know. But I cannot rule it out, and so the feeling concerns me more than anything. How has he gone undetected until now? Night Eye asked. Where has he been living, and what on earth were his school doing? He's been moving from house to house until recently, when a younger friend of his took him in. That same friend is another student applying to UA, and Tenko Shimura has followed. Nizu took a sip of the tea and relished the warmth. The school updated their records, but nothing of note came of any of it. It never got brought to my attention or to the attention of the police, just like so many cases of the missing and the dead after Incident 0. And now, he's been approved to attend our entrance exam. Night Eye took a moment, steepled his bony fingers, and looked Nizu in the eye across the video link. What do you want me to do? Nizu rubbed his snout and tried not to breathe a sigh of relief that he held Night Eye's interest still. I have my concerns. The last descendant of a holder of One for All is due to attend my entrance exam in 2 days. Nobody has an explanation as to why his family died in the crossfire on Incident 0. All we know is that All for One came to Mizudafu on that day, that All Might confronted him and gave his life to stop him, and that the Shimura family died, only for Tenko Shimura to resurface later. Tenko Shimura, the boy with a quirk that allows him to turn anything to dust. Nizu stirred the tea and blinked as he looked at. I do not know if Tenko Shimura is good or not. I do not know if All for One came to Mizudafu to hurt the Shimura family, or if he got to Tenko Shimura. I do not know if his family died by his hands, and if they did whether it was an accident. And I do not know if there is anything special about him by virtue of his blood relation to a holder of One for All, the quirk that seems to have disappeared from the world for good. Help me. Come to the UA entrance exam as an external assessor. Take on students for their assessment, talk to them, challenge what they do and why they want to be a hero. And among your group, I'll ask you, please, to look at Tenko Shimura. Look at him in a context where he won't suspect a thing and where we can react safely if you discover anything dangerous. Nizu took a long sip of tea. I would ask you, Mirai, please, to use your quirk on him. Night Eye's shoulders seemed to shoot up, defensively, at the mention of the quirk that wasn't public knowledge to this day. I haven't used it since Incident 0. I do not know if I will be able to find the answers you look for dash. All I can ask is that you try, for all our sakes. Nizu leaned forward, careful not to fall out of the oversized chair. If he is good and there is hope for all of us, then I want to know. If he has been hurt by the evil of All for One, and there is a chance he could hurt more in future, I want to know. I don't like asking this of you, and the morality of doing it to a child is not something I can face easily, but in a world without All Might or All for One, I will do whatever it takes to keep my students safe. I hope you understand why I have to at least ask. Night Eye bowed his head for a second, before looking up and fixing his glasses. I accept. I can only apologize if my foresight is not what it once was, but I can try. And where All for One and One for All might be involved, I understand. Whatever it takes. Thank you, Mirai. Nizu allowed himself a small smile again, as he leaned forward to tap at the keys. I will send you some profiles over to have a look at, including his, and some details for the entrance exam. I am glad you decided to help. I cannot let something like this lie. I agree. Night Eye steepled his fingers and closed his eyes. Thank you, Nizu. I'll help you be sure about the boy. As the connection terminated, and his email inbox pinged with a notification of documents received from a secure UA email address, Mirai Sasaki spun away from the computer screen, closed his eyes, and let out the large breath he didn't know he had been holding in. After all this time running, the past had caught up to him. Sir Night Eye had regretted not using foresight on All Might since the day that the symbol of peace died. All the time he had been a sidekick, he had told himself that Toshinori Yagi was the one man off-limits to the monstrous prophecies of his own quirk, that his friend and partner should not be analyzed and probed like one of the many people he had used it on without their knowledge. And then Incident Zero happened, robbing him and the world of All Might, and to this day he lamented that he could have done more. He could have seen it coming, he could have given All Might the knowledge of what happened, he could have prepared better or tried to find a way to watch All Might fight fate, the only man he knew who could have been capable of overcoming the inimitable truth of his visions. After that day he had retreated into his shell of analytics and research, vowing never to touch his quirk again. He ran, ashamed and hurt and crying out in the night from the grief, and he vowed he would never look back or look forward again. And now, only now, Nizu had dropped the gift he didn't know he needed onto his lap. A purpose, a new chapter to the story he already knew. He didn't know who Tenko Shimura was, what his story was, what had truly happened. He wouldn't know until he met him. But Night Eye knew that he was a shot at redemption, one way or another. If the last Shimura was their last chance at salvaging a legacy for All Might, then he would give it his all. And if the last Shimura was touched by All for One, if he found that the villain's dreadful evil remained in this world somehow, then Night Eye would not falter as he had done before. He would remove the threat once and for all, and would clean the last dreadful reminder of All for One from the face of the earth. If the boy had to die to free the world of that unspeakable villainy, then Night Eye's hand would do so without hesitation. Whatever it takes, Night Eye murmured to himself, turning to face the wall to his left and gaze up at the poster on the wall, adjusting his glasses as he did so. All Might, I will not fail you again.